The barren land of the demon realm was vast and boundless, with countless groups of demon beasts. Similar to how the verdant gazelle palace guarded its territory, several powerful demon beasts dominated the land around the White Tiger Castle. Additionally, battles happened constantly between different demon clans. The strong devoured the weak, and the strong ultimately survived. No matter how these monsters fought, they needed to obey the order of the demon emperor of the Celestial Demon City. The Celestial Demon City was the largest in this boundless area, as well as the ruling regime of this territory. They guarded the territory closest to the world of human cultivators and attracted the most powerful demon beasts nearby. At that moment, Futian and his companions were steering their swords and flying in the air at the outskirt of Celestial Demon City. The verdant gazelle palace lord and Qingyang he also accompanied them. The Celestial Demon City is ahead, the verdant gazelle palace lord said, pointing forward. Futian looked at the magnificent city. Compared to human cities, this demon city had a more primitive atmosphere. It was not very delicate but looked majestic, with buildings directly piled up by giant stones. The demon aura is so strong. Futian looked up at the sky above the Celestial Demon City. An appalling demon aura enveloped the boundless sky and earth as if nobody could cross the sky. As the main city of the demon realm closest to the heavenly mandate realm of human cultivators, the Celestial Demon City is the most dangerous area during times of war. Since aristocrats of demon clans are unwilling to stay here, the Celestial Demon City is often regarded as an exile destination within the demon realm. Some powerful demon beasts who had committed crimes were exiled and guarded here, said the verdant gazelle palace lord. So the 4 demon emperors who are now guarding the Celestial Demon City are all exiled? Futian asked. The verdant gazelle palace lord had introduced the 4 demon emperors of the Celestial Demon City to them. This Celestial Demon City was different from what he expected, not because this main city on the edge of the demon realm was weak with only 1 demon emperor. On the contrary, this demon city was as powerful as the Purple Underground sect. The 4 demon emperors used to be in charge of different places, but their descendants all convened here. I'm not sure why they came here, but rumor says that the Daotai demon emperor with a fierce temperament disobeyed orders and committed crimes. The demon emperor of the Thunder clan is said to be implicated in Emperor Yi Qing's affairs at that time, so it is unclear who the Feathermen clan offended. As for the overlord of the Celestial Demon City, he is believed to be extremely fierce, the verdant gazelle palace lord said. Futian looked surprised. He looked at the verdant gazelle palace lord and asked, "What is the relationship between the Thunder clan and Emperor Yi Qing?" It is rumored that one of Emperor Yi Qing's mounts at that time was a thunder beast, the verdant gazelle palace lord replied. Suddenly, Futian's thoughts seemed to go back to many years ago, when the thunder dragon laid on the ground in front of the statue of Emperor Yi Qing in Qingju City. He remembered that his thunder dragon spirit appeared in the Qingju Academy that year, all because of a wisp of the thunder dragon's soul. All the monsters that were directly related to Emperor Yi Qing met terrible fates, and other powerful demon clans were silenced afterward. The overlord of the Celestial Demon City, Zhu Tian the Demon Emperor, is said to have a great relationship with the Ape clan. He might also be affected by this, the verdant gazelle palace lord continued. Futian listened carefully. The overlord of this Celestial Demon City was Zhu Yang the Demon Emperor, and the 3 royal demon clans serving under his throne were the Daotai clan, the Thunder clan, and the Feathermen clan. These 4 demon emperors' descendants are all ill-tempered and domineering. The whole Celestial Demon City is under their orders. Once we enter the Celestial Demon City, try not to offend them, the verdant gazelle palace lord reminded. Among the 4 demon emperors' descendants, Zhu Yang the Demon Emperor was the most influential. Ordinary demon beasts had shivers run up their spines upon hearing his name. They continued chatting and soon reached the Celestial Demon City and entered. Several demon beasts walked on the street of the Celestial Demon City amongst the horrifyingly demonic atmosphere. Many demon beasts that were walking resembled humans, while others were half human half beast. They had either a beast head and a human body or a human head and a beast body. For example, Futian just saw a fair-looking middle-aged man whose upper body appeared human, but his lower body resembled a white horse. The weird scene looked like a human was riding on a horse. Such scenes were common within the celestial demon city, and soon Futian began to get used to it. Demon beasts also had their preferences and lived their lives in different forms that they liked. Futian and his companions were human cultivators, but most of the demon beasts ignored them. Although there were far fewer human beings than demon beasts in the celestial demon city, it was common to see humans. Their presence was nothing special to demon beasts. Warriors of all forces should have reached the celestial demon city, Futian said. Although they set off directly after receiving the news, those influential figures shouldn't have departed later than them. When people enter the demon realm, their usual first stop is by the celestial demon city to inquire information. With so many cities in the demon realm, it's pointless to walk around aimlessly, the verdant gazelle palace lord said with a nod. I have old friends in the celestial demon city. I'll take you there and ask if there is any news. All right, Futian said, nodding. It was much easier for them to be led by the verdant gazelle palace lord. They soon arrived at a demon residence of the celestial demon city. The one they visited was a powerful demon beast. It had a human body but also a beast's head with 2 horns on top. Brother Qingyang, are these humans? The bull-headed demon beast asked the verdant gazelle palace lord in a rough voice. Yes, the verdant gazelle palace lord replied, nodding. They saved Qingyang his life. Otherwise my daughter he would have fallen into the hands of that white tiger. Sooner or later, I will get my revenge. That tiger's nature is ferocious and overbearing, so be careful, the bull-headed demon beast reminded, nodding. You may ask him questions, the verdant gazelle palace lord said to Futian. Futian nodded and said, Sir, you must have heard about human cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm who had come here recently. Have you heard anything about Jiyu Tianxing in the celestial demon city? Nowadays there are many human cultivators in the celestial demon city, and most of them should be gathering in the celestial demon arena. Demon Crown Prince Zhu Yang set up 3 demon matrices there for human cultivators to challenge. He will tell the news to those who succeed, but he'll also ask those who fail to leave behind their belongings and cultivation method. The bull demon said to Futian, you can go there if you want your answer, but I advise you to be mentally prepared. The demon crown prince will personally go there and take charge, so you won't have any chance. If you want to try, you must be mentally prepared to submit all your belongings. So far, many people have tried only to have met terrible fates. Some people refused to hand things over and were beaten to death. Despite this is totally voluntary, and the rules have been set to follow. The demon crown prince didn't force them, so. I see, Futian said, nodding. He had heard from the verdant gazelle palace lord before that the demon beasts of the Zhuyang demon clan were all quite obstinate, which he could tell from how they did things. If that is the case, we shouldn't stay here and bother you. We should go now. Futian showed his intention to leave, and the bull demon nodded, looked at the verdant gazelle palace lord and said, I'll go with you. Sure, the verdant gazelle palace lord answered, and they together departed. On their way, the verdant gazelle palace lord said, the demon crown prince Zhu Yang and the other 3 demon princes, also known as the 4 tyrants of the celestial demon city, are often found together. The Zhu Yang demon crown prince may be violent, but he is also sincere and principled. Otherwise, the other 3 demon emperors' descendants wouldn't be willing to follow or be around him. The Zhu Yang demon crown prince is also very talented. He probably set the rule so he could collect the top human cultivators' cultivation abilities and learn the essence from them, the bull demon said. He sounded as if he quite appreciated the Zhu Yang demon crown prince. We demon beasts' abilities rely more on talents. From this perspective, there is much for us to learn from human cultivators, said the bull beast. The verdant gazelle palace lord nodded. Had he not focused on acquisition, he would never have become as achieved as he currently was. However, some top powerful demon beasts were born with unparalleled talent. As they talked, they quickly headed straight to the central area of the celestial demon city. The celestial demon city was the main demon city in the vast and boundless district. The celestial demon arena was located in the central area of the celestial demon city. At the moment, this area was full of human practitioners and demon beasts. A person was soon shaken out from the celestial demon arena and fell to the ground. Suddenly, appalling roars came from the area, from which one could tell the demon beasts were very excited. His human companions were very embarrassed. These people were cultivators of Purple Underground sect, one of the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects in the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhong Changqing was also in the crowd, his face sullen upon watching the scene unfold. "Stupid animals," Zhong Changqing whispered coldly. He raised his head and looked towards the celestial demon arena. 3 figures sat beside one another on the stairs in front of the celestial demon arena. On the left side was a Daotai big monster, with a human head and Taotie's body. His huge body leaned there lazily, but his eyes looked extremely fierce. In the middle sat a beautiful woman with a pair of pure white wings behind her. She was the princess of the Feathermen clan. The demon beast hovering around to the right had a human head and a dragon's body, with horns and long beards on his head that looked overbearing. He was the prince of the Thunder God clan. Right above them, a body in flames leaned lazily on a throne. He looked like an ape and appeared there in the form of his original body. His eyes seemed to contain golden fire, his lazy gaze swept down, making him look arrogant. He was the Zhu Demon Crown Prince. "Can you do it or not?" The Zhu Demon Crown Prince took a contemptuous glance down at the human cultivators below and asked in a disdainful tone. The prince of the Thunder God clan sitting below him said, "So far, I haven't seen any qualified warriors yet. We haven't even challenged you in person yet, but you still can't do it." His voice was loud like thunder, his words resounding between the sky and earth like thunder. There were even wisps of thunder wills permeating in the air, emitting purple thunder aura. The Daotai made a deep roar and opened his mouth wide. The sight of it looked awful. Demon beasts below them were thrilled to watch the scene unfold. The faces of Zhong Changqing and other warriors turned even gloomier. In this case, only the top figures of the Violet Heavenly Palace could get rid of them. At that moment, a cultivator stepped into the vacant sky, looked at them above the stairs of the celestial demon arena, and said, "These 3 demon matrices are devised by many demon saints and performed like one. As challengers, we are put in a passive position when we enter the matrix. It is not fair for us." These 3 demon matrices respectively contained 3 different matrix methods targeting warriors of 3 different levels of Saint Plane, the Doctrine Saint, the True Self Saint, and the Unblemished Saint. The Nirvana Saint Plane was not included since Nirvana-level top demon beasts were also hard to find. Had the matrices not been in charge of 4 royal members of the demon clan, it would have been extremely difficult to make them so large. If you don't want to enter the matrices, fine. You can choose to challenge the 4 of us. Defeat us all and you can also pass, said the great demon beast of the Thunder God clan, its sonorous voice booming like thunder. The cultivator glanced at the 4 demon beasts in the sky. Their descendants were the so-called 4 tyrants of the celestial demon city, who were also extremely talented, especially the demon crown prince Zhu Yang. Upon inquiring about them, it was said that this crown prince was such a skilled fighter that all of the celestial demon city was under his control. Moreover, since those 4 demon beasts' planes were all very high, challenging them would mean being affected by their planes. One person had tried it before and ended up severely injured. If he failed to challenge the matrix, they would at least show him some mercy if he submitted his belongings and cultivation methods to them. The main thing was that their most core characters had not taken action because there was no absolute certainty. If they failed, they had to hand over something along with the cultivation methods they used. Before then, the Zhu Yao Demon Crown Prince killed those who refused to hand over the cultivation methods they used during the matrices. They couldn't even say anything. The rules had been set, and it was their territory. All they could do was obey. If they didn't comply, they couldn't blame anything for their deaths. At that moment, the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince got up lazily from the throne, stretched out like a human, and glanced down toward the warriors with a pair of golden eyes. He said, "It seems that you are not being serious today, either. Fine, let's call it a day and continue the game tomorrow. You can go back and discuss what to do. If tomorrow you still behave like you did today, then please get out of my sight." The other 3 demon beasts followed him and stood up. The demon matrices on the celestial demon arena were removed as they left. The human cultivators looked emotionless. The Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince was an extremely proud person, using them as training dummies while plundering their treasures and cultivation methods. I have heard that human beings are cautious by nature. It seems that it is true. Aren't all the 5 supreme forces in your human cultivation world here? The Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince jeered. He swept his eyes to the crowd and soon left. Demon beasts of the demon clan were all thrilled. The cultivators of the top forces in the human world must have been the most talented ones. It seemed that the Demon Crown Prince of the Celestial Demon City was seeking the strongest opponent. In Celestial Demon City, the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince was notorious for his fierce and tyrannical nature. Many monsters were in awe of him, but none of them could surpass him. Although this was the most famous main city in the demon realm that bordered the human world, everyone had heard that Zhu Yang the Demon Emperor was not a simple demon emperor. He was well known within the demon world as a powerful demon emperor. Had it not been for this, the other 3 demon emperors would not be so willing to follow him, leaving their offspring to follow the Demon Crown Prince to spread chaos. It seems that no one has received the news yet, said the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord. Let's go visit the Demon Crown Prince. Qingyang, even though you are the head of the Verdant Gazelle Palace, the Demon Crown Prince may not even bother. The bull demon beast said to the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord. It's worth a try, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said nonchalantly. To him, there was little hope for Yi Futian to pass through the demon matrix. If he wanted to return the favor to Yi Futian, he could only visit the Demon Crown Prince. As the Lord of the Verdant Gazelle Palace within the Celestial Demon City, he served the Demon Emperor, he could at least talk with him. Of course, if he failed, all he would lose was his face. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord went to a side road, where the Demon Crown Prince and his party were heading. After a while, they appeared below the stairs. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord cupped his hands and said, Your Highnesses, Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord is here to salute you. The Crown Prince Zhu Yang fixed his golden eyes onto the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord. He said, I have heard about the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord for a long time and have always wanted to meet you. What brings you here today? It was said that the Demon Crown Prince Zhu Yang was obstinate and ferocious, but he was by no means incompetent. He knew about many powerful demon beasts in the territory. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord was of the Nirvana Saint Plane, which was very rare among demon beasts. His fighting skills were also marvelous, which was worthy of learning from. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord looked toward the people around him, and immediately the Crown Prince Zhu Yang also noticed Yi Futian. Human cultivators, the Demon Crown Prince Zhu Yang asked. Yes, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said, nodding. When my daughter was in a dangerous situation, these cultivators rescued her out of kindness. Thus, I ventured out here to inquire if your Highness could show mercy and reveal anything about the news. The Crown Prince Zhu Yang looked untroubled without reacting. You want to return the favor to them, but you have seen what has happened today. Why bother to ask? The Daotai demon beast next to him said. Although his skull resembled that of a human, his complexion still looked very ferocious. His beast body looked extremely tall and sturdy, giving him an intimidating appearance. The Crown Prince Zhu Yang waved his hand and said, It's fine for the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord to ask, but they need to wait after the thing is gone. Speaking of them, he swept his golden eyes towards Yi Futian and others and said, I know there are many merits to being human, but sometimes you are too clever and prefer to use surreptitious approaches. If you want news, you can go directly to the Celestial Demon Arena. Yi Futian looked at him and felt an almost divine flame burning from his eyes. The Demon Crown Prince Zhu Yang Yarrow was just as the rumored said. He promised to answer the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord's request, but he didn't give a real answer. Once he finished speaking, the Zhu Yang Crown Prince turned around and left. The other demon princes all looked at him from behind. With his massive eyes, the demon prince of the Thunder God clan fiercely stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian just looked at him with a smile and said nothing. Actually, he and the Thunder God clan had a long history. The Prince of Thunder God clan seemed to have sensed the kindness in Yi Futian's eyes. With a doubtful look, he stared at him and then left. Thank you, Your Highness, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord saluted and said behind them. The Demon Crown Prince's promise was already a big favor to him. Qingyang, His Highness usually never agrees to such a request, but this time he did it. I guess he must have a good impression of you since he has heard of you before. If you didn't mention this request, maybe he will help you more in the future, the bull demon beast said. For example, maybe he would let you cultivate with him. It doesn't matter, the verdant gazelle palace lord said in apathy. He looked back at Yi Futian and said, "This is how the crown prince is. You don't need to worry too much about going to the matrix. Since the prince had said that he will talk about this once the thing is over, he has granted the request. Of course, if any human cultivator succeeds in passing the matrix and hears the news, it may spread by itself." "Indeed," Yi Futian said, nodding. "Anyway, thanks a lot, sir." He knew that just now the bull beast demon was actually talking to him. The demon beasts in the surrounding area gradually all dispersed. Nearby was a group of people standing there and looking this way. Yi Futian seemed to be aware of it. He turned his eyes and saw several people there looking at him. They were from the Purple Underground sect. Zhong Changqing was also there. Somewhat unexpectedly, he encountered Yi Futian here. Was Yi Futian also inquiring about his brother? "It seems that you are not only talented in thunder laws but also very clever," Zhong Changqing said. They were all finding solutions in unraveling the demon matrix, but Yi Futian was unusual. He got into the game by asking a demon beast for help. This way, he learned of the news from the demon crown prince. There was irony in his tone. The demon crown prince was rather abrasive towards them, and the demon matrices were obviously aimed at dealing with them. Even so, Yi Futian tried to flatter the demon crown prince, and he disdained the behavior. Yi Futian glanced at him with no reply. Just then, a group of warriors came, all of whom were from the 8 Orthodox forces. "Zhong Changqing, who is this?" someone asked. "The person who broke the record of the Wutu Divine Mountain, Yi Futian," Zhong Changqing replied. There were strange looks on all their faces, some people even released fighting will from their bodies. People of the 8 Orthodox sects were all talented cultivators in thunder laws. When the 8 great divine mountains were opened, many people were there. Among them was only one person who broke a record like Yi Futian. Some of them even tried once the last time when the divine mountains were opened. Yi Futian, the person in front of them who broke the record, could be said to not only have surpassed all the cultivators who entered the Wutu Divine Mountain but even almost outperformed all challengers of the 8 divine mountains. Even though Yi Futian was not taken as a disciple by the Purple Underground sect because of Jiyu Qianxing's appearance that day, his name still weighed enough for all warriors of the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects to have at least known his name. Seeing him in person was no better than hearing his name, someone said in slight disappointment. They all wanted to see what kind of person could break the record of the Divine Mountain, reject the invitation of Purple Underground sect, and even the Violet Heavenly Palace. Now that they saw him, they discovered that Yi Futian wanted to flatter the demon clan. They no longer thought well of Yi Futian. Seeing this scene, the verdant gazelle palace lord looked toward Yi Futian with amazement. It seemed that Yi Futian was also renowned among human cultivators, or he wouldn't have attracted so many people. His decision to visit the demon crown prince earned him some criticism that affected his reputation. He just wanted to return Yi Futian's favor, but the situation was now what he expected. Everyone has their own choice. Let's go and discuss how to pass the demon matrices tomorrow, another person said in a calm tone. Yi Futian was just a passenger to them, and he didn't have much effect on their states of mind. What was imperative now was to break the demon matrices. People nodded and gradually departed, flashing away from the scene. Yi Futian did not care much about others' opinions. The Violet Heavenly Palace prevented him from using thunder laws, so he wouldn't run into those thunder law cultivators in the future. It didn't matter what others thought of him. "It seems that I have brought you trouble," the verdant gazelle palace lord said to Yi Futian, standing at his side. What he did seemed to have some influence on Yi Futian. "It doesn't matter. Sir, please don't pay it any mind," Yi Futian replied. He understood what the verdant gazelle palace lord meant. He was trying to help him, so no matter whether it worked or out, it was a favor. Besides, he held no hostility towards those demon princes. This was the demon realm's territory. Instead of harming any cultivators who came here, they set up a demon matrix in the celestial demon arena for those who wanted to challenge. It would have been the same if demon beasts came to the world of human cultivators. It was perhaps because of Emperor Yi Qing and the old dragon that he even felt close to the fierce-looking Thunder God clan. "Let's find a place to rest first and come again tomorrow," Yi Futian said. Soon the whole group left. The group of demon beasts and the group of human cultivators scattered. After leaving, many human cultivators gathered to prepare to break the demon matrix. These 3 demon matrices were carefully designed by the 4 demon royal clans of the celestial demon city to be challenging to pass. Unless they were the warriors of the highest forces like the Violet Heavenly Palace, anyone who challenged it alone would fail. If they instead united as one, their chances of breaking the matrix would have increased. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord helped Yi Futian find a place to settle. In the courtyard, they sat there and casually spoke to each other with Qingyang he also present. She kept asking Yi Futian about their cultivation methods, then eventually talked mostly with Qi Shengang. She discovered that among these people, Qi Shenjong was the most proficient in cultivation practice. "Miss Qingyang likes to learn," Yi Futian said with a smile. "She always wanted to go to the human world for cultivation, but I don't allow her because it is too risky. Now that she has met you, she would never pass up this opportunity," the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said with a smile. "I also have a demon beast friend, but he is very foppish and hates learning. He should be here today," Yi Futian said, laughing. He and Little Condor could mentally connect with each other, so he knew he was on the way. The Demon Peacock Emperor took them here in person. Now they had reached the Heavenly Mandate Realm and were approaching the Demon Realm. It wouldn't have been long before they arrived. Xia Qingyuan suddenly turned her eyes to Yi Futian and asked, "Is that guy coming?" Yi Futian saw Xia Qingyuan's expression. What was that reaction? Why did it feel so weird? Thinking of Little Condor's tragic life in the Emperor Xia's palace, Yi Futian didn't know how he would act upon seeing Xia Qingyuan again. Well, Demon Peacock Emperor His Majesty took them here personally. Little Condor said that the Demon Peacock Emperor His Majesty wanted to travel here, too, Yi Futian said. Demon Peacock Emperor had unified a large demon realm and claimed kingship there. He must have felt lonely sometimes. Here was the real domain of the demon clan. In other words, Kong Xian will also come, Xia Qingyuan said. Yi Futian looked at her. Women's angle to observe things was always special. Was it because of Kong Xian's beauty after her transformation that made her feel uneasy? At that time, Xia Qingyuan and Kong Xian were compared by many people. They also attended the Battle of Empty Realm of the same year. Yes, Yi Futian said, nodding. Xia Qingyuan's eyes moved away from Yi Futian with a strange look. She thought to herself, what would Kong Xian be doing here? As the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord beside them heard their conversation, he began to feel that Yi Futian was unusual. Even a demon emperor came here in person for him. It seemed that Yi Futian was not simple at all. After a long while, Yi Futian stayed in the courtyard and quietly cultivated. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked up into the distance, smiling. Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord's body flashed and soon he arrived. After some time, Qi Shengang and Xia Qingyuan and others also came out. They all felt the presence of an unusual life force. A rush of life force came from a distance. Soon, a gust of wind passed by, and a group of people showed up in the sky above the courtyard. The man who took the lead had an unusual temperament, standing in the vacant sky with his hands behind his back. A slender beautiful lady and a demon beast stood to the left and right to him, with plenty of warriors behind them. The Demon Peacock Emperor was here. Yi Futian stood up and took a bow as a salute. Yi Futian is here to salute your majesty. Your majesty, Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord and the warriors saluted. They all needed to show respect for a figure of the Demon Emperor level. The Demon Peacock Emperor nodded slightly and said, I didn't expect that you would come to the territory of the demon realm. During this trip, I sent Kong Xian and Condor here. Kong Xian can stay with you for some time, while I go somewhere in the demon realm. Yi Futian answered and nodded. The Demon Peacock Emperor must have also been acquainted with some other demon emperors. Take care of the princess, the demon peacock emperor said to the demon beasts behind him. Afterward, he lifted the sleeve and shined the divine light, allowing him to instantly vanish. After the demon peacock emperor left, Black-winged condor turned his head to confirm that he had already left. Seeing he had left, the condor finally let out a breath. His sharp eyes blinked as he flapped his wings and flew in front of Futian. He said, "Boss, did you miss me?" "Do you think I did?" Futian said, smiling. "Why don't you transform?" Little Condor now was a demon saint. He had become a big demon beast. "Nah, my human face is too handsome and will outshine yours," said the black-winged condor, laughing. Futian smiled. He was cheeky as always. Black-winged condor looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, "Haven't seen you in so long, Your Highness. You still look as stunning." He keenly looked around her to make sure no warriors of the Emperor Xia's realm were around. After he confirmed this, he added, "And manly as always." Xia Qingyuan raised her eyelids and blankly glanced at Black-winged condor. He had gained more confidence since he became a demon saint. "Where is Your Highness's Mount Green Phoenix?" "I was planning on talking with him about life," said Black-winged condor, gritting his teeth. He could never forget the humiliation of being repeatedly ridden. He had sworn he must ride on it one day. "You can go to Emperor Xia's palace and talk with it when you have time," Xia Qingyuan said with a disdainful look. "Sure," Black-winged condor replied pretentiously. He took a glance back at Kongxian and then said to Futian, "Oh yeah. Boss, Princess Kongxian missed you so much. She kept asking me when I would come to you. Had it not been for Princess Kongxian, I would have been cultivating for a longer time." Futian was dumbfounded. This bastard. Behind him, Kongxian was also speechless. Since when did she always want to come to Futian? What was he talking about? "Don't listen to his nonsense," Kongxian said coldly. This guy was too. Futian was also speechless. He knew enough about Little Condor's character to think he did it for a reason. "It's not nonsense. Didn't Her Highness always miss my master when she was in the Demon Emperor realm? Her Highness talked about my master in front of His Majesty every day, about how outstanding my master's talent is and how she hoped to go outside for cultivation. Otherwise, why did His Majesty leave directly after he escorted Princess here?" Black-winged condor said seriously. His Majesty was trying to create this opportunity for Her Highness. Kongxian was dumbfounded. How could he tell lies like this? Just then, Xia Qingyuan suddenly cut in, "You have entered the Saint Plane and become a saint in the Demon Emperor's realm. You must have made great progress." Black-winged condor raised his head and said proudly, "Of course. Let me test how your cultivation abilities have grown over these years for your master," Xia Qingyuan said, walking towards Black-winged condor. Black-winged condor still held his head high, thinking he wasn't a coward. Did she think he was still the same as before? Light flashed by, and a divine instrument showed up in Xia Qingyuan's hand. It was a dazzling golden lotus flower, and the life force emitting from it contained a wisp of Renhuang will. The might shrouded Black-winged condor's body. Black-winged condor blinked and staring at Xia Qingyuan with a stunned look. "Your Highness, what do you mean? Since Lord Condor's talent is so outstanding, I have to choose a special way to test your ability," Xia Qingyuan said coldly. Black-winged condor felt the pressure and nearly cried. His proud look suddenly disappeared as he said, "I haven't seen Princess Qingyuan for so many years, but you still look so gorgeous. Your beauty is unparalleled among the 3,000 realms of the Great Law." Ahem. The verdant gazelle palace lord remained there quietly, but he could no longer help making the sound. This guy was bizarre. Futian rubbed his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Xia Qingyuan didn't just let Black-winged condor go and walked towards him step by step. Black-winged condor and hid behind Futian while shivering. Slap. Futian slapped him on the head and admonished, "If you talk nonsense again, we will have bird barbecue tonight." Black-winged condor looked at Futian pitifully. Had this woman taken away his master's heart when the condor was not here? This brat is getting more and more undisciplined. "Don't take it personally," Futian said to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan looked at Futian and put away the divine instrument before coldly glancing at Black-winged condor. At that moment, Black-winged condor had transformed into a human form. Yi Futian turned back to see him looking like a young man with a sharp mouth, a long nose, and a protruding forehead. "You can just turn back, please," said Yi Futian. He couldn't bear to look at this guy's hideous face. Even so, his face astounded him. Black-winged condor was confused. He might have not been as handsome as his master, but was he that hideous? With this in mind, he turned his human head into the condor head but kept the human body. Yi Futian nodded and said, "This is much more pleasing to our eyes." Black-winged condor was speechless. Someone patted black-winged condor's shoulder and said, "You are the most special transformed demon beast that I have ever seen." Irritated, Lord Condor turned around wanting to teach him a lesson, but suddenly fell quiet when he saw the person's face. "Sir, since when did you begin to make jokes?" "Okay, behave yourself from now on," Yi Futian said. He looked at Kong Xian and said, "Thank you and your majesty for taking care of him over these years." "No worries," said Kong Xian, shaking her head. "In return, may I stay with you for a while?" "Of course, you can." Black-winged condor cut in quickly but chose to not speak upon meeting Xia Qingyuan's cold glances. "Isn't it better to have Her Highness help us?" Yi Futian said, laughing. Kong Xian also brought plenty of warriors with her that could help each other. Since they also belonged to the demon clan, it would have also been more convenient to travel with them in this territory. Early the next morning, several demon beasts and human cultivators had convened at the Celestial Demon Arena in the central district of the Celestial Demon City. Large demon beasts with all kinds of strange appearances were the most prominent amongst the massive crowd, their thick demonic aura permeating the air. However, the human cultivators who came here were also of Saint Plane and were unaffected by the aura, even though they were not as comfortable in the realm of demon beasts as they were in their own world. Warriors of the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox forces had also arrived and gathered in the same area, and behind them were more warriors from various parties of the Heavenly Mandate realm. A few powerful cultivators had also arrived and stayed in other locations. For example, somewhere far away in the sky, some warriors were standing above the clouds, overlooking everything below them. Their eyes were keen, and the light of thunder reflected off from their bodies. Some warriors stood far behind the crowd and kept their distance from others. They were all gorgeous female cultivators with an unusual temperament. Several figures also stood somewhere else. They all looked aloof and watched toward the Celestial Demon Arena in the distance. However, there were many warriors nearby circling them at the center. It seemed that they were just watching from a distance and didn't want to get involved. Although the Celestial Demon City was huge in the demon realm and being guarded by Zhu Yang the Demon Emperor and 3 other demon emperors, its level was still far from enough compared with the top forces these warriors belonged to. The same was true for Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince. It was still unclear if he was qualified to let them take action. In another direction, Yi Futian and others had also arrived and joined the crowd. This time, they had a stronger lineup. Kong Xian and other warriors from the Demon Peacock Emperor also joined the team. They joined the flow of people and looked up at the Celestial Demon Arena to find a group of warriors approaching them from afar. The 4 figures who took the lead were the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince and 3 other demon princes. Just like yesterday, the 4 demon royalties sat down in their seats. Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince sat on the throne at the top of the stairs. He leaned there lazily, a pair of eyes containing golden flames sweeping towards this space. A demon beast behind him was whispering something in his ear. He glanced lazily around and found the airborne warriors in the distance, full of contempt in his eyes. He specially designed this demonic matrix to see how the strongest warriors of the human world were like, and these people wanted to get the news without doing anything. Impossible. He wanted to see who could break the demonic matrix. "I'll give you another chance. If today is still as boring as before, then maybe you will not see me tomorrow. If you want to get the news, go somewhere else and explore by yourself." Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince's voice was cold and slightly threatening. To get the news, they needed to show some sincerity. His time had been wasted by those who made tentative attempts a few days ago. He felt so bored. Although he received several things and cultivation methods from them, he didn't see them as all that valuable. Thus, he just awarded them to subordinates for enlightenment and practice. Aha! Below Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince, The Prince of Thunder God Clan let out a dragon roar. Streaks of lightning thunder pierced across the void sky, rolls of thunder shook everyone's eardrums. Human cultivators all looked cold. Feeling rather presumptuous, the 4 demon beasts of the celestial demon city tried to provoke them again and again. Over the enormous celestial demon arena, the demonic matrices were in formation. Many demon beasts guarded the demonic matrix, their appalling demonic aura emitting from their bodies. At that moment, the crowd suddenly gave way to a group of warriors emerging from its center. They were from the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects. As they stepped down from the area below the celestial demon arena, demon beasts all gave way to them. They are all of the same levels. The 4 demon princes above the stairs of the celestial demon arena looked puzzled. These human cultivators were all true self-saints who had the same cultivation plane. They were clearly selected from multiple forces instead of just one sect. True self-saints correspondent matrix was one of the 3 matrices in the same demon level, the demon thunder drum matrix arranged by warriors of the Thunder God Clan. The other 2 demonic matrices left the vast celestial demon arena to warriors of the Thunder God Clan. Large demon beasts of the Thunder God Clan hovered over the arena and waited at different locations. Just then, a person jumped up to the celestial demon arena. He first stepped aside, put down a lot of storage rings in a line, and said, "These treasures and cultivation methods belong to me and the people behind me. I have lined them up in order. If one of us fails, you may take one from them." What is he doing? Demon beasts looked confused. Were the 8 orthodox forces preparing to challenge the demon thunder drum matrix one by one to tire them out? "Put the storage rings aside first," the Zhu Yang demon crown prince said slowly. A demon beast instantly stepped out and took all the storage rings away, much to the human cultivator's displeasure. "Don't worry. Since the rules have been set, I will return them to you as long as you made it. I won't covet your belongings," Zhu Yang demon crown prince said nonchalantly. The cultivator in Thunder Law stepped in front of the celestial demonic matrix as the crown prince said, "Begin." Boom. The moment he spoke, a dazzling burst of fire and thunder broke out from that warrior's body. It was the intimidating solar thunder of Binghua, one of the 8 orthodox thunder laws. A dazzling bird showed up behind him. It was his life spirit, a divine thunderbird called Thousand Thunderbird. The life spirit kept growing, covering the sky and hiding the sun. Its mouth spat out a stream of lightning and fire that directly darted toward the big demon beasts of the Thunder God Clan. The big demon beasts roared and opened their wide mouths, releasing dazzling purple lightning bolts. They collided with the Thunderbird's solar thunder of flame and ignited the explosion of appalling light beams. Meanwhile, enormous bodies of the Thunder God warriors bathed in the appalling might of thunder. Rolls of lightning on their bodies fell, converging into a war drum of thunder on their abdomens. Warriors of the Thunder God Clan spat out lightning while chanting in the language of dragons, causing the bolts to converge and crush on the war drum of thunder on their bellies. Boom! The aura of electricity overwhelmed the sky. The human warrior headed straight toward the demon beast, thrusting out his palm as it turned into a thousand thunderbird. His head shook violently as if the drum sound would shatter his soul into pieces. He groaned as the endless thunder from the war drum came. With a loud noise, his body was directly shaken by the shock and got burned by barely touching a warrior of the Thunder God Clan. He looked miserable. Bolts of lightning shone above the sky, overshadowing the sky and sun. The scene was appalling. Another warrior from the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox forces rushed out, seemingly prepared for this. This time, human cultivators planned to make a series of shots without letting the opponents gain momentum, thus interrupting the attack of the Matrix. The thunder dragons of the Thunder God Clan ascended into the clouds, their roars shaking the sky. The dragon's body was straight, and the endless thunder light converged in the sky. Among the 9 dragons, a larger war drum of thunder appeared. These dragons spat out divine thunder to the war drum at the same time. Suddenly, the war drum trembled the air. The incoming cultivator snorted and kept moving. However, the other side's attack did not stop. The thunder from the war drum contained the might that could even destroy the Great Law. It came down and penetrated the cultivator's body defense, throwing another cultivator away from the arena. It all happened within a few seconds. Their strategy seemed useless. The advantage of the demonic matrix was too conspicuous. The matrix is stronger than it was yesterday, someone said. Warriors of the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox forces all looked gloomy. The matrix grew stronger when challengers were stronger. Yesterday, those cultivators made only a few tentative attempts. Was it now the demon beasts' turn to play around with them? These demon beasts were more cunning than expected. Soon, 4 cultivators had been knocked out. The crowd of the demon beasts scattered, their roars trembling the sky. The Thunder God clan isn't as prosperous as before, but they were once a very powerful demon clan. These selected demon beasts were all pureblood outstanding warriors of the Thunder God clan. With the aid of the matrix and the law method, their overall power became more than several abilities simply being superposed. Warriors of Thunder God clan are strong beasts who charged headfirst into battle, the verdant gazelle palace lord next to Yi Futian said. In this kind of matrix, the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox forces don't have a chance to attack. The demon princes seem to be targeting those top figures, Qi Shengang said. The power of matrix superposition was much stronger than an individual's combat ability. Once the matrix was formed, there was no need to waste energy making tentative attacks. Simply attacking them directly with the most aggressive skills would have been the fastest way to victory. This was what the warriors of the Thunder God clan had always done. As more warriors were defeated, others who followed had lost their confidence. That's enough. Zhong Changqing stood together and looked toward the battlefield of Celestia Demon Arena. They knew they didn't have a chance. When the two sides' abilities were vastly different, even adopting the strategy of challenging each one individually still didn't work. Those who had not fought glanced back, looking quite uneasy. If you don't fight, I will assume you have given in. But I can't return the things to you, Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince said as he lazily leaned on the throne. He looked quite nonchalant, idly watching the people below. Zhong Changqing said nothing. That was why they took the things away at the beginning. The demonic matrix today was stronger than the one from yesterday, so the other 2 demonic matrices must have been just as powerful. In other words, it was extremely difficult to win by passing through the demonic matrices. The Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince ignored Zhong Changqing and glanced towards the warriors standing in the distance. Why were they still waiting? He wanted to see how long these top forces of the human cultivation world could wait. Zhong Changqing stood alongside the other warriors of the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects. This area was full of their people. Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince gave them 2 choices, either break through the matrix or challenge the 4 demon princes. If one won't work, we'll have to pick the other, someone whispered. There were 3 plain options of matrices for them to choose from. If they failed, they would not be in real danger. But if they chose to challenge those 4 demon beasts, their only plain option was the true self-saint plane. These 4 demons were on the same level, 3 of them were true self-saint, and 1 of them the doctrine saint. Regardless of the doctrine saint female monster of the Feather Men clan, the 3 demon princes of the true self-saint were their main opponents. Since they had to conquer all of them to win, the challenge would have been too demanding. Moreover, the consequences of defeat would have been significant. Since the celestial demon city was the opponent's territory, the opponents could easily kill them. They didn't dare to take that risk. This battle was meant to be unfair, but all they could do was obey the opponent's rules. Among the 3 big demons, Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince was the most intimidating one. So far he had yet to try. According to what they learned in the Celestial Demon City, however, Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince's combat strength was astonishing. He was known as the strongest of his generation within the endless territory of the Celestial Demon City. In that case, it would have been both difficult and risky to defeat all 3 demon beasts. The previous strategy of challenging each opponent individually to tire them out might have worked. However, the warriors who first challenged and defeated them might have been seriously injured. Let's go with the other plan, said Zhong Changqing coldly. He didn't believe the united 8 Thunder Law Orthodoxy forces would have been defeated by the 4 demon princes of the Celestial Demon City. Okay, people answered and nodded. Soon, a person stepped forward in front of the Celestial Demon Arena with a solemn look. He flashed in the air and landed on the celestial demon arena. The man was wearing a golden robe, looking unusually handsome. He looked up toward the 4 demon beasts above the stairs of the celestial demon arena and said, "I am a disciple of the Golden Clan sect and am here to ask for fighting instructions from your highnesses." The Golden Clan sect was one of the 8 orthodox sects. Their disciples specialized in the perilous thunder of Gungjin and were famous for their aggressive attacks. The warrior who set foot on the celestial demon arena was an extraordinary disciple of the Golden Clan sect who accomplished so much in thunder laws. Above the stairs, the 4 big demons looked down toward him sullenly. "Third brother, you want to go?" Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince asked the Daotai Big Demon Beast. "Sure," the Daotai Big Demon Beast opened his mouth and answered. He had a human face, but when he opened his mouth, it turned into that of a Daotai beast. It looked terrifying. Although he had a human head, he also had a Taotiez body complete with a tail. As his 4 hoofs stepped down, a ferocious life force emitted from his body. Daotai was considered a menacing kind of demon beast. When he stepped onto the celestial demon arena, his head also became that of a demon beast. Within a fierce aura, his sharp teeth appeared as horns grew from his head. He glanced toward that warrior in contempt as golden divine thunders shone on the Golden Clan cultivator's body, resonating with the sky and the earth. The bright golden light of catastrophe appeared in the vast space, covering the sky and hiding the sun. Boom! Golden lightning descended from the sky. An endless stream of sword-like golden beams of light split the void sky, crushing toward the Daotai Big Demon's body. Along with the celestial demon area, even the vast sky was filled with bright golden lightning rays. They hovered over each warrior's head, threatening several demon beasts. The Daotai Big Demon glanced at the other side and felt the might of the perilous thunder of Gungjin. As he let out a low roar, his body grew to the size of a mountain standing on the battlefield. One by one, some patterns resembling mouths appeared on his enlarged body. The Daotai Big Demon Beast claimed to be able to devour the great law of sky and earth. When the golden lightning of catastrophe fell, all the mouths on the mountainous body simultaneously opened. The demon aura engulfed the vast world and swallowed perilous thunder of Gungjin. Boom! He stepped on the area, facing forward, and roared again. A demon vortex appeared between the sky and earth, enveloped the Golden Clan warrior directly inside the vortex storm, trying to devour it. As golden lightning bolts exploded directly over the battle platform, the Golden Clan warrior rose to the sky with the power and removed the horrifying vortex. The demonic whirlpool continued spiraling upwards. The warrior looked emotionless as his life spirit bloomed behind him as a golden sword of catastrophe. He waved his palm, and the infinite perilous thunder of Gungjin in front of him integrated with the sword. Numerous golden divine swords suddenly appeared in the sky. The thunderous booms trembled everyone's eardrums. The divine thunder fell and the great laws became as one. In the middle was a golden sword that seemed capable of chopping down the 9 skies. Warriors of the 8 Thunder Law sects looked solemn. This time the selected challengers were outstanding top-level figures of true self-plane of the 8 sects. If they were defeated, they should have been able to retreat safely. Letting out a roar again, the gigantic demon beast Daotai, who had transformed back into a huge original beast, stood on his 4 hoofs, with big mouths open at the same time. A horrible demonic cloud storm appeared above the sky. The huge whirlpool seemed to want to swallow all the skies. The sky over the vast endless area was full of terrifying clouds. All the phantoms of the Daotai Big Demon Beasts also ascended into the sky, devouring the converged golden divine swords in the sky. Cultivators of the Golden Sect looked solemn. Golden divine prints were drawn in their hands. The catastrophe thunder of the great law transformed into golden divine swords, piercing through the sky and opening up the world. At that moment, it seemed that all the golden divine swords in the 9 skies thrust down. The golden light rays enveloped the sky, emitting powerful energy. The battlefield was consumed by the perilous thunder of Gungjin and demonic whirlwinds. Rolls of booming sounds erupted above the sky, causing horrifying collisions that shook people's minds. Several golden divine swords seemed to be getting devoured as phantoms of the Daotai Big Demon Beasts were also annihilated. The strongest golden divine sword thrust towards the Daotai beast's real body, igniting tens of thousands of afterglow rays in the sky. Warriors of the 8 sects looked somehow relieved. The battle was so intense because both sides had fought with all their might. Before, when they challenged the Matrix, they had their abilities restrained with no opportunity to be fully unleashed. Although the 4 demon princes were powerful, the matrices formed by numerous big demon beasts were far more threatening than their individual attacks. However, the risk of challenging them was greater. This demon prince hit hard. Sky-shattering sounds of collision erupted above the sky. Everyone stared at that side as a huge body descended and, following a boom, fell on the celestial demon arena and trembled it. It was the Daotai big demon beast, drenched in blood. On the other side, the warrior of the Golden Clan sect also flew out feebly before falling to the ground with his whole body also soaked with blood. Many warriors with strong abilities had witnessed the finishing blow. The strongest golden divine sword still failed to fatally wound the Daotai big demon beast and only gave him slight injuries. However, the warrior of Golden Clan sect was hit hard and severely injured. After all, the Daotai big demon beast was more powerful than the warrior of the Golden Clan sect. Demon beasts had a natural physical advantage, but human cultivators were better at cultivation methods. At that moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the void sky as another warrior from the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects came to the arena. He tossed out a storage ring and immediately charged at the Daotai big demon beast, the lightning swiftly sweeping across the sky. Above the arena, Zhu Yang demon crown prince frowned. Did they still want to try tiring them out? In the crowd, Futian had been watching this battle carefully. While the Daotai demon beast defeated that warrior in the first round, the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects were not common forces. If they kept sending elite warriors to fight, these 4 demon princes would be in trouble. As Futian had expected, the second battle was still merciless. The Daotai big demon beast still defeated the opponent but with some injuries. In the following battle, the Zhu Yang demon crown prince let the Prince of Thunder God clan replace the Daotai big demon beast. He was a better fighter than Daotai big demon beast, but the opponents he met were also menacing. After several consecutive battles, even the dragon scale armor of his original body was broken and stained with blood. Both he and his opponent were severely injured in battle, but the latter was taken out of the celestial demon arena. Another figure leaped up onto the arena, lightning illuminating the sky. A dragon's voice trembled in the sky like the sound of a war drum, and a huge thunder dragon hovered in the sky. "Second brother, come back." Just then, a voice came from above the stairs. When the Prince of the Thunder God clan wanted to keep fighting, Zhu Yang demon crown prince stood from the throne in the sky and stepped forward into the void sky. The Prince of the Thunder God clan looked back, then returned his giant body to its previous state. He moved backward, leaving the battlefield to the crown prince. The warrior of the 8 Thunder sects glanced up at the Zhu Yang crown prince walking in the void air. With golden flames blazing in his eyes, the demon crown prince headed straight towards him. Thunder light shone from his body and collided with the golden divine fire shot down from the void sky, bright lightning surrounding him. Bang! Zhu Yarrow demon crown prince took another step forward. The void sky trembled violently as if a mountain was about to drop down and oppress this side of the sky. He stretched out one palm, and endless golden divine fire converged into a huge stick. Bang! He stepped out again, like stepping on that human warrior's heart. As the divine fire approached, its sky-shattering might overwhelmed the warrior of Thunder sect. He was not the only one, countless warriors also felt the pressure. It was the first time that Zhu Yang demon crown prince showed his ability. Bang! With another step forward, the Thunder sect warrior's body soared straight into the sky, surrounded by the endless divine thunder. Just then, the long stick in the hands of Zhu Yang demon crown prince slashed out. The long stick born from the golden divine fire suddenly grew and slashed down from the sky, covering the sky and hiding the sun as one stick cut through the sky. The Thunder sect warrior's face suddenly turned pale, and his body turned into thousands of thunder shadows and moved in all directions. Under the might of the stick, the great law came down and slowed him down. Endless stick shadows fell all at once, smashing and collapsing all thunder shadows. Boom! A violent sound came out, and the time and space seemed to be frozen. The flashes of the stick stopped and turned into one. The Thunder Sect warrior's body was directly hit with a violent blow, and then he fell from the void sky feebly, constantly spitting out blood. With one blow, he was badly injured. Perhaps his trip would just end here, and he had to be taken back now. The Law of Stick. Yi Futian took a glance at Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince and murmured. The weapon looked quite familiar to him. The great demon beasts of Zhu Yang clan were known as soldier beasts, resembling belligerent apes. It was said that Zhu Yang was a kind of ape. Before, the verdant gazelle palace lord told Yi Futian that the Zhu Yang clan might have been on good terms with the ape clan, and thus was implicated and exiled to the celestial demon city. At that moment, Yi Futian felt a little familiar with this martial art of stick. The ape clan inherited the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques. The 81 strikes of stick techniques were the foundation that the demon beasts of the ape clan could have their newfound knowledge based on, like the fact that the late Snow Ape Emperor created the 9 heavenly attacks based on the 81 strikes. However, this should have been considered his legacy, and Yi Futian was the only person who inherited it and passed it on to the Golden Apes. Zhu Yang's martial art of stick was probably familiar to him because it was also derived from the stick techniques of the ape clan, with absolutely overbearing power. It seemed that the Zhu Yang clan was close to the ape clan. In that case, then it's no wonder he was on good terms with the Thunder God clan. They even called each other brothers. Of course, other people thought from Yi Futian. When countless people saw the warrior of the Thunder Sect fall, they looked up towards the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince who stood in the air with a long stick in hand, his whole body shining. The ignited hope of the 8 Thunder Law sects seemed to have been extinguished again. They had wounded the Daotai beast and the big demon beast of the Thunder God clan. If they continued sending warriors to challenge, it was possible to be victorious. If the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince was so powerful, however, how could they fight? With a single blow, he could severely injure and incapacitate a warrior. It was clear that the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince was much stronger than the other 2 big demon beasts. Anyone else? The Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince said coldly and proudly, a pair of golden eyes full of contempt. Boom! Thunder light illuminated the sky. Another Thunder Sect warrior stepped out, concentrating the Thunder Law in his hands. Expecting his arrival, the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince Yarrow wielded the long stick in his hand as his body hovered in the void sky. Countless shadows of his appeared in the space alongside tens of thousands of stick shadows. Another strike came, followed by tens of thousands of stick shadows. The might of the great law befell. People stared at where they collided. When the sound of thunder rang out, they saw the warrior's body fly backward and loudly fall back to the ground, his body twitching. Bang! The Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince stepped into the void sky and landed on the edge of the celestial demon arena. His golden eyes full of divine flame swept towards the crowd, fixed on several figures in the distance. Would those cultivators of the top human forces remain idle? Above the sky shone the light of thunder, and a group of people approached from a distance. The leader looked toward the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince, his eyes like lightning. At that moment, both demon beasts and human cultivators also looked to that side. Warriors of the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects all looked towards the sky dome. Seeing those people stopped their movement right above them in the sky. They were cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace. They hadn't expected that they needed to show up at the first stop, the celestial demon city of the demon realm. They thought that the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects would be enough to cope with them, but the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince was more difficult to deal with than expected. More people were coming from other directions, to which many demon beasts gave way. In one direction, a group of gorgeous women showed up. They were like fairy goddesses, captivating several people. Many warriors guarded around them, separating those covetous demon beasts from the goddesses in case the latter were affected. Cultivators of the Brahma's pure sky, the excited crowd talked about them. It seemed that people of the top forces were ready to show up. Another group of figures in gorgeous robes also showed up, all of them with a transcendent temperament. Demon beasts voluntarily gave way to them, and the vast space was occupied only by human cultivators. These people were from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Their intimidating gaze swept towards the Zhu-Yang demon crown prince in the void sky. As the top forces of the heavenly mandate realm, they knew more things than most people. The Zhu-Yang clan once was also very powerful. Although the Zhu-Yang demon emperor was not a demon emperor of the highest rank, he was still prominent in the demon realm. The demon crown prince seemed to have inherited the demon emperor's talent and was overbearing, but if he wanted to stop them, then he was biting off more than he could chew. The top forces of the heavenly mandate realm would have lost dignity if they personally fought with him. Up in the sky, the Zhu-Yang demon crown prince glanced towards these people with a pair of golden eyes as the fighting will from his body dripped down. Finally, they showed up. Just then a voice rang out and said, "The 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects of the heavenly mandate realm all inherited from the Violet Heavenly Palace. Is this all you can do?" Everyone turned to find that the ones who spoke were those of the heavenly mandate dynasty in stunning clothes. There were not many people coming from the heavenly mandate dynasty, and the people around them were all talented royal warriors ruled by the heavenly mandate dynasty. In the central area of the heavenly mandate realm, the heavenly mandate dynasty ruled several forces that once prospered, some of which were similar to the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox forces such as the Purple Underground sect. The heavenly mandate dynasty had the right to direct governance and was the strongest power in the heavenly mandate realm. It once stood on the political apex of heavenly mandate realm. However, the heavenly mandate dynasty was brought to ruins after battling with Jiyu Tianxing, and its power was greatly weakened. Now it no longer had an advantage over the other 4 top powers. There are forces in the heavenly mandate dynasty, but why have I never seen any of you lend us a hand? Zhong Changqing replied. Although they came from the heavenly mandate dynasty, the Purple Underground sect was not under their influence. The dynasty didn't dare to touch the 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects, even though the Purple Underground sect was in awe of the heavenly mandate dynasty, he didn't fear them. The warrior of the heavenly mandate dynasty glanced at Zhong Changqing and said, "This time in the event of the 8 divine mountains, there were 2 people who broke records. Why don't you let them fight?" This time there was another person besides Futian who broke the heavenly thunder record of divine mountains, in the godslaughtering mountain. The thunder law inherited by the godslaughtering mountain was the overbearing power of the demonic thunder of Lucian. The name of the person who broke the mountain was Wang Chao, who was now the direct disciple of the godslaughtering clan Renhuang. Now he was also in the crowd. However, the godslaughtering clan didn't plan for Wang Chao to fight. This person who had broken the record was considered a significant talent that the godslaughtering clan would especially raise. If there was no guarantee, they did not want him to fight against the Zhu-Yang demon crown prince. As for the other person who broke the record, Futian didn't even join the 8 Thunder Law sect. Zhong Changqing looked somewhere else. Because demon beasts had retreated from this area, Futian looked quite conspicuous, he was just standing nearby. Besides Futian, there was the verdant gazelle palace lord, the bull beast and warriors of the demon peacock emperor's realm, they were all demon beasts. The scene made Zhong Changqing look puzzled. Had he figured out the connections between the other demon clans? Besides, many of the demon beasts around him were quite powerful. Although Kong Xian's life force was not strong, Zhong Changqing could tell she was of unusual origin from her outstanding temperament and beauty. She probably was a demon emperor's offspring who was born to be able to transform. You have been forbidden to cultivate in Thunder Law. Now, are you going to join the demon realm? Zhong Changqing said to Futian. Futian, who had been watching the battle quietly, did not expect that he would get involved. He looked at Zhong Changqing from a distance and said, "I cultivate in whatever fields I like. What does it have to do with you? Also, it's my own business whether or not I cultivate in Thunder Law. Why do I need you to tell me to stop?" The moment Futian finished speaking, the warriors' eyes all fell on him. They all knew something about Futian. The man who broke the record of Wutu Divine Mountain was now staying with demon beasts. Was it because he knew he had no future in the heavenly mandate realm? Since you chose not to join the Thunder Orthodox sect, you have volunteered to give up cultivating in Thunder Law, other Saint Plain warriors said. Did you create Thunder Law? Futian rebutted. The 8 Thunder Law Orthodox sects were humiliated on the celestial demon arena, so they now turned to him. If a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace claimed that he should no longer cultivate in Thunder Lore, did it mean he was no longer allowed? Since when did a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace have the right to decide his path of cultivation? All thunder laws of the world originated from the Violet Heavenly Palace. The thunder law of the Tutu Divine Mountain also belonged to the Violet Heavenly Palace, Zhong Changqing said, staring at Yi Futian. Since you have refused to join the Heavenly Palace, you are not allowed to use the thunder law to cultivate. Don't think you can forget about it after joining the demon clan. His tone was jarring and aggressive. Before I entered Wutu Divine Mountain, no one said that I had to join any thunder law sects if I entered the Wutu Divine Mountain, Yi Futian responded coldly. Was what you said about Violet Heavenly Palace's tenet of preaching the thunder law to the world to let all cultivators learn thunder law a lie? You are too presumptuous, the warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace said coldly. They looked down at Yi Futian in the void sky. Demon beasts around them looked confused. Were these human spiritual cultivators fighting amongst themselves? The Zhu Yang demon crown prince also showed interest. He walked back to the top of the stairs of Celestial Demon Arena and watched quietly. Yi Futian glanced up at the people of Violet Heavenly Palace. The light of thunder shone around his body, like the light of catastrophe. Before entering the Wutu Divine Mountain, I had already been cultivating in thunder lore. Since you claimed the Wutu infernal thunder belongs to you, I will not use it. However, I have long been cultivating in thunder laws by myself. It is supposed to be one of the great laws between the sky and earth. Who has the right to keep me from cultivating it? Yi Futian looked at the figures in the void sky and replied indifferently, you, the so-called 8 great thunder laws orthodox sects, prohibited me to cultivate your thunder law. Are you sure I value it? Everyone around him was shocked by his words. Was he showing contempt to the 8 thunder law orthodox forces? Zhong Changqing stared at Yi Futian. Did he just say that the inheritance of infernal thunder of Wutu was beneath him? It was not just Zhong Changqing, but all 8 orthodoxies of thunder methods were in the vein of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Did this person despise the cultivation of their 8 orthodoxies of the thunder method? Master, who are these idiots? The black-winged condor next to Yi Futian said. How could they blatantly forbid his master's cultivation? A group of self-righteous morons, Yi Futian responded. People from the 8 major thunder clans stared at him. A might of authority shrouded the void and the lightning flashed as if the thunder of heaven might descend from the sky at any time. I'd like to see how you dared to despise and humiliate our orthodox thunder method, Zhong Changqing said coldly. His sight directed toward another man, who stepped out and headed toward Yi Futian. As a saint of true self, he also wanted to see the true strength of Yi Futian, the one who had inherited the 1,000 strikes of heavenly thunder and broke the pole number. Boom! The infernal thunder of Wutu flashed with the sounds of thunder and explosion. Above the firmament, thunder cloud roiled. How aggressive was the might of the divine path that all the cultivators and demonic beasts around it retreated and gave up this space? The demonic beasts emitted a low, excited roar. Something interesting was afoot. These humans were powerless against their demonic crown prince, and now there was infighting. Yi Futian stared at the other with the same indifference. These 8 major thunder clans were brutally beaten to a bloody pulp by the crown prince, Zhu Yang. Now in an awkward position, they could neither advance nor withdraw. Were they now taking it out on him? Above the sky rang out muted sounds of thunder, and the infernal thunder of Wutu roared continuously, covering the space above Yi Futian. Yi Futian stepped forward as starlight flowed and revolved around his body, turning into celestial bodies. The heaven and earth seemed to morph into a world of stars, with each star flowing and dazzling. The cultivator of the purple underworld stretched out his hands, palms facing upward as if to hold up the heaven and the earth. The light of heaven and earth shone brightly and descended on his palms, gathering radiant brilliance. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed through the void. Moving like lightning, he rushed toward Yi Futian. Both of his palms flipped and blasted out at the same time. The lightning in his palms instantly exploded, with sharp lights blooming and directly attacking Yi Futian. Boom! The sound of thunder broke through the sky as the infinite infernal thunder of Wutu gathered above the palms, blasting inside Yi Futian's body. The rolling thunder of the great path above the sky descended at the same time, striking upon Yi Futian's starry battle form. The light of the stars was dazzling and bright but still crackled. However, Yi Futian's body remained untouched. Endless lightning rushed into the light of the stars along the cracks, but he remained unshakable. Those who were around looked towards Yi Futian. Endless lightning and thunder released 1,000 yards of lightning that flooded the world, but his body was crystal clear as if it were immortal. As he withstood the might of thunder, he remained oddly still. The expression on the cultivator of the purple underworld changed slightly. As Yi Futian raised his palm, the sounds of explosions rang out. Endless great path lightning of catastrophe appeared between heaven and earth, gathering into the palm of his hand. As he clenched his palm into a fist, thousands of thunder and lightning bolts of catastrophe resembling swords tore through the void. Upon sensing the threat, the cultivator from the purple underground withdrew his body rapidly like an afterimage of the lightning. Even so, Yi Futian seemed to stick to him like a shadow that also turned into lightning, pushing its limit. The two men's bodies simultaneously crossed the void and appeared above the sky. The crowd saw Yi Futian's arms forward, his fists bathed in the light of endless thundering light of catastrophe. Boom! With a loud bang, the body of the cultivator from the purple underground stopped, the fist of thunder blasted on his chest. The devastating light of catastrophe burst into his body, then bloomed from every part of his body. Countless lightning bolts illuminated the void, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. With another loud bang, the body of the cultivator from the purple underground fell instantly to the ground. His twitching body was charred black, with his long hair standing on their ends. Blood seeped out of his mouth, left in a frightful expression. The face of the cultivator from the purple underworld looked unsightly. Although this cultivator was neither too strong nor too weak, Yi Futian managed to defeat him in one blow. Furthermore, the attack by his hidden infernal thunder of Wutu could not even pierce Yi Futian's defense. Zhong Changqing and the others looked up at the figure in the void. Yi Futian also looked down at them with indifference and said light-heartedly, "Is this the inheritance of the purple underground? It is strong indeed." His sarcastic tone sounded particularly harsh. He was now the figure in the void clad in white. His silvery hair flowed in the air, his handsome visage displaying his apathy. Compared to the time at the purple underground, Yi Futian appeared even more unbridled and jaunty. At the time, Yi Futian had favors to ask of the emperor of the purple underground. Because of the many renhuang present at that time, he had suppressed his personality and true strength. Another figure stepped out and walked into the void. This person was also the saint of true self but with even stronger breath. As the thunder clouds rolled, a massive shadow of Thunder God appeared behind him with astonishing arrogance. This Thunder God phantom held a godly spear of thunder, and the thunder gathered above in the sky. With his palms outstretched, a godly spear of the Thunder God lashed out in his hand, emitting a bolt of devastating lightning. Yi Futian casually looked down at the other. With his palms extended, a long halberd formed. The thundering light of catastrophe gathered again and integrated into the long halberd, leaving space around it to tear all things. Bang! As Yi Futian stepped in the void, a mighty of the great path fell and shrouded the other. The cultivator with the spear only felt a strong sense of suppression oppressing him from above. Boom! Lightning skyrocketed across the sky and headed toward Yi Futian. Bang! Yi Futian took another step. At that moment, everyone vaguely felt that Yi Futian's demeanor was similar to that of Zhu Yang, the demonic crown prince. A flash of lightning slashed through like a streamer. Yi Futian's figure headed toward the cultivator of the purple underworld beneath, and the long halberd in his hand made a direct hit. That cultivator of the purple underworld did not evade but instead ascended into the sky. The overbearing illusion of the thunder god seemed to be integrated with him, and its strength increased multifold. The spear enlarged as the thunder method sword, suddenly colliding with Yi Futian's long halberd. A destructive glare of light came out. Through the bright beam, the crowd saw the thunder spear crumble and shatter. Yi Futian's long halberd directly impaled the thunder god's body, as easily as piercing bamboo. With a loud bang, the illusion of the thunder god ripped apart. As before, the body of the cultivator from the purple underworld fell to the ground, unable to move. One strike was all it took. This. Many people looked puzzled, while the people of the 8 major thunder clans looked extremely embarrassed, especially purple underworld. The fight ended with just one strike. If Yi Futian was merciless, both opponents would have died instantly. This scene was similar to when someone faced Zhu Yang, the demonic crown prince. What method are you going to pass on to me? Above the void, Yi Futian lowered his head and looked down, looking proud and unrelenting. He was banned from cultivating the thunder method. As Yi Futian said, did he really want the 8 major orthodoxies of the thunder method? Black Wind Condor's voice uttered from below, "Master, what kind of orthodoxy of thunder method is this? It's so strong." He had morphed into human form, but his head still looked condor-like. Its sharp voice sounded particularly piercing. Just now, they claimed to be the orthodox of the thunder method and wanted to forbid it from this master. How astounding to them! The orthodoxy of the thunder method was meant to represent the cultivation of the thunder method of the Great Path. If one was unworthy of it, then they are not allowed to cultivate. Yi Futian responded sarcastically from the void. All the cultivators of the purple underworld felt their faces blackened. You are out of line. A cultivator from the Golden Clan who practiced perilous thunder of Gungjin stepped out. As his body rushed straight into the void, a divine sword of thunder created by the gathering of all the perilous thunder of Gungjin appeared, converged above the sky, and slashed downward. He was also surrounded by several sharp divine swords. Yi Futian glanced at the void, and suddenly there were ancient characters all around his body, which seemed to contain the starry great path that orbited around his body. They flew out and exploded in an amazing power that collided with the divine sword as it came down, shattering the latter. The cultivator from the Golden Clan condensed the seal with his hands. Suddenly, the endless Gungjin divine sword turned into thunder and blasted out as if it wanted to tear apart the sky, rushing toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian kept flying forward. The endless ancient characters seemed to contain special rhythms. The starry will exploded in the ancient characters, each resembling a star that kept flowing and rotating before colliding with the endlessly divine sword that continued slaughter forward. The divine sword was pulverized. The cultivator of the Golden Clan yelled in anger, and all the ways returned into one. A large golden divine sword converged, rushing into the clouds and slashing toward Yi Futian. Boom! Yi Futian stepped in the void with a powerful stance. As he moved, the hundreds of thousands of the ancient characters of the world turned into a huge starry monument beneath his feet and descended from the sky, pressing down. In an instant, the cultivator from the Golden Clan felt deeply trapped by the starry world. The golden divine sword blasted on the stone monument and slowly shattered. With the starry monument continuing to press down, Yi Futian stepped onto the monument and descended with it. Oppressed all the way down, finally unable to bear it, the cultivator of the Golden Clan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell. The ancient character descended one by one, blasted onto his body, and smashed him to the ground. It was still an easy finish. The person who fought on behalf of the Golden Clan was already an extraordinary character, yet he still experienced equally overbearing and instant defeat. They were not on the same level at all. Anyone else? Yi Futian bowed his head and looked down on the 8 major orthodox thunder clans below. Who could withstand the fight? The area suddenly fell silent. Most people were watching for the show, but they were also amazed by the arrogance of Yi Futian's fighting power. He could easily defeat even the geniuses of the 8 major thunder clans. This battle was enough to make the purple underworld unable to lift his head and lose face. Someone looked up into the sky. As the supreme force who inherited the power of the 8 major thunder clans, also known as the place with the most complete collection of all thunder methods, the Violet Heavenly Palace would come out and fight. People from the Violet Heavenly Palace looked downward towards Yi Futian, who was in the air. Back when Yi Futian had rejected the Emperor of the Purple Underground and the Violet Heavenly Palace successively, everyone thought it was because of Jiyu Dongliu. Now it seemed that there was a bit more to it than that. He was also more than confident in his own talents. He didn't think the Purple Underground would teach him anything, so he wasn't interested in going under the tutelage of the Emperor of the Purple Underground. Among the will that was revealed by Yi Futian in the battle, thunder was just one of them. There were also several different powers of the Great Path. His concentration was not solely in thunder. Entering Wutu Divine Mountain and breaking the pole number of Qianlei of Inheritance was all to meet the Emperor of the Purple Underground and plead for the release of his senior brother, Jiyu Dongliu. He had no interest at all in cultivating the thunder method. When the 8 great divine mountains opened, 2 of them had their pole numbers broken. In this case, let the 2 people who broke them have a chance to exchange, the cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace said. Even then, the Violet Heavenly Palace still kept their pride. As the supreme force in the Heavenly Mandate realm, having to fight Yi Futian wouldn't have been a glorious event even if they won. After all, they were the real disciples who cultivated at the Violet Heavenly Palace. As the voice fell, many looked toward the direction of the God-slaughtering clan before turning to Wang Chao, who had submitted to the God-slaughtering clan. This man was exceptionally talented, and his combat power was just as aggressive. What would happen if the 2 record breakers fought? I came today for the news of Jiyu Tianxing, as all of you have come for the same purpose. Now, what is this? Another voice rang out as a group of fair ladies moved forward with their robes floating in the air, appearing holy and pure. The lady who spoke was a maiden under the Jiutian goddess. She glanced at Yi Futian and said, "I am aware that you had grievances with the 8 major Thunder clan, but why bother provoking internal conflict if you came here for the same reason as everyone else? Wouldn't it have been better to break the matrix or go to the Celestial Demon Arena for a challenge?" This maiden, who came from Brahma's pure sky, saw that Yi Futian was an extraordinary fighter who possessed a sweeping power of the 8 clans that was as strong as that of the demonic crown prince Zhuyang. He and Wang Chao, the 2 people who broke the pole number of the Divine Mountain, may have been able to break the great battle matrix on the Celestial Demon Arena if they worked with the followers sent by other top forces. They might have even been able to defeat the demonic crown prince Zhuyang. Yi Futian glanced at the maiden who spoke. Like Violet Heavenly Palace, Brahma's pure sky stood on the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Emitting an unusually transcendental temperament, these maidens seemed as if they were from another world. To this day, they were still as prideful as the Violet Heavenly Palace, unwilling to dirty their hands. Perhaps they thought that, as maidens of the supreme power of the Heavenly Mandate realm, fighting against the demonic beasts of the Celestial Demon City was dishonorable. Such pride was etched in their bones. It also served as the foundation of the supreme power of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Even though he had crushed several disciples of the 8 major clans, both the Violet Heavenly Palace and Brahma's pure sky believed he was still more suitable to challenge the Celestial Demon Arena. "Even if I break the matrix, what's it to you?" Yi Futian said. From her tone, it sounded as if breaching the matrix needed to be made public. "What's more, I'm the one who provoked the infighting," Yi Futian asked in return. The woman from Brahma's pure sky frowned, glancing at Yi Futian. The black-winged condor came forward, looked up at Yi Futian in the void, and asked, "Master, who are these fairies, so glamorous and unreachable like goddesses from the sky?" Yi Futian looked down at him. What was this guy thinking about now? Everyone else looked at him scornfully. The Mount thought that he was such a proud creature, but was just full of flattery. "They're cultivators from Brahma's pure sky," Yi Futian responded. "Oh," the black-winged condor responded. "Brahma's pure sky should be very strong, befitting the status of master." He looked at the fairies of Brahma's pure sky and said, "Recently, my master needs a few maids. Might any of you ladies wish to serve him? My master will certainly treat you well." Everyone looked at the black-winged condor in shock, and for a while, many could not respond. Have the fairies of Brahma's pure sky serve Yi Futian as his maids? Was this bastard crazy? No cultivator in the Heavenly Mandate realm would ever dare propose for the fairies of Brahma's pure sky to serve as maids, especially when there were saintly maidens among them. Kong Xian also silently looked at the black-winged condor in front of her, taken by a familiar feeling. In the past, she was once so angered by this bastard that Yi Futian took the opportunity to gain control over the demonic beasts around her. Because of that, he obtained the ability to direct the battle for the empty realm. Now, she had so wanted to smash the bastard. The cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty burst into laughter. Even the royals of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty could only fantasize about the maidens of Brahma's pure sky serving as maids. Then this stupid beast dared to speak of it out loud. This seemed to pique the demonic crown prince Zhu Yang's interest. Yi Futian and the beasts around him were amusing. Very interesting indeed. The expression on the faces of the maidens from Brahma's pure sky changed, but a few of them remained stoic. A maiden glanced at the black-winged condor calmly and smiled. Even if we are willing, you should ask your master if that is what he desires. If you fairies are willing to serve, I'll consider it, Yi Futian said calmly. Many looked at Yi Futian. This guy would have wanted it. Really? A maiden said with a smile, I'm afraid you won't have our services. Saying Brahma's pure sky itself was enough to overwhelm most cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate realm. He would ask the maidens of Brahma's pure sky to serve him as maids. He was crazy. Whether I can bear it or not, we will know once I tried it, Yi Futian replied and turned around. No longer engaged with the other, he walked toward the celestial demon arena instead. He would accomplish what the 8 major thunderclans couldn't. Yi Futian descended on the celestial demon arena and looked up at the sky above. The demonic crown prince Zhu Yang glanced down at Yi Futian, looking somewhat surprised. When Yi Futian was with the palace lord of the Verdant Gazelle Palace before, he thought that Yi Futian just wanted to obtain information through their relationship. Now, it appeared that Yi Futian wasn't the type of person he expected him to be. He already promised the palace lord of the Verdant Gazelle Palace that after this matter had been settled, he would consider giving him the information. Even under such circumstances, Yi Futian still chose to step onto the celestial demon area for the challenge. He didn't care to use such means but intended to rely solely on himself. From below, the palace lord of the Verdant Gazelle Palace looked at Yi Futian. Old bull, we've been wrong, the palace lord of the Verdant Gazelle Palace said to the bull demon next to him. Indeed, we were a bit off, the bull demon nodded. I choose to break the matrix. Yi Futian said, much to everyone's surprise. Why didn't Yi Futian directly challenge the demonic crown prince Zhu Yang? Could the superior combat prowess of the demonic crown prince have deterred him? The previous battle matrix was just as mortifying, so it was probably very difficult to break. Permission granted, the demonic crown prince Zhu Yang nodded. Suddenly, several thunder dragons landed on the celestial demon arena, each thunder dragon letting out a low growl as the area turned into the thunder world of the Great Path. Thunder and lightning fell from above, and Yi Futian seemed incredibly small on the celestial demon arena. In Yi Futian's outstretched hand, a long staff manifested from radiant light shining on his palm. The demonic crown prince Zhu Yang glanced his way, and a peculiar look flashed through his golden eyes. Did this human cultivator actually know staff techniques? To think this couldn't get any more interesting. Are you ready? Yi Futian said. The cultivators of the Thunder clan looked surprised. Was he asking them if they were ready? Boom! Terrifying might of thunder condensed and formed, turning into rolling thunder that slashed directly toward Yi Futian. Bang! Yi Futian stepped forward and turned into a thunderbolt, instantly disappearing from where he was a moment ago. Space manipulation. The eyes of everyone flashed, but the cultivators of the Thunder clan still looked calm. Their sharp claws extended toward the sky above at the same time. A light screen of thunder appeared on the sky, and endless lightning struck down in an attempt to track down Yi Futian. However, everyone saw that Yi Futian was racing with the lightning. He moved so quickly that his figure was hardly visible. Above the sky, an extremely strong gust suddenly gathered, containing the mighty pressure of the great path within. The cultivators of the Thunder clan all felt the pressure of its might. Their bodies enlarged, and divine thunder came out from their mouths. Above their heads, an impossibly giant thundering drum appeared. Divine thunder was spat out from the great mouth, converging together and blasting on the drum of war. In an instant, the void seemed to make crackling sounds. The bright light that would illuminate everything bloomed and radiated in all areas of the sky, leaving nowhere to hide. Among the thunderous light that annihilated the void, A bolt of lightning seemed to race through the thunder at the speed of sound. Even so, a thunderous light still hit the moving figure, and a brilliant light burst out. The figure did not slow down and continued flickering with every movement. As the wind and cloud roared, the might of the great path pressed down and shrouded the cultivators of the Thunder Clan. Above the sky, shadows of the staff were covering the sky, with each one appearing to be able to break open the ground. Numerous shadows of the staff blasted out at the same time, covering all the cultivators of the Thunder Clan. The demonic crown prince Zhu Yang shot out golden divine flames from his eyes, staring at where the endless shadows of the staff now covered everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. The loud sounds were heard almost simultaneously, and the battle matrix was instantly split up as the cultivators of the Thunder Clan resisted the staff techniques. Above the sky, Futian appeared and struck out once again with the staff. The staff turned into 1,000 kilometers long and swept across the sky to sweep away all existence. Boom! The thunder dragon's massive bodies flew out backward. They let out low and angry growls as all of them were blasted out in a flash. The cultivators of the 8th Major Thunder Clan were intrigued by this scene. They had tried their best and fought the celestial demon matrix with the technique of tag match to no avail. How could Futian have done it in only 2 strikes? Even those of the supreme power became sharp. Futian must have been quite stronger than expected. The cultivators of the Thunder Clan stood at the 4 corners of the celestial demon arena and took a deep breath. The thunder will upon their bodies were rolling and tossing until it finally made a deep groaning sound of the dragon chanting. On top of the staircase, the prince of the Thunder Clan stood up and stared at Futian. It was clear how aggressive and unstoppable the demonic thunder drum matrix from the Thunder Clan was. It was far more difficult to break the matrix than to defeat him. After all, they were set up by the cultivators of the Thunder Clan, so its superior battle power was derived from the echoes of their collective will. Despite all that, Futian broke the demonic thunder drum matrix with only 2 strikes. The Zhu Yang demon crown prince also looked over, but he was more concerned with Futian's staff techniques than with him breaking the matrix. Like Futian, he also felt that his staff techniques were somewhat similar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. These staff techniques seemed to come from the same source as his. Naturally, the 2 cultivations of the staff techniques were based on their own cultivation. Each continued evolving their staff techniques so that they would exert the greatest power in their own hands. Even if they were from the same source, it would have differed as their paths to cultivation went different ways. The final staff techniques would have also been different. Just why would this human cultivate the staff techniques from the ape clan? Furthermore, he seemed to have known several demonic cultivators. Will this suffice? At that moment, Futian looked up at the top of the stairs towards the Zhu Yang demon crown prince. The eyes of man and demon met in the void. The Zhu Yang demon crown prince's eyes seemed to light up with golden divine flames. Futian's eyes were as deep as the starry sky, his expression unchanged. The prince of the Thunder Clan stared at Futian wanting to speak, but he saw that the Zhu Yang demon crown prince already said, "Yes, I will tell you the information about Jiyu Tianqing before you go." Very well, Futian nodded, then turned around to walk off the celestial demon arena. The Zhu Yang demon crown prince glanced at the others and said, "What about you guys? Since you didn't come out and break the matrix yourselves, do you plan to get the information from him?" The purpose of him setting up the demonic matrix was to experience the strength of the top forces in the world of human cultivation, but he did not expect Futian to be the first to break the matrix. He didn't seem to be a disciple of the top forces in the heavenly mandate realm. On the contrary, he seemed to be quite at odds with them. His combat effectiveness was as strong as that of the top forces. The cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace, Brahma's Pure Sky, and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty all lifted their heads to look at the Zhu Yang demon crown prince. Just as they expected, the crown prince was coming for them. The descendants of Zhu Yang the demon crown prince wanted to step on them to prove himself, but the idea was somewhat naive. He quickly glanced at the people of the 8 major thunder clans below. The cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace knew that these people were unreliable. None of them could rival Futian. Had it not been for Jiyu Dongliu, Yi Futian could have cultivated in the Violet Heavenly Palace. This would have been better than the current situation. Since the 8 major thunder clans had failed, give it to the Violet Heavenly Palace. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty said. The people of the Violet Heavenly Palace glanced that way. Very well, the leader responded directly without question. His gaze fell on a cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace as he said, "Zimo, you go." Fine, a young man stepped forward, and everyone from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty looked at him. It seemed that the Violet Heavenly Palace chose Tan Zimo to fight so they could avoid any further mishaps. This Tan Zimo was a well-known figure in this generation of the Violet Heavenly Palace. In the realm of the Saint Plane at the Violet Heavenly Palace, he was considered one of the 10 most significant figures there. It was known that the Violet Heavenly Palace had countless talented geniuses. Being ranked amongst the top 10 there for being the best at the thunder method among all the sentient beings in the Heavenly Mandate realm meant almost standing at its apex. Tan Zimo walked forward, clad in a purple robe decorated with patterns of lightning. He walked onto the celestial demon arena and stood in the void, the robe fluttering in the wind as he gazed at the Zhu Yang demon crown prince and said, "Let me try, as well." His tone was oddly calm as if it was simply a trivial matter to him. The cultivators of the 8 major thunder clans glanced his way, worried about this battle. The Violet Heavenly Palace finally came out to fight through Tan Zimo. The 8 major thunder clans were lords in their own right, but as the founder of the thunder method, the Violet Heavenly Palace was a place they can only aspire to go. No matter what position they held in their respective clan or how talented they were, they could only watch in or facing off with Tan Zimo, the genius figure of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Whether or not it was the Violet Heavenly Palace's intention, Tan Zimo's cultivation also came from the realm of the Saint of True Self. The cultivators of the Thunder Clan gathered again into the matrix, but Tan Zimo waved his hand and said, "Since you had fought previously, you make the first move." The sound of dragon chanting continued, and Tan Zimo's proud voice brimmed with self-confidence. The cultivators of the Thunder Clan transformed into sacred thunder dragons without objection, their roars piercing the sky. Above the firmament appeared to be an apocalyptic sight as the light of thunder swallowed the sky. Their bodies soared into the sky and flew in circles, devouring the thunder of heaven and earth before opening their mouths to spit them out. Infinite thunder light converged in the middle, where a boundless giant demonic thunder drum appeared. The demonic thunder drum matrix was designed to gather all the might of thunder on the demon thunder war drum so it would instantly unleash the power needed to destroy the human bodies and their souls. Boom! Lightning fell from the sky and landed around Tan Zimo. Tan Zimo stood there quietly, seeing that many of the cultivators of the Thunder Clans gathered the momentum instead of making the first move. As his mind moved, the light of endless thunder suddenly fell and surrounded him. There appeared 8 rays of light next to him as if they were the divine thunder of the 8 colors. The Violet Heavenly Palace had lofty requirements for the talent of the thunder method. Along with the control of one kind of thunder method orthodoxy, a person also had to control all 8 thunder methods orthodoxy so that they would become as one, all bloomed from one person. Read more chapter on our VIP novel. Both sides gathered momentum, hoping to win with one strike. The thunder rolled as the sky was shrouded in light, and countless lightning bolts bloomed in front of everyone. The thunder light surrounding Tan Zimo's body gathered into 8 beams of light and rotated around him. The 8 beams of light pierced through the sky and were integrated with the divine thunder of the Great Path. He seemed to be a matrix all by himself. The demonic beast and human cultivators watching the battle felt suffocated by its power. The sound of dragons rang through the world. The cultivators of the Thunder Clan finally made a move, spitting out the thunder from their mouths and simultaneously striking on the war drums. In an instant, destructive beams of divine thunder light blasted from the demon thunder drum toward Tan Zimo. Tan Zimo's expression remained unchanged. He pointed his palm forward and uttered the word, "Go." As his voice faded, 8 thunder beams rushed straight at the opponent. The 2 forces met and collided mid-air. The terrifying sound of the explosion made everyone feel that their mind also trembled, their eardrums vibrating violently. The sky seemed to be drowned in the thunder light, and the 2 collisions intertwined. Tan Zimo stepped forward and pointed his finger toward the sky, where 8 beams of divine thunder light descended from the sky and blasted toward the giant demonic thunder drum. Boom! 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 The divine thunder descended. When the war drum was hit, a terrible divine light burst out and turned its attack toward the great demons of the Thunder Clan nearby. They roared as they retreated. Bang! With an ear-shattering noise, the war drums collapsed and shattered. Seeing those cultivators of the Thunder Clan retreating, Tan Zimo continued to move forward. He raised his finger to the void and said, "Thunder of catastrophe." As the words fell, a Gungjin divine sword fell from the sky and blasted toward the demonic dragon, whose sharp claws slashed out to resist the oncoming power. But Tan Zimo's fingers continued its strikes and said, "Smote evil, God-slaughtering, life and death." As each word fell, it seemed to contain an orthodox thunder method. The heavenly thunder descended, and the roars of the demonic dragons were heard. Boom! With another loud sound, one demonic dragon was blown to the ground, covered in blood. Soon afterward, continuous trembling sounds were heard as cultivators of the Thunder Clan were struck by the divine thunder. Their bodies fell to the ground, their blood dyeing the platform red. It was a shocking sight to behold. Soon, all the cultivators from the Thunder Clan were severely injured and unable to fight again. Tan Zimo stood alone in the space above the celestial demon arena, illuminated by the light of the thunder light shining around him as if it will never be extinguished. He looked at the scene with indifference and glanced lightly at the sky above the celestial demon arena. Since they had clamored for the violet heavenly palace to make a move, he could only comply. However, something else needed to be done. Something needed to serve as a warning to the demon crown prince. Although this was the territory of the other, there were some scruples. The people of the 8 major thunder clans were afraid, but the cultivators of the violet heavenly palace weren't. Since the Zhuyang demon crown prince himself had set down the battle matrix himself, the violet heavenly palace, as the most supreme force of the heavenly mandate realm, would not be so easy to intimidate if he was defeated and dared to leverage the power. The Zhuyang demon crown prince stood up and saw the figures lying on the ground. A terrible divine light shone from his golden eyes, a flame burning upon his body. As he took a step forward, the Zhuyang demon crown prince stepped into the void and walked onto the celestial demon arena. A pressure of might shrouded the heaven and earth. In an instant, Tan Zimo also felt greatly suppressed. Although the Zhuyang demon crown prince was about the same size as a human, he seemed more like a towering demon whose every step made people tremble. Even so, he remained calm, for he also wanted to know what kind of strength that this most favored prince by the Zhuyang demon emperor, known as the unparalleled great demon of this territory. That alone gave him the confidence to continue challenging the violet heavenly palace. The heavenly thunder roared as the clouds above the sky tossed and turned, lightning bolts shrouding the entire celestial demon arena. If it weren't for them controlling the power, it would have probably spread farther than where it currently was. Is the Zhuyang demon crown prince going to fight against the cultivators from the violet heavenly palace? Numerous eyes focused there. On one side was the most talented great demon of the region, the demon crown prince. On the other was the genius disciple of the top forces from the heavenly mandate realm, the violet heavenly palace. How terrible their collision would be. Yi Futian lifted his head to look up at the battlefield. He wanted to see at what level the top 2 cultivators were fighting. Zhuyang demon crown prince was already standing at the peak in this realm, and there was nothing further to say about those from the violet heavenly palace. The most powerful disciples of heavenly mandate realm were strong beyond imagination. In the sky above the celestial demon arena, the Zhuyang demon crown prince stretched out his hand, and suddenly a golden flaming staff materialized. He then slung it over his shoulder and continued forward. The look in his eyes was fierce, and an aggressive might bloomed from his body. His demon temperament roared with his will to war soaring. Tan Zimo glanced at the other. The 8 major divine claps of thunder descended from the sky, covering him. Around him, a violent thunder field formed, and this thunder field attracted the divine thunder from heaven and earth. With his body as the center, a frightening thunder field was formed. The cultivators from the violet heavenly palace looked over there, and it seemed that Tan Zimo was also extremely cautious about this battle, as he had directly released his life spirit. His life spirit was unique. It was a lightning area that could devour the divine thunder of heaven and earth and could change its form at will. At this time, the lightning area had no fixed form and was shining between heaven and earth, but as soon as his mind moved, the life spirit evolved. At the violet heavenly palace, Tanzimo's body of the great path was naturally formed with superb talents, so he cultivated and understood the 8 major thunder methods. There weren't many in the heavenly mandate realm who had stronger talents than his. Those who had superior talents were all geniuses and were destined to enter the top principalities. Of course, there was still a gap with the one from the violet heavenly palace. After all, there were only the very few in the heavenly mandate realm who could possess the supreme body of the great path. He was destined to be high above others, ruled a generation, and stood at the peak of the mountain. However, it was thought that Tanzimo's talent was enough to deal with the Zhu-Yang demon crown prince. The divine thunder moved between heaven and earth, the lightning area was expanding madly, and the power of thunder was heading toward Zhu-Yang demon crown prince as if to cast a huge thunder net. A terrible golden flame was burning on top of the Zhu-Yang demon crown prince, though he did not dodge the flame and simply let the strands of thunder descended on his body as if the terrible thunderous might did not affect him. Tanzimo didn't care. He stared straight ahead, his thoughts shrouded the heaven and the earth, and the 8 pillars of divine thunder beams shone around his body and spread toward the surrounding areas. The thunder beams continued to appear, seemingly intent on burying the world. "Righteous thunder of Emu," Tanzimo uttered. As his voice faded, beams of lightning descended from the sky, the great path roared and smashed toward the Zhu-Yang demon crown prince. Golden flames from the Zhu-Yang demon crown prince collided with the thunder in the void and were at an impasse. "Negative thunder of Kueishirei, fall," Tanzimo spoke again, and thunder crashed creating chills, and the golden flames reappeared, trying to block the thunder, but the negative thunder of Kueishirei penetrated the divine flames and continued its invasion. Boom! A clap of thunder rang out, and the force of the thunder struck the Zhu-Yang demon crown prince, but his whole body shone with the golden flames as if covered with a layer of armor. Tanzimo didn't care. The perilous thunder of Gungjin, infernal thunder of Wutu, 8 major thunder methods descended from the sky in succession, and beams of thunder shrouded the body of the Zhu-Yang demon crown prince, shining on his armor of divine flames. "Amazing defense," everyone exclaimed. He was indeed the great demon Zhu-Yang. Those who cultivated in the same realm couldn't even bear a single thunder method. However, he supported the power of the 8 major thunder methods with his physical body. Tanzimo looked at the others and secretly said that the Zhu-Yang demon crown prince was indeed proud and arrogant. Both of his hands were forming a seal. His body seemed to be connecting heaven with earth, and thunder clouds of destruction appeared in the sky, painting a terrifying scene of the apocalypse. Boom! He took one step out, turning into a flash of lightning, and moving in the space at will, appearing above the Zhu-Yang demon crown prince. The lightning area of the life spirit rushed into the thunderclouds, and a terrible vortex appeared. Divine thunder turned into pillars of light descending from the sky, sheltering all directions. Tanzimo stretched his hands and looked up into the sky, looking solemn. "Fall." Tanzimo spat out a single word, and the thunder descended. This was the great thunder attack of the violet heavenly palace. The end of days thunder catastrophe. Its power to slaughter was total and complete. It would annihilate gods and demons alike. All the bystanders were shocked by the rapacious power of this thunder method. It was impossible to achieve this level of thunder spell unless the might of the cultivator was powerful. Such a scene of the apocalypse was akin to a great disaster. Several demon princes who were standing on the stairs were worried for the demon crown prince. This power was too terrifying. The thunder method of doomsday came down and blasted toward the body of Zhu-Yang demon crown prince. His body shook, and the golden flaming armor was shattered and broken. The thunder method seemed to be connected with the thunderstorm of the firmament, inextinguishable, and continued its blasts to his body as if to destroy where he stood. The body of the Zhu-Yang demon crown prince was bent slightly, and his face had a savage look, terrifying and fierce, as his body trembled slightly. Growl! With a roar that echoed in the heavens, his body suddenly began to grow. Although he was still being forced to bend his body, He kept reaching upward and getting larger, as if he was going to support the celestial thunder with flesh and blood. Is this it? A low, hoarse voice came from the demon crown prince, full of monstrous ferocity, and the demon twirled upward and screamed into the sky. His body continued growing. His arms extended, the long staff was also extending madly, getting longer and longer. He lifted his head, bearing the power of the celestial thunder head-on. Bloodstains appeared faintly on his body, but he seemed to not feel it as the staff in his hand swung toward the sky. Tanzimo's body flickered and turned into lightning. His body even soared above the thundercloud. He turned both palms downward, and the doomsday thunder continued downward as countless thunderclaps rushed toward the space below. Buzz! The Zhu-Yang demon crown prince, who had now transformed into a giant war beast, waved the long staff in his hands, and there appeared endless shadows of the staff above the sky. These shadows collided with the beams of thunder, and under the attack of the doomsday thunder methods, the body of the war beast flew upward. Suddenly there seemed to be many shadows of him that appeared between the heavens and the earth, and at the same time, he struck out with the long staff and collided with the divine thunder in the void. The scene above the void was truly shocking. The attack that was dealt out by the Zhu-Yang demon crown prince directly blasted to the center of the violent thundercloud, smashing down with endless divine power. With a loud bang, even the celestial thunder seemed to be destroyed. A figure continued to rise and appeared high in the sky. It was Tanzimo. Boom! Zhu-Yang demon crown prince stepped onto the sky and headed toward Tanzimo, who was high above the sky. Although he was not as fast as Tanzimo, for someone in the realm of the Saint of True Self, this amount of distance was negligible. The staff techniques method wielded, Tanzimo deployed a shadow of the thunder method and disappeared in a flash again, appearing in another direction. The demon crown prince let out a deep roar, and a demonic air engulfed the space. He stood still, the golden divine staff in his hand slashed toward the sky, its dancing shadows enveloped the infinite void and blasted its power toward Tanzimo. The lightning around Tanzimo turned into a horrible vortex of thunder, swallowing and crushing the attacking shadows of the staff. He stood on top of the sky and regarded the Zhu-Yang demon crown prince, saying, "If it was a real battle, you would be defeated sooner or later." He had an absolute advantage in speed. Even if the opponent's attack was extremely violent, it could not get to him. Those who heard his words secretly agreed that even though the attacks and defenses of the Zhu-Yang demon crown prince were impeccable, he was much too slow. Tanzimo moved with the thunder, and the demon crown prince was unable to keep up. If they fought in the air, the opponent's combat power was equally strong, and he wouldn't be able to destroy his opponent. You dared not fight from the front, and you had the gall to make such wild claims. The prince of the Thunder clan looked coldly into the void and commented. Tanzimo glanced at him. The offensive and defensive power of Zhu-Yang demon crown prince was indeed amazing. The doomsday thunder was terrible, yet it failed to destroy him. This kind of physicality was definitely at the limit of human strength. Since when is there a limit imposed on the rules of battle? Tanzimo asked. The fighting power of the demon crown prince was top-notch in the realm, and only a few could match him. But if this is a battle of life and death, I will not lose. Zhu-Yang demon crown prince's immense body turned into the size of a human, and golden divine light was shining upon his body. He looked to Tanzimo and said, "Where did you get that confidence?" As his voice faded and his body burst out into golden lightning. What? Everyone's eyes flashed and saw the thunder blasted from Tanzimo's body, but the golden lightning forcibly carried the thunder attack forward. Similarly, Tanzimo's body also turned into a thunderbolt, quickly retreating, but the golden light followed closely behind, and many phantasmic illusions appeared. Terrifying and fierce breath shrouded the entire space. As Tanzimo stopped his movements, the infinite shadow served the staff technique at the same time. He stretched out both palms, and the space around his body turned into a terrible lightning area, locking down all the phantom illusions. A shocking roar was heard, and the immense body of Zhu-Yang appeared above him, looking down. A massive long staff swamped this sky, breaking through the bounds of the endless lightning area and slamming at him. Bang! The shadow of the staff struck down. All the crowd saw was a figure falling from the void, spitting blood. It was Tan Zimo. He stabilized his body and looked up at the giant demonic shadow in the void, looking bad. Phantasm movements of human cultivation? Tan Zimo remarked. This was not something that would belong to the talents of the great demon Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang demon crown prince glanced at him, then went back. His body became smaller once again and looked toward many influential individuals from the heavenly mandate realm. Everyone looked troubled. Tan Zimo of the Violet Heavenly Palace was defeated by the Zhu Yang demon crown prince. The demon crown prince finally fixed his golden eyes in one direction, and the one who stood there was not just any power principalities of the realm. It was Yi Futian. Why did you choose to break the matrix previously, instead of fighting with me? The demon crown prince's voice was cold and indifferent, its might filled with overwhelming terror. Since I aimed to extract some news from the prince, naturally I didn't want to ruin the peace between us, Yi Futian responded. What if I wanted to see your real strength? Asked the Zhu Yang demon crown prince. Yi Futian looked up at Zhu Yang demon crown prince and knew his intentions. Since he felt the staff techniques were somewhat familiar, the demon crown prince must have felt the same way too. Therefore, he wanted to experience his staff techniques. Since the crown prince is so interested, I will do my best so that he is not disappointed. Yi Futian responded after seeing the demon crown prince was looking at him, and he agreed to the battle. Many cultivators were looking at Yi Futian. Even Tan Zimo of the Violet Heavenly Palace was defeated by the demon crown prince. How could Yi Futian counterbalance this great demon Zhu Yang? Although Yi Futian's previous exhibition of combat effectiveness was quite impressive, Tan Zimo's power was also witnessed by everyone. The 8 series of the thunder method, the divine thunder descended from the sky, and the great path of cloud catastrophe gave way to the final thunder of catastrophe. Even so, the defense of the other was not destroyed. This point alone would render the demon crown prince invincible. What was more, he also seemed to have cultivated inhuman movement and phantasm spell, with nearly no weaknesses. The people who fought with him would need to be from the top forces of the heavenly mandate realm like Tan Zimo. Previously, many thought that it was more difficult to break the matrix than do a battle challenge, but after seeing the display of Zhu Yang's true strength, they began to understand that his test was far more difficult than the demonic matrix. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Yi Futian had already walked forward. His body levitated as he walked into the void toward Zhu Yang demon crown prince. Sacrifice the staff, Zhu Yang demon crown prince said to Yi Futian, holding the divine golden flaming staff. Yi Futian held out his hand, and a starry long staff appeared in it. So it was his staff techniques that the crown prince wanted to see. Those human cultivators saw this scene and understood that the reason Zhu Yang demon crown prince did not challenge them was because he wanted to know Yi Futian's strength. His staff technique is a bit similar to that of the demon crown prince. Maybe it is the same great path, and the demon crown prince wants to see Yi Futian's staff technique, someone said. It's just that, even though the techniques are similar, but the gap between the practitioners is considerable. The Zhu Yang demon crown prince has such a violent attack, and its power is at its height. Will Yi Futian survive his staff techniques? This battle will let us see how strong Yi Futian is and see how far he can persist the other staff techniques. People of the Thunder Clan principalities argued that, since Tan Zimo had been defeated, they were hoping that Yi Futian did not have the strength to compete with the demon crown prince. Otherwise, it would be extremely embarrassing for the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Violet Heavenly Palace was the head of the 8 major thunder methods. If Yi Futian could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, then where would the 8 major thunder clans stand? In this great battle between demons and humans, they suddenly changed their alliance and hoped that the demon crown prince would crush Yi Futian. At least, this would prove that the Zhu Yang demon crown prince was powerful and that Tan Zimo's defeat was not embarrassing. It is unknown how many strikes he can survive, but none of you could bear even one strike of the staff. Yu Sheng's eyes swept over the people of the 8 major thunder clans. All eyes focused on Yu Sheng, who looked nonchalant. Even those who followed Yi Futian were arrogant. At that moment, an overwhelming might hovered over the vast space, and they weren't in the mood to hang around Yu Sheng. Instead, they looked at the sky above the celestial demon arena. The Zhu Yang demon crown prince held up a long staff. A flash of lightning crossed the void, and his body rushed straight toward Yi Futian. Above, a shadow of the staff appeared, and as it smashed down, a row of staff shadows appeared, sweeping through the void. At the same time, a heavy pressure overwhelmed Yi Futian, and the shadows of the staff covered the sky. Bang! Yi Futian took one step, and starry lights appeared in the world that surrounded them. The long staff in his hand danced, and a dull sound was made in the void. Like a real star, it swept away towards the sky. Boom! Airwaves with extreme violence blasted this space, and the demon crown prince swept downward. A low roar came out, exposing his ferocious fangs. His arms picked up the staff at the same time, and swirled it in the void. A violent vortex of the great path appeared on top of it, and when the staff came down, the void seemed to be chopped in half. Yi Futian did not evade but continued to walk on the sky. His body rose, with a sky full of starry lights. Another strike and the heavens and stars were integrated into the staff. And then another violent collision. Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince's body spun like a top, creating infinite staff shadows in front of him. Buzz! The body came down sideways, and the many shadows of the staff fell without any rules or methods. Yi Futian also detected that, at this moment, the Demon Crown Prince's staff techniques were based on that of the Ape Clan, which he completely integrated into his fighting style. There were no rules to speak of, only the purest pursuit for the most powerful and extreme strength. The staff techniques, which seemed incoherent, exploded out of his hands but was complete in itself. The long staff, as wielded by Yi Futian, swept out, according to his desire. Bang! Another strike and the two collided for the third time, but neither of them retreated. Golden lightning flashed across the sky, and the figure of Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince seemed to disappear, except the billowing air currents that were still roaring between heaven and earth. Yi Futian also twirled and moved, disappearing out of thin air. The crowd raised their heads and looked at the sky above the celestial demon arena, only to see that two lightning strikes were spinning toward the firmament. Boom, boom, boom! Each attack collided again, and each collision seemed to break apart the sky and earth, and the sky seemed to be wiped out by those all-encompassing staff shadows. The eyes of those from the Violet Heavenly Palace and the 8 major Thunder clans changed. How could it be? Yi Futian was able to directly collide with the Demon Crown Prince, and all of them were violent frontal collisions. The physicality and strength of the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince were top-notch in the demonic world. For a human to reach such a limit, it was nearly impossible. However, Yi Futian himself was not shocked into retreat but confronted the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince violently time and again. How could his divine power so great? However, Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince did not transform into a great beast. It seemed that he only wanted to see Yi Futian's staff techniques without the intention to suppress him. After the Demon Crown Prince morphed into the giant beast, his speed would be reduced, but his attack and defense skills would increase. Bang! A loud sound rang out as the two figures separated. Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince and Yi Futian each stood on one side of the space, and the Demon Crown Prince, looking at Yi Futian, said, "Great staff techniques." In this confrontation, he just wanted to see Yi Futian's staff techniques, so he hadn't exerted his best efforts. Yi Futian's staff technique was indeed from the same heritage as his and bore many similarities. It's just that the strength was still not enough. If I pressed for it, you probably couldn't have exerted the full power of the staff, Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince said indifferently. His eyes were golden, he had a reputation of being high and mighty, but he had a good impression of Yi Futian. After all, their staff techniques were from the same clan. Indeed, the people below secretly remarked, the Demon Crown Prince had shown mercy. No wonder Yi Futian lasted so long. So the peace was not broken between us. I kept the power of the staff under control. Otherwise, if the attack was to remain to this degree, I'm afraid your highness would not have been able to persist this long, Yi Futian replied, which caused the Demon Crown Prince to look amused. He grinned menacingly. There was someone who took his attacking power lightly? That may be the case. Try a strike from me, and let me see just how far you have progressed with your techniques, the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince said, unleashing his menacing aggression, and the infinite power above the sky descended. His body dazzled as if protected by a divine golden flame, and an endless stream of light from heaven and earth rushed toward the long staff in his hands, radiating as the rising sun. "I." Yi Futian responded with a single word, took one step, and a sacred brilliance flashed upon his body. Deed of thorough comprehension bloomed as his body turned into a furnace of the great path, and the endless power of heaven and earth merged into his body. He stretched out his hands with the long staff laying across the palm, traveling in the void. Boom! His clothing moved with the roar. An amazing explosion fused space with his body as if all the power of the sky was at his beck and call. At that moment, Yi Futian seemed to have entered another realm, and his temperament changed. Growl! The heaven and earth roared and raged, and there seemed to be an immense and incomparable illusion of a Vajra giant beast in the sky. This illusion shrouded the Zhu Yang. Although he had not turned into the great beast, the force he projected was equally unbridled. Bang! The void moved with the steps, the might between the heaven and earth enveloped Yi Futian. Cat! A deep voice rang out, and a giant golden staff appeared and struck down from the sky. When the staff fell, a divine golden light appeared between heaven and earth and cut through the sky. Bang! Yi Futian's body moved again, as he took another step. The sacred light of the deed of thorough comprehension rose, resonated with the great path and integrated into the staff. Moving with the staff techniques, unified with the great path, the techniques became one. When the staff techniques integrated, they countered the golden divine staff that was slashing toward him. Many stared at this scene. Would Yi Futian be vanquished by this strike? Boom! Above the firmament, the shadows of the two staff collided, and as quickly as they touched, they separated immediately. At the moment the two staffs collided, the crowd saw a figure immediately fly backward. When the identity of the flying figure was discerned, countless eyes below seemed to be fixed on it. A figure surrounded by sacred radiance with the staff techniques whistling and dancing stood in the sky. This figure was Yi Futian. And the Zhu Yang demon crown prince, at the time of that aggressive attack, was blasted away by Yi Futian's strike. How can it be? Many demonic beasts were watching the scene in disbelief, as were the human cultivators. They had all witnessed the great strength of the Zhu Yang demon crown prince. They had watched him crush Tan Zimo. But now, he was knocked out by Yi Futian's staff. The cultivators from the violet heavenly palaces' faces changed. This meant that Yi Futian was far stronger than Tan Zimo. Otherwise, how was he able to smash the Zhu Yang demon crown prince with a single strike? The eyes of the 8 major thunder clans, such as the purple underworld, were even more interesting. That dazzling figure who stood in the sky shrouded entirely by the sacred light, integrated with the will of the great path, and exploded out of his body. All powers morphed into a single strike. That one blow from Yi Futian knocked back the Zhu Yang demon crown prince, and those from the realm of the Saint of True Self couldn't even withstand a single attack from the great demon of Zhu Yang. Once, when Yi Futian rejected the purple underworld, some felt sympathy for him, sad that he had missed a great opportunity. Looking at it now, did he need to cultivate at all in the purple underworld? Was this the true reason for his refusal of the purple underworld and the violet heavenly palace? Well played. The people of Heavenly Mandate Realm suddenly became interested. Yi Futian had given them a reason to be excited. Before this, the people of Heavenly Mandate Realm did not take Yi Futian seriously, but now, they discovered that this man possessed combat power comparable to those of their disciples of the most supreme power. There weren't many like him in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. What would the Emperor of the Purple Underground think after he learned of this? Of course, the most surprised were the cultivators from the demonic clan. Before, they had been extremely excited and shouting. But when this strike fell, the area of the celestial demon arena quieted down, and these demonic beasts, eyes wide, stared at the void. The demon crown prince was knocked back. Above the void, Zhu Yang's body was bent. After he got a hold of himself, he raised his head, and his golden eyes swept toward Yi Futian. His overbearing physique once again stood up, staring at the figure opposite him. After the efforts were spent on staff techniques and strength, he was defeated by a human. He stepped up and shook the void. When he moved, the violent beast behind him appeared again, its body spinning, turning into golden lightning, and instantly descended above Yi Futian. A terrifying roar rang throughout the heaven and the earth. A fierce breath came from the sky, and an immense staff of divine golden flame appeared between the heaven and the earth, crashing down. The sacred and radiant light beams around Yi Futian's body rushed straight into the sky, and as he walked in the air, he went upward against the force and an awesome might swept across the heavens. As this happened, shining stars appeared twinkling all over the sky. The starry staff in his palm continued growing. He lifted both arms, and a mighty power rolled out to sweep the void. Boom! The two massive staffs collided, and the void seemed to violently tremble. The extremely aggressive demon crown prince felt the infinite power blasted on his body, then rush into him, attempting to destroy his physical body. Puh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the tense body could no longer support its weight and was once again knocked out by the staff and blasted toward the endless sky. Everyone's hearts started beating fiercely, even the demonic beasts. They looked up at the sky. At this level, the Zhu Yang demon crown prince would exert all his effort, which would only prove that, without resorting to the transformation of a giant war beast, Yi Futian's offensive power was indeed stronger than his. Above the firmament, there came an incomprehensible horror of coercion. The demonic atmosphere permeated the space, turning into a terrible storm. An immense beast came from the sky and moved toward Yi Futian incredibly fast. This time, it was the real giant beast itself. Its monstrous force seemed to be able to trample people to death. Boom! Yi Futian stepped in the void. His body spun, the long staff danced in his hands, his body, likewise, grew larger, and transformed into a starry battle form. Infinite starry streams sprinkled down and flowed into the staff techniques. Above his head, a giant staff slammed down from the sky, destroying the heavens and splitting open the earth. Yi Futian's staff went up against the force, and all the stars of heaven were one. The will of the great path was unified, and turned into the path of all destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the rolling shadows touched, the sky seemed to collapse. They were fighting in the air, but the crowd felt that the ground beneath them was shaking. The two figures seemed to stall above, and that moment seemed to last forever. Two pairs of eyes stared at each other, both were extremely arrogant. The next moment, the two flew apart. This time, Yi Futian also retreated, but Zhu Yang was knocked toward the sky. Only when Zhu Yang looked down at Yi Futian, he saw a mighty force was manifesting, and the momentum of the staff techniques seemed to still exist as if the next attack would be even stronger. At that moment, Zhu Yang demon crown prince lost his confidence. It was the first time he was unsure. In the past, he always felt invincible in every battle, no matter who was in front of him, he knew he could take them down. Those deep human eyes made him feel like he couldn't see the end, just like Yi Futian's staff techniques. Do you wish to continue? Yi Futian asked Zhu Yang demon crown prince. To be able to fight again under the encroachment of the 9 heavenly attacks, the deed of thorough comprehension, the starry great path, and the great path of destruction avenue and still able to continue, there was no question that Zhu Yang demon crown prince was the most talented great demon of the region. He had even could defeat the cultivator of the violet heavenly palace. Zhu Yang demon crown prince looked down at Yi Futian. His eyes were still full of ferocity, but the violent demonic atmosphere between the heaven and the earth was gradually dissipating, and his massive body was also shrinking, returning to human size. The long staff in Yi Futian's hand also disappeared, and the starry battle form dissipated as did the sacred radiance surrounding his body. On the staff technique alone, I lost, but if it was a real battle of life and death, who would win? Zhu Yang demon crown prince stared at Yi Futian and asked. Tan Zimo from Violet Heavenly Palace had asked him this very same question before, and he proved that Tan Zimo could not. Then, what about Yi Futian? The man in front of him was stronger than Tan Zimo. Yi Futian said nothing. A sense of will pervaded him. In an instant, a turbulent storm of space started blowing. Even Zhu Yang demon crown prince felt that his body was shrouded by space will, which bound him. In terms of speed, the demon crown prince had proved that he was strong, but in the face of space will, his speed had no advantage. The crown prince needn't be concerned. In my cultivation thus far, None within the realm have been able to rival me. Yi Futian said as he looked at the demon crown prince. His answer was quite obvious. In the battle of life and death, he would be the winner. Zhu Yang demon crown prince should not feel bad about this. This was really you are too arrogant. Zhu Yang demon crown prince said, but, you are qualified, at least more qualified, than the people from the Violet Heavenly Palace. People from the Violet Heavenly Palace looked terrible when they heard what Zhu Yang demon crown prince said. Tan Zimo's face was even more unsightly. A person who was not the top force of the Heavenly Mandate realm, but was just a casual cultivator, who claimed to be invincible in his realm, was declared in front of those who were of the supreme power of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Besides, listening to your conversation previously, it seemed that the people of the Violet Heavenly Palace forbade you from using the Thunder method. Zhu Yang demon crown prince continued and glanced at the people from Violet Heavenly Palace. Today, I came here to see about the real strength of the top cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm, but now it seemed that reality did not live up to its reputation. Upon hearing his words, the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace were even more embarrassed. Before, when he was at the Purple Underground, a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace claimed to have banned Yi Futian from cultivating the Thunder method. It seemed as if the world of cultivation could not tolerate Yi Futian. Looking back now, did Yi Futian need to cultivate the Thunder method? Based on the display of his combat effectiveness, it was safe to say that he regarded the inheritance of infernal thunder of Wutu as beneath him. It was just one battle, and it was laughable to make such a conclusion based on that. Tan Zimo of Violet Heavenly Palace responded, among the top forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm, there are many who are stronger than me. In the Violet Heavenly Palace alone, there are many. Although the strength of the Demon Crown Prince is great, using it as a measure for the world is short-sighted. Not to mention, those who cultivate in the Heavenly Mandate realm, not even those who are in the supreme body of the Great Path dared to claim to be invincible, even to those within the same realm. You people are indeed short-sighted. You think that there is only one thunder cultivation method and banned the thunder method of others. Xia Qingyuan looked up and said to Tan Zimo. Tan Zimo looked at Xia Qingyuan, as everyone else from the Violet Heavenly Palace stared at her. Would this matter never be forgotten? For the Violet Heavenly Palace, this was truly not something that made them look good, and now the other party mentioned it several times. Do you have a right to speak here? Asked a cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace indifferently. They were the supreme power from the Heavenly Mandate realm, and these people were poking fun at them. Yi Futian turned his gaze toward the cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace. Why no right? Yi Futian stepped down from the Celestial Demon Arena and looked at the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace. The pressure of might bloomed from the cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace, and in a moment, a violent will shrouded the vast world. Feeling this might, Yi Futian said again, the right you are referring to, was about to your identity as a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace, or your strength. If your strength is not good enough, and you are making a threat as a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace, then we are indeed not on that level. Strength not good enough. Yi Futian's voice made the people around him speechless. He said that the strength of the people from the Violet Heavenly Palace wasn't good enough? You are using one person's combat power to judge the overall strength of an institution? A leading figure from the Violet Heavenly Palace asked. The four realms of the divine path, your choice. Yi Futian stared at the other and replied. This arrogant man shocked the crowd into silence. Yi Futian had told the top force, the Violet Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Mandate realm, that out of the four realms of the divine path, they may choose as they please. The space fell quiet. The people of the Violet Heavenly Palace thought they must have heard it wrong. As they said, a warrior's combat ability didn't represent everything. But even the Violet Heavenly Palace had to admit Yi Futian was very strong and had proven himself. But was Tan Zimo weak? The 8 sets of thunder laws induced the final thunderstorms of catastrophe. How terrifying that power was. Only the mightiest warrior like Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince could win over him. But this moment, Yi Futian claimed that he and his group dared to challenge any warriors of the Four Saint Plains. Did he mean that his teammates could win over warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace in all the 4 levels of Saint Plain? How could a group of casual cultivators be stronger than warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace in any level of Saint Plain? He should not only be described as being arrogant. For people of the Violet Heavenly Palace, he was humiliating the Violet Heavenly Palace as a top force of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Not only were the people of the Violet Heavenly Palace stupefied by his words, everyone who came from the Heavenly Mandate realm was shocked and looked at Futian. Although this white-haired young man was strong in combat, his words were arrogant. Did his team want to challenge all cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace here? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a group of casual cultivators dared to be so presumptuous and claim that they could challenge cultivators at any level of the most powerful forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm. "You are like a dwarf judging how tall the sky is," Zhong Changqing said coldly. Before, even the Purple Underground sect and the other 7 Thunder Law sects did not pay attention to Futian, but now Futian directly skipped them and challenged the Violet Heavenly Palace. All Thunder Laws of the world originated from the Heavenly Palace. Even the 8 Thunder Law sects owed their heritage to the Violet Heavenly Palace. Futian glanced at Zhong Changqing in contempt and didn't say anything. His glance seemed to tell Zhong Changqing that he didn't care at all. "You can't even break the demonic matrix. Just shut up," Black Wind Condor shrieked behind Futian. Zhong Changqing's eyes suddenly lost their gleam. He couldn't prove him wrong. No warriors of the 8 Thunder Law sects were able to break the demon matrices, and when they wanted to challenge Zhuyang Demon Crown Prince, they ended up being defeated by Zhuyang Demon Crown Prince in one strike. But later, Futian forcibly broke through all the demonic matrices. They indeed couldn't rebut. From this perspective, Futian had won over the 8 Thunder Law sects. "Tell me which you do or don't choose," Futian said, still looking at warriors from the Violet Heavenly Palace. Since they were used to looking down upon him in a lofty manner, then he would choose to completely defeat these cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace in front of the world and let them lose all dignity. He would like to see how these people would go back to face their sect elders after being directly vanquished by their opponent. He wasn't worried about revenge from the Violet Heavenly Palace, either. If they vanquished the disciples of the Violet Heavenly Palace face to face, and the Violet Heavenly Palace sent Runhuang-level warriors to fight against them, from now on, the Violet Heavenly Palace would be a laughingstock in the Heavenly Mandate realm. So, the Heavenly Mandate realm would, at most, send other better disciples to deal with them. "I will grant your wish," a leader of the Violet Heavenly Palace replied while staring at Futian. His eyes seemed to contain very strong wills of purple thunder. An appalling air flow rose in the space around them. Warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace stood together, and the converging might encircled Futian and his group. When Yang, he turned his head and called someone's name. A cultivator of the Violet Heavenly Palace stepped out. The man was about 30 years old. He looked gentle and elegant with long hair. He was in the 1st level of Saint Plain, the Doctrine Saint Plain. There were not many people in the 1st stage of the Saint Plain during this trip, and among them, Wen Yang was the strongest. Since he wanted to challenge the Violet Heavenly Palace, then the Violet Heavenly Palace would show him what the real strength of their cultivators was like. "Please," Wen Yang said, his tone was gentle and without any emotional change. No one could tell what mood he was in now. However, Futian kept goading the Violet Heavenly Palace. As a cultivator of the Violet Heavenly Palace, the calmer Wen Yang looked, the more dangerous he was. The dignity of the supreme force of the Heaven's Mandate realm was not allowed to be trampled. "Yu Sheng, I will leave him to you." Futian turned his head and whispered to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng didn't say anything. He stepped out, raised his head, and looked up at Wen Yang in the void sky. Wen Yang glanced at him, and then he swayed up and flew straight into the clouds. He didn't go to the celestial demon arena. At that moment, Wen Yang looked up at the sky, the lightning shining above the sky, falling from different directions, just like the scene before a thunderstorm. There was even horrifying lightning directly entering his eyes and turning his pupils purple. That pair of eyes were extremely cold, and hidden inside was a murderous look. Boom! In the sky, there were rolls of thunder roaring, terrifying heavenly thunder converging and becoming stronger, countless rays of lightning falling. The purple light in his pupils was getting stronger and stronger, his eyes were unlike any ever seen on a human. Bang! Yu Sheng stepped into the sky, he soared up and chased Wen Yang. Around his body, rays of lightning fell, but he seemed to be completely unaware and continued to go up, ignoring those thunder forces. Below them, both human cultivators and demon beasts were looking up at the sky. They also wanted to see if the people around Yi Futian could threaten the Violet Heavenly Palace. Read more chapter on our VIP novel. Although they also recognized Yi Futian's ability, they also felt his words were too arrogant. Letting the Violet Heavenly Palace choose any of the 4 Saint Planes to challenge? It sounded crazy. This time, Wen Yang of the Violet Heavenly Palace would be ruthless towards him. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the sky, and the crowd saw a terrible beam of lightning converge instantly. Above the sky, a pair of eyes with 2 huge purple pupils appeared. This pair of eyes crazily devoured the will of Great Thunder Lore in the space and turned it into a terrifying cloud of catastrophe. Purple pupils, people murmured, stirred by the scene. Wen Yang's life spirit might be pupil spirit, which could elicit the might of thunder. Yu Sheng was still suspended in the air, and suddenly a beam of light dropped from the sky. The dazzling beam of light directly split the void sky and slashed toward Yu Sheng's body. All of this happened too quickly for anyone to react. He can't escape. The thought flashed in people's minds. Just a moment later, the thunder dropped directly, and struck straight on the Yu Sheng's body, making a terrifying sound. Many people's hearts thumped hard as the might of thunder roared. Nobody knew how lethal this streak of divine thunder would be. Boom! The lightning struck Yu Sheng and endless thunderstorms submerged his body. When everyone thought Yu Sheng would be injured, they discovered that his speed was only delayed for a moment, and soon he continued to move upward. The lightning surrounded his body, but he seemed to have put an armor of demonic lore around his body. The thunder force roaming around him did not affect him at all, and his body was devouring the will of thunder little by little. The scene made many people have weird looks. They felt a little bit numb inside. The Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince's physical defense was strong, and Yi Futian also proved how terrifying his physical strength was during his battle with him. And now, Yu Sheng, again? Since when did a physical body of this level become so ubiquitous? Any normal cultivator of the same plane should be smashed to pieces by one strike of this Violet Heavenly Palace Warrior's Thunder Lore attack. Wen Yang frowned, his body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed directly into the thunder in the sky. The Thunder Lore attack mainly depended on the might of thunder. A more violent cloud of catastrophe appeared, and a pair of terrible purple eyes showed up above the sky of thunder. When he looked towards Yu Sheng, just one moment, Yu Sheng seemed to be in a world of thunder, falling into that pair of purple pupils. He felt his body and this world were all surrounded by endless divine purple thunder, which all slashed towards him at the same time. The dark golden demon armor on his body directly bore the power of thunder attack, and his eyes became extremely deep, like an abyss. They looked upwards and turned into a pair of horrifying demonic pupils. In his demonic pupils, there seemed to be a demon statue, like an ultimate demonic deity. Yu Sheng stretched out 2 palms, and the endless thunder wills was devoured by his demonic body. His body turned into a vortex of horror, like a bottomless pit. An appalling swallowing airflow was formed between him and Wen Yang in the upper sky. The thunder lore fell and was engulfed by the demonic figure. That pair of demonic pupils and Wen Yang's purple pupils collided with each other. At the moment when they crushed, Wen Yang just felt that a demon stepped towards him and forced him to worship. That kind of feeling made his body shiver. Bang! Yu Sheng took one step out, crushing over the sky and earth. Wen Yang's heart trembled. He turned into a lightning bolt and wanted to leave the battlefield, but around him, demon-like figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere and standing in the sky. Seeing this, Wen Yang looked stiff. He drew Prince between 2 hands, and endless thunder laws appeared in the upper sky, turning into horrifying thunders of catastrophe and thrusting in all directions. Phantoms of the thunder deity also drew out Palm Prince at the same time. The light of thunder lore and the Palm Prince collided, emitting a strong, dazzling light. There seemed to be a demonic melody lingering between the sky and earth. Yu Sheng continued walking in the void sky, with his palms clawing forward. Suddenly, the horrific flows of demonic law swirled into Wen Yang's body, forming an overbearing vortex of devouring that madly consumed the light of thunder above his body, flowing towards the palms of the demonic law below. This is. The people below looked at them, stupefied. Wen Yang's body was surrounded by the demonic airflows, which swept away all his power. The thunder wills were all devoured and demonized, crazily weakening Wen Yang's power. His life force was also constantly being enervated. "Come here." An intimidating voice came out, and there seemed to be melodies lingering between the sky and earth as if many demons were chanting two words at the same time. Boom. Wen Yang's body moved uncontrollably towards Yu Sheng. His power was being weakened. How could he withstand this power? Although he was stronger compared to other warriors of the Doctrine Saint Plane, there was a gap between his talent and that of Tan Zimo in the Violet Heavenly Palace. How could he fight against Yu Sheng? Another voice came out, and the crowd saw Wen Yang being directly dragged toward Yu Sheng's palm by the demonic airflow, and his neck was buckled directly. His body struggled frantically, and there was sorrow on his face. Was he, a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace, really that weak? It could be said that during the battle between Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince and Tan Zimo's defeat lost the Violet Heavenly Palace's prestige, especially after Yi Futian repelled the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince. In contrast, Tan Zimo's lack of strength became even more apparent. In that battle, however, at least Tan Zimo had performed supreme combat ability of a disciple from the Violet Heavenly Palace, and his defeat was not too bad. After that, Yi Futian raved that the Violet Heavenly Palace could choose any one of the 4 Saint Planes to challenge his teammates. That was why the brutal battle just happened. The first plane disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace, Wen Yang, was directly controlled by Yu Sheng in a domineering posture and elevated above others. He was trounced by the power that had an absolute advantage. Wen Yang was crushed in a humiliating way without fully exerting his strength. It was miserable. Even he began to doubt his strength. Was he that weak? Was the many years he spent on cultivation nothing but a waste of time? Countless pairs of eyes gazed into the void sky. This scene was simply shocking to them. The faces of warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace all became pale. They did not understand how Wen Yang could be defeated like this. Previously, they thought Yi Futian's ravings were just a joke. But now, it didn't seem funny at all. Yi Futian let them choose any of the 4 Saint Planes to challenge, and after they chose one and fought, their warrior was vanquished. It was so ironic. The fighters belonged to one of the strongest forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Violet Heavenly Palace. Banning him from using thunder laws, how dare you? The voice of Yu Sheng came from the void sky. He carried Wen Yang's body down, like a lightning strike, and smashed his body on the ground. Bang! With a loud noise, the ground shook violently. Yu Sheng turned around and walked back, leaving Wen Yang's body lying on the ground. He is so violent. Many people marveled. This was even more violent than demon beasts. When Yu Sheng passed by warriors of the 8 Thunder Law sects, he glanced at them with his cold demonic eyes. Zhong Changqing and others frowned and even felt an invisible pressure. Yu Sheng also felt a little bit perturbed at that moment. What happened to the world? A group of casual cultivators successfully challenged the Violet Heavenly Palace. And they came from the lower realms. On the top of the stairs in the distance, the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince was staring. There was a strange look in his golden eyes. Yu Sheng's power was horrifyingly domineering. The cultivator of the Violet Heavenly Palace was not weak in the slightest, but under Yu Sheng's might, he couldn't fight back. Who were these people? He arranged this celestial demon arena to challenge all the cultivators of the peak forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm, but now it seemed that it had become a battlefield for Yi Futian and the Violet Heavenly Palace. Yi Futian looked at the other side calmly without saying anything. At this moment, another figure stepped out, still from the crowd of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Obviously, they were not willing to let it go. For the Violet Heavenly Realm, this battle was a big humiliation. The warrior who came out had an astounding demeanor. A destructive might of thunder shrouded the world, crushing the sky and earth. He was more imposing than any of the other previous warriors. An unblemished saint. Futian glanced up at him. The Violet Heavenly Palace sent an unblemished saint. Their strongest warrior of the doctrine saint was Wen Yang, who was vanquished. Who dared challenge Yu Sheng? The true self-saint, Tan Zimo, was defeated by the Zhu Yang demon crown prince, but Yi Futian successfully repelled Zhu Yang, so no one had the confidence to defeat Yi Futian. So, only the unblemished plane and the Nirvana plane were left. Thus, this time, the cultivator who stepped out was an intimidating warrior of the unblemished saint plane. The warrior was not young, a middle-aged man with an aloof temperament. Yi Futian glanced at him and said, "Shall we continue?" Before, Yi Futian only asked them to choose one of the 4 saint planes to challenge. He had not said he would keep fighting. But apparently, the Violet Heavenly Palace was not willing to end the battle. "Let all your warriors below Nirvana plane come out and fight with me," the warrior said. "No need, just one battle is enough." Yi Futian responded, and he turned to look at 2 people behind him. In their group, there were 2 unblemished saints, Yaya and Mu Chunyang. Although Mu Chunyang was Qi Xuanzhang's disciple with outstanding talents, he didn't have a conspicuous advantage over the unblemished saints of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Although Yaya was at the apex of her unblemished plan, she was about to return to the peak Nirvana plane. She already had the state of mind of Nirvana and had previously been to the Nirvana plane. Moreover, her might of sword matrix was also extremely powerful. So, for this battle, Yaya was obviously more suitable than Mu Chunyang. Seeing Yi Futian looking at her, Yaya stepped out, without saying anything. Her body flashed. Yaya rushed to the sky like a sharp sword. The unblemished saint warrior of the Violet Heavenly Palace was called Huayang. His cultivation in thunder law was at its pinnacle. Seeing Yaya jumping into the air, he did the same, crossed the endless void sky with one step and came to the upper sky, standing opposite Yaya. Neither of them talked nonsense. Astonishing spirits exploded from both of them. Huayang waved 2 hands, and suddenly around Yaya's body, the sky and earth were filled with thunder. As if in just one moment, she had been sealed in the domain of thunder. Such a siege was not very powerful. Since Yaya was qualified to stand there, how could she be easily trapped? Yaya saw Yi Futian had no intention to attack, so she waved her hands, and the might of swords were condensed and formed from all skies. With her body as the center, countless swords showed up between the sky and earth, rotating toward her. Around her body, a huge sword matrix pattern appeared. Tens of thousands of words rumbled and devoured the sword laws of all skies. Warriors saw this scene and said to themselves, "A heavy sword matrix." At that moment, countless people were also watching the fight. This young lady was able to control such a mighty void sword law. He's also creating a matrix, but it's a matrix of thunder destruction, someone said. The crowd turned to look toward Huayang of the Violet Heavenly Palace again. The endless divine thunder surged, sealing the sky and earth. Sometimes a terrible lightning bolt flashed by, thrusting toward Yaya's body, but he was unable to break through the horrifying sword will. Are there 2 unblemished saint warriors going to fight against each other through the matrix? People asked each other. All the onlookers' hearts beat quickly. All the might of the great law between the sky and earth converged and turned into turbulent fighting wills, which only made the destructive power even stronger. Huayang flitted forward. He opened his arms and looked up at the sky, and beams of light descended from the sky and surrounded Yaya's body. Countless people's hearts thumped fast. He is so powerful. The rolling demonic cloud was similar to the thunder law used by Tan Zimo before. It should have been the final thunder of catastrophe, but this time the power was even more horrible. The sky, seal. The words came out of Huayang's mouth. Suddenly, towering beams of lightning blocked the sky. Numerous thunderbolts directly thrust toward Yaya. The scene was appalling. Warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace looked sullen. Huayang was of the unblemished Saint Plane, and his cultivation of the thunder law final thunder of catastrophe had broken through to the 3rd level. Once one entered the 3rd level of the final thunder of catastrophe, the attack could be transformed into a final thunder of catastrophe matrix. Using the great path of sky and earth, one could infinitely restore the might of thunder. It was indeed a crucial method of thunder law attack and destruction. If it was used on a large-scale war, it could be a catastrophic power once released. She's over. People of the 8 Thunder Law sect's men looked at Yaya and said to themselves. In the previous 2 battles, they were okay, but now, Yaya was confronting the matrix of the final thunder catastrophe of the Violet Heavenly Palace. How could she survive? Nothing but destruction was awaiting her. The 3rd level of the final thunder of catastrophe could terminate all unblemished saints and even threaten cultivators of Nirvana planes. Huiyang wanted to kill Yaya on the spot to frighten those people, removing the stigma for the Violet Heavenly Palace. Endless beams of thunder light descended, and, at this moment, Yaya below looked extremely trivial. Even all the skies were sealed by the beams of lightning, and the endless void space was filled with beams of thunder. The thunder law locked the sky. She had nowhere to hide and just had to withstand the attacks. Futian looked up to the sky. He was confident in Yaya's strength. After all, she came from the Nirvana plane, and now she was about to return to Nirvana. Her ability was strong beyond doubt. But seeing this destructive scene, he was still a little worried. The Violet Heavenly Palace was a force standing at the peak of the Heavenly Mandate realm, and its disciples were all extremely outstanding. It was just that the opponents they met here were also highly skilled, including Zhuyang Demon Crown Prince, Futian, and Sheng. Yaya sat cross-legged, and a huge sword pattern appeared around her body. In the sword pattern, infinite sword wills were formed, and outside the walls of lightning, there were still swords coming from beyond. Those sword chi directly penetrated the void air and entered her matrix pattern. Around Yaya's body, a sword-shaped light curtain was formed. Endless sword wills turned into a sword of storm, heading towards the sky dome, and collided with the beams of thunder light. Yaya was still sitting in the matrix pattern, and the might of the sword matrix was still strengthening. Die, Huiyang yelled. He stepped in the void air, rising to the upper sky. He lowered his head and looked down. At this moment, the final thunder of catastrophe exploded, and tens of thousands of beams of lightning penetrated the world, blasting toward the direction of Yaya as if they could slay all the gods and demons on earth. People's hearts thumped hard. How could this woman withstand such an attack? Perhaps she would be destroyed by the matrix of final thunder of catastrophe. At that moment, Yaya's body seemed to have merged into the sword matrix. All the swords shrieked at the same time, hovering, and turning into a sword-shaped storm spinning between the sky and earth, which then turned into an extremely dazzling sword, pointing directly toward the sky dome and shooting above the void air. Huiyang's eyes moved there, and suddenly endless light of catastrophe thrust out and crushed on the sword, which made the colossal giant sword tremble. Then, a woman's figure showed up and looked up at the sky inside a sword. For a moment, the sword seemed to be turned into nothingness. It went up along the destructive pillars of thunder light, penetrating the thunder attacks, roaming in the light of thunder, and going up against the trend, as if it was a sword walking in the nothingness. Seeing this, Huiyang felt strong anxiety. His body flashed into the sky, but the sword directly penetrated the thunder and targeted his body. It was coming. A glaring flash of sword light appeared from the matrix of final thunder of catastrophe and faded away. Those falling beams of lightning flickered and turned into a disarray of light. The core of the matrix in the upper sky also shattered and dispersed. Endless divine thunder poured down, but there was not as much might as before. When all things vanished, only 2 figures were standing above the sky. The sword will was flowing in the body of Huiyang, an unblemished saint warrior of the Violet Heavenly Palace. He got a gash on his body that blood kept flowing from. He slightly coughed and blood oozed from his mouth. His life force was weakening rapidly. The strike of the sword badly wounded him. Huiyang raised his head and looked up at the young lady in a white dress standing in the void air. She stood there quietly like a sword. He could feel a sense of mysterious detachment from her, which gave him the impression that the woman was not an unblemished saint but a Nirvana saint. He understood that although her current plane was unblemished, she was actually infinitely close to Nirvana, and even the might she exerted was already that of the Nirvana plane. Countless pairs of eyes stared into the upper sky. They watched those 2 figures, stunned, and felt extremely unsettled. They lost again. The Violet Heavenly Palace was defeated again in the unblemished Saint Plain, and the warrior was seriously injured. It seemed that Yi Futian's statement was confirmed: just choose any one of the 4 Saint Plains to challenge them, they didn't care. 2 battles were complete. Together with Yi Futian's better performance compared with Tan Zimo, so far, the Violet Heavenly Palace has been defeated in 3 out of the 4 Saint Plains. Before, everyone thought Yi Futian's words were nothing but ridiculous exaggerations. But now, did anyone still think so? At this moment, they were beginning to doubt that, even in the Nirvana Saint Plain, there were still more cultivators who were able to win over the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace in Yi Futian's group. This idea naturally came to them after they witnessed the 2 previous battles. Moreover, it was meaningless to them even if they fought in the Nirvana Plain. Even if they won the battle of the Nirvana Plain, so what? They still had huge disadvantages in 3 other planes. Hua Yang was seriously injured and looked quite dispirited. Suddenly he had aged a lot, and he trudged back. The Violet Heavenly Palace, known as the origin of all thunder laws, the supreme power of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, was trounced by a group of casual cultivators. News of this battle would soon be spread across the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Hua Yang returned to the group of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Yaya flashed away, and the next moment, she landed on the ground, standing quietly behind Yi Futian, as if the battle had never happened. At this moment, the place fell silent. No one of the Violet Heavenly Palace stepped out again. As many people thought, it wouldn't make much sense to fight again in the Nirvana Plain, not to mention that they were no longer sure if they would win the Nirvana Plain battle after 2 fights. Perhaps, even the Violet Heavenly Palace themselves had lost all confidence. It seems that your thunder law is not very good. From now on, when you are outside, don't always say that others are not qualified. That will only lose more of the Violet Heavenly Palace's dignity. In this quiet place, what Yi Futian said was like a loud slap hitting the faces of those in the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Violet Heavenly Palace was thoroughly defeated by Yi Futian. Everything that happened before looked even more ironic. Even though Yi Futian rejected the Violet Heavenly Palace, so what? All disciples of the Violet Heavenly Palace were vanquished by him. The faces of those who lived in the Violet Heavenly Palace were burning. If they had not had tasks with them, they would have immediately left. Staying here would only make them feel more humiliated. People were unkind to the losers of battles. Their failure was so obvious that they couldn't even say anything. They were speechless. Yi Futian took one more glance at Zhong Changqing and others in the 8 Thunder Law sects. His glance was cold and full of contempt. He soon looked away without paying attention to them. Yi Futian's gaze made Zhong Changqing realize that Yi Futian never cared about what the disciples of the 8 Thunder Law sects thought of him. Even if he could successfully challenge the Violet Heavenly Palace, would he care about their 8 sects? Just think about the battle between Hua Yang and Yaya. Zhong Changqing was the most gifted disciple of the Purple Underground sect, the future successor of the great Law Wutu Infernal Thunder. The Purple Underground Emperor valued his talent and his cultivation plane was also unblemished. However, he had asked himself if he was able to face Hua Yang's blow, and he knew he couldn't bear it, and he wouldn't have the ability to fight back. But Yaya could seriously injure Hua Yang in that kind of attacking matrix. If he faced Yaya, his ending wouldn't be much different than that of Hua Yang. He would be killed. Disciples of the other top forces, like the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Brahma's Pure Sky, also had mixed feelings because of the battle. The Violet Heavenly Palace was a famed institution just like them, standing at the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Since Yi Futian was able to turn the Violet Heavenly Palace upside down, their strength shouldn't be weaker than those of disciples of any other top forces. That was very unusual in the Heavenly Mandate realm. At the same time, some cultivators of Brahma's Pure Sky also went to the Purple Underground sect. When Yi Futian went away, many people sympathized with him and felt pity for him. Now it seemed that Yi Futian himself didn't care at all. At that time, no one knew he was this powerful. This younger brother of Gu's descendant was not as simple as he seemed. On the top of stairs of the Celestial Demon Arena, the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince had watched everything. He had also perceived how unusual Yi Futian was. He had the upper hand in the battle with him, and even the people around him were extraordinary. However, after listening to their conversation, he got to know this Yi Futian was not a cultivator from top powers, and he used a stick method. Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince was curious about Yi Futian's identity. In one step, Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince re-entered the void sky, other demon princes followed him, and they came to one corner of the celestial demon arena, looking at the crowd. Today, his purpose had been achieved. He fought battles with Tan Zimo of the Violet Heavenly Palace and Yi Futian and watched the battle between Yu Sheng, Yaya, and warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace. He hadn't wasted his time. As for other top powers, it seemed that they had no intention of fighting. However, since they wanted to find Jiyu Tianxing, they would have to take action in this demon world one day. You all know where the demon metropolis is, right? Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince looked at these people and asked. Suddenly everyone turned their heads and looked at him. How could they never have heard of it? It was rumored that many years ago, the demon metropolis of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, also called the Divine Demon Domain, was the birthplace of countless powerful demonic beasts. But now, the demon metropolis had become the most chaotic area in the demon realm, but it was also the most crowded gathering place of demon beasts in the demon world, where there were many relics left by the ancestors of the demon realm, even forbidden zones. Therefore, even though there were no top demon clans located in the demon metropolis, it was still one of the most prestigious areas in the demon realm. Many of the top demonic clans in the demon realm were active there. Even in a geographical sense, the demon metropolis was also the center of the demon realm. Jiyu Tianxing has appeared in the district of the demon metropolis. It is said that he is in a certain forbidden area of the demon metropolis. If you go there, you will surely get news about him, the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince said. He chose to announce the news in public instead of just telling any individuals. The information wanted by these top-level humans was useless to him. He arranged the celestial demon matrix here just to see what levels of strength these top cultivators had. Now that his purpose had been achieved, it was okay to tell them. What's more, he also wished that these humans would go to the center of the demon realm and see how many of them would be left there forever. People of all powers slightly changed their expressions when they heard what Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince said. He said that Jiyu Tianxing had shown up in the demon metropolis district and was in the forbidden zone. Did it mean that Jiyu Tianxing was still alive? If Jiyu Tianxing hadn't died in that battle, it would potentially be a huge risk for many forces, especially the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. Are you sure that person is Jiyu Tianxing? A royal member of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty asked Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince while staring at him. In the Purple Underground sect, when Jiyu Tianxing came in and just stood there, his existence was able to intimidate all Renhuang figures. One could imagine how threatening he was to the Heavenly Mandate realm. A person who had passed away many years ago was still so intimidating. Jiyu Tianxing should have been the only one in the century. Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince glanced toward the crowd of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and said, I am unclear on this now. Why don't you just go and see for yourself? Warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty frowned. It was already risky for them to enter the demon realm. It was better in the outer area, and the Celestial Demon City was the first demon city near the world of human cultivators. But they were very clear where the demon metropolis was. It was the core area of the demon realm, a chaotic place, where there were countless demon beasts, and even the top demon forces would be active there. If they went to the demon metropolis, the risk would shoot up. Moreover, if Jiyu Tianxing was alive, it was a huge risk for them to go there. Sir, where is the demon metropolis? Yi Futian asked the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord next to him in a low voice. The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord looked at the white-haired young man next to him. He was also stirred by the things he saw today. The people he encountered were very unusual. The demon metropolis of the demon realm was known as the place where the demon realm originated. Now it was also the center of the demon realm. The demon forces there are intricate and complex, and there are many large demon beasts there. It is far more powerful and complicated than the Celestial Demon City, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded slightly. The verdant gazelle palace lord looked up at Zhu Yang demon crown prince and said, I can tell the demon crown prince might also want to go to the demon metropolis. Yi Futian was surprised and looked up. Zhu Yang demon crown princess has been peerless in this area, and he arranged these demon matrices also to test the top figures among human cultivators. I guess, the demon crown prince himself wants to go out for a trial, the verdant gazelle palace lord continued. Yi Futian agreed with him. The verdant gazelle palace lord might be right. Zhu Yang demon crown prince probably had such a plan indeed. The Zhu Yang demon crown prince seemed to have noticed his gaze. He looked down at him, and soon looked away. Yi Futian knew the demon crown prince must be curious about him now. After Zhu Yang demon crown prince announced the news, warriors from the Violet Heavenly Palace glanced at Yi Futian, looking a little bit sullen. One of them said, let's go. After that, the party walked into the sky and immediately left. Warriors of the 8 Thunder Law sects followed them. In the battle of the Celestial Demon City, the Thunder Law cultivators were the ones who took the lead, and even the place of origin of all Thunder Laws, the Violet Heavenly Palace, had to join the battle. But because they were all beaten, they were too ashamed to stay there. Seeing them all staring at Yi Futian before leaving, Xia Qingyuanan whispered beside him, after being so humiliated by you, I'm afraid the Violet Heavenly Palace will remember you forever. Yi Futian had provoked a lot of hatred. In front of the world, he turned the Violet Heavenly Palace upside down, which made the place of origin of all Thunder Laws, the most advanced practitioners of the Thunder Law cultivation power lose all its dignity. He let them choose any of the 4 Saint Planes, but he defeated them at every level. The feud between Yi Futian and the Violet Heavenly Palace had been settled, but this matter would soon spread. Yi Futian shrugged, slightly turned his head toward Xia Qingyuan, looked at her and said, have you forgotten the way they talk to you? People of Violet Heavenly Palace were full of themselves, and when doing things or speaking, they never cared about Yi Futian's feelings, so Yi Futian had to teach them a lesson. Besides, everyone had to see the situation. If he had fought then privately, the Violet Heavenly Palace might have cheated. Xia Qingyuan heard him mentioning her, blinked, and soon turned around, avoiding Yi Futian's eyes. She did not speak, but her feelings were stirred. Was it because of her? Earlier that day, someone from the Violet Heavenly Palace said that she was not qualified to speak, which triggered the things that happened later. Yi Futian arrogantly claimed that they could fight with the Violet Heavenly Palace at any of the 4 Saint Planes and won all the battles in front of the world. People gradually dispersed, and warriors of all the top forces also left. Before leaving, they did not forget to look in the direction of Yi Futian. Today, Yi Futian and his party stole all the limelight, throwing the Violet Heavenly Palace's dignity to the ground and trampling on it again and again. Perhaps they were proud at this moment. But nobody knew how long their victorious state would last. For those who were also top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm, they naturally knew each other's strength. The Violet Heavenly Palace was one of the 5 supreme powers standing on the peak of power. There were countless cultivators and quite a few core disciples. Among them, some extremely dangerous ones had not been sent to this demon realm for trial. After all, there were some unknown risks in the trip, and the sect seniors wouldn't allow their elite to go deep into the demon world. Yi Futian turned the Violet Heavenly Palace upside down, and one day, the Violet Heavenly Palace would seek revenge. Although Renhuang would not do anything to him, if those Saint Plain talents wanted to settle with him, other people had nothing to say, and they might fight again in the name of combat cultivation. And because there was a gap between 2 side strengths, no one dared to say anything if the Violet Heavenly Palace wanted to kill him. Thus, in some people's opinions, Yi Futian and his companions proved their talents and combat abilities, but that might not be a good thing if they didn't have any top forces on which to rely. He had no top-notch background, but he had the top-notch talent, which meant he would be destroyed by the environment around him, just as an extra tall tree alone among bushes would be blown down by the wind. The Violet Heavenly Palace would deal with them sooner or later. After people left, Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince looked at the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord and said to him, "Are you willing to come to the Celestial Demon City to cultivate in the future?" The Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord gave him a surprised look. He didn't understand why the Demon Crown Prince suddenly asked. However, since the Demon Crown Prince asked him to cultivate in Celestial Demon City, he wanted to help him. He didn't care, but he knew that for his daughter, Qingyang He, being able to cultivate with the Demon Crown Prince of the Celestial Demon City was the best choice. At least this place was much better than the Verdant Gazelle Palace, and there, she would not encounter things like the incident with Yi Futian. Yes, I appreciate your Highness's kindness, replied the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord. Although he was unsure why he still accepted it. After all, he was one of the most powerful demons in the Demon Emperor's territory. Good, Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince nodded and then looked at Yi Futian, who was next to him and said, "Want to walk with me?" Seeing this, the Verdant Gazelle Palace Lord could tell that the Demon Crown Prince invited him to cultivate in Celestial Demon City because of Yi Futian. Before, when he requested news for Yi Futian, he didn't leave a good first impression, but after Yi Futian broke through the Demon Matrix and showed his marvelous fighting power, the Demon Crown Prince was a little bit surprised. Besides, when the Demon Crown Prince fought with Yi Futian, he advanced his cultivation level and could tell that they had similar staff methods. It was just that they both added their understanding and cultivation methods inside, so their staff methods could be considered independent from one another. Sure, Yi Futian replied and nodded. He also wanted to talk with him. The ancestors of the Demon Crown Prince and his people might have contact with Emperor Yi Qing. So, they talked. Let's go then, Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince said. Yi Futian walked out. The Demon Crown Prince intentionally waited for a while to walk with him, and the other 3 demon princes followed. What is the name of your staff method? Where did you learn it? Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince asked. He maintained the same human body just like Yi Futian. Although he was an extremely proud person, for those who could defeat him, he showed respect and treated them equally. What was more, Yi Futian might have a relationship with the ape clan. I came from the lower realm and once was instructed by the Golden Ape clan to cultivate the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques. Later, with my understanding, I evolved the staff method to fit my own cultivate method, Yi Futian responded. It was no secret that the ape clan cultivated in the heaven-traversing staff method, and the heaven-traversing 9 strikes itself was indeed derived from the 81 heaven-traversing staff strikes. The Snow Ape Emperor created the heavenly traversing 9 strikes after he left, and he was the only one who passed on the techniques. The Princess Eastern Phoenix, who went to capture the Snow Ape Emperor, was probably the only person who knew it. These skills were kept a secret, and usually, the Snow Ape Emperor would not tell anyone. After all, the situation in the demon realm was complex. If anything went wrong, there would be trouble. But there was nothing wrong with saying that he learned his skills from the heaven-traversing 81 staff strikes. Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince nodded without a doubt. He also had such conjectures. After that happened, the ape clans were torn apart. Nobody had a good time at that time. How about you, Your Highness? Yi Futian said. Where did you learn the staff method? The Zhu Yang clan is of the same origin as the ape clan. We are relatives. We Zhu Yang know all cultivation methods in which the ape clan cultivates, the Demon Crown Prince responded. It's just you understand the staff method better than I do, and you made it more advanced, which allowed you to win in our fight. In terms of gifts in understanding cultivation methods, human beings still outdo the demon clans. But I don't understand, why is your physical strength so strong? Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince asked curiously. Not only was Yi Futian extremely strong, but Yu Sheng, the demonic cultivator, was also terrifyingly strong. When I entered the saint plane, I had already built a figure of a saint. Since I began to cultivate, I have been refining the body by cultivating and never giving up, Yi Futian replied. Even so, you should have also cultivated in body-enhancing techniques. After all, even if you have the sacred body, the physical strength of the Zhu Yang clan should still be stronger than yours, said Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince. Your Highness's physical body is indeed very strong. In addition to the physical body, I have also cast the starry battle form with the might of law, so I didn't fall behind in terms of strength, Yi Futian said. The Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince nodded and said, from now on, you don't have to call me Your Highness, just call me Zhu Jiao. Okay, Yi Futian replied and nodded. The verdant gazelle palace lord behind him was surprised. Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince had told Yi Futian his real name, as though he was a friend. In the celestial demon city, Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince was the most distinguished and unparalleled person. Even the descendants of the other 3 demon clans followed him. He was the boss of the 4 tyrants. Yi Futian would be the first cultivator he was willing to befriend as an equal, and he was a human. One reason for the budding friendship might have been because of the ape clan staff method. Of course, another reason was that Yi Futian had defeated him. The demon clans respected power, following the rules of nature. For the ones who were stronger than them, they naturally showed respect. Hearing what Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince said, the Daotai demon looked dissatisfied. "Boss, he's a human," the Daotai demon prince whispered. Third brothers, the prince of the Thunder God clan told him to stop. He didn't feel anything, and since the boss had decided, he agreed. The gorgeous lady of the Feather Men clan also pulled Taotia's arm. Zhu Jiao turned his head, took a glance at Daotai with his golden eyes, and said, "Stop it." The Daotai demon prince lowered his head but still looked unhappy. "Your temper is too hot," Black Wind Condor murmured next to him. The big demon beast glanced at him with a pair of fierce eyes, and the Black Wind Condor was not scared at all and was also staring at him with a pair of sharp eyes. "This idiot, it is his honor to befriend my master. Did he dare complain? If it had not been for master's kindness, he would not have deserved to be a mount. I'm also going to the demon metropolis, how about going with me?" Zhu Jiao said after turning his head. "If you are willing to lead the way, it will be more convenient," Yi Futian said. "Don't be too positive. Demon emperors were not here in the celestial demon city now. We will have to travel by ourselves. I am afraid it will take a lot of time," Zhu Jiao laughed and said. Yi Futian showed surprise and said, "Where did demon emperors go? Their purpose is the same as yours, Jiyu Tianxing's news. Otherwise, how would I know about it?" Zhu Jiao asked slowly, sobering Yi Futian. Had Jiyu Tianxing's news also caused a sensation in the demon realm? For the third brother, was it a good thing or a bad thing? "What happened?" Yi Futian asked. "Jiyu Tianxing went to the place of origin of the demon world," said Zhu Jiao, his golden eyes looking into the distance, extremely sharp. At this moment, the verdant gazelle palace lord behind him was also slightly agitated. A human cultivator had set foot on the place of origin of their demon realm. It was an absolutely forbidden area for the demon world. What was Jiyu Tianxing doing there? Yi Futian also realized that the situation was becoming more and more unusual. He thought it was unlikely that Jiyu Tianxing was alive, but the change of survival was growing. The demon metropolis was located in the center of the demon world of the heavenly mandate realm. This district was vast and boundless. Forces there were intricate and complicated. It was the most well-known chaotic place in the demon world. Once, it had also been the most crowded place in the demon world. Many of the top demon clans originated here. And now, there was sensational news from the demon metropolis. It was said that in the north of the demon metropolis, human cultivators showed up in the mountain range of the place of origin of the demon world. Moreover, it was said that the person was Jiyu Tianxing, the most prestigious human cultivator of his time and the person closest to the level of heavenly law in the heavenly mandate realm. There were many rumors about the place of origin in the demon realm. It was said that this was once the place where the demon monarch lived. Later in the battle of heavenly laws, the demon monarch died, his blood turned into a river, his body turned into land, and his bones were buried in the mountain of origin. Since then, countless powerful ancestors of the demon realm had come out of the mountain range of origin. There were also rumors that the unprecedented war between humans and demon beasts had broken out in the mountain range of origin, and the bones of countless human emperors and demon emperors were buried in it. Until today, the thoughts of numerous humans and demon beasts remained there and were sealed in the mountain range of origin, making the mountain range of origin a forbidden area. Nobody could set foot in the core of the mountain range of origin, no matter how powerful the figure was in the demon realm. But now, because of the news about Jiyu Tianxing, the demon realm began focusing its attention on the mountain range of origin. It was said that powerful figures were coming from all sides of the demon realm, including those big names in the demon world and top demon clans. All of a sudden, the chaotic demon metropolis became the center of the storm. Everyone had a hunch that something big was going to happen. Many days had passed since Futian came to the demon metropolis from the celestial demon city. During this time, they were in a tavern of the demon metropolis. The tavern was built by large stones and was open air. At this moment, many demon beasts were sitting around eating meat and drinking. There were all kinds of demon beasts, some of them ate cooked meat and some ate raw meat. Futian and his companions were sitting together in a circle. Just like the demon beasts, they all sat on the floor. The Defy demon prince ate the most. In front of him, there were a lot of bones. Xia Qingyuan couldn't bear to see all the bones. She was sitting beside Futian and turned her head, with no appetite to eat. Zhu Jiao took a glance at her and said, "This is the demon world. You should get used to it." She has never lived in the demon world before. It's inevitable for her to have some kind of reaction, Futian said. He was grilling meat with black-winged condor, and black-winged condor's drool was almost visible. "These humans have fine skin and tender flesh. They must taste good," a voice came from nearby, followed by a burst of laughter. "Especially those women, that human female cultivator has nice skin, and that female peacock, hihi," said a big demon beast, staring at Xia Qingyuan and Kong Xian. In such places like the demon metropolis, there were very few human cultivators. These human beings stayed together with demon beasts, which made them wonder about their identities. However, demon beasts of the demon metropolis usually showed no favor to humans. "Third brother," Zhu Jiao said and gave Daotai a hint. Daotai put down the meat in his hand and walked towards the big talking demon beast. "What do you want to do?" the demon beast asked, eyes glowing with chilly dim light. Roar! A bellow shook everyone's eardrums. The Daotai big demon beast's mouth crazily widened and swallowed everything in the direction of that big demon beast. The big demon beast's face turned pale and despair was apparent in his eyes. How dare this beast wanting to kill anyone inside the demon metropolis? The demon beast was so frightened that he closed his eyes, thinking sadly that he would be swallowed up, and his body kept trembling. However, after a moment, he moved slightly and opened his eyes, only seeing that Daotai had returned to the original seat and resumed eating. The demon beast's way of thinking is much simpler than that of humans. They will test you first, and if you don't dare to fight back, they may consider attacking and eating you, Zhu Jiao said to Futian and others. Futian nodded slightly. Zhu Jiao clearly understood the idea of the demon beasts of the demon realm better than he did. "Come over," Zhu Jiao uttered in an extremely cold voice. That big demon beast with a lion's head came. He could tell from Zhu Jiao's tone that this demon beast was of extraordinary origin, but he didn't know why he stayed with humans. "Anything new in the demon metropolis recently?" Zhu Jiao asked while biting into the meat and not looking at him. In the demon realm, there were many demon beasts that he couldn't mess with, but they would never be encountered here. Even if he did meet one, he could see through them, so he could act even more audacious than them. He was confident in this. "If the answer is unsatisfactory to me, you will become this," Zhu Jiao said and pointed to the plate in front of him. The demon beast's head shrank into his shoulders. He said in a deep voice, "A few months ago, the news came out that Jiyu Qianxing, a human cultivator who once was famed in the heavenly mandate realm, appeared in the mountain range of origin, and many demon warriors of the demon realm have come. It was said that many demon emperor figures have already arrived. Besides, those top-level demon clans have also gradually entered the demon metropolis." "Is that all?" Zhu Jiao glanced at him with his golden eyes. They have heard about the news after they arrived at the demon metropolis. And, the lion demon felt a little chilly and continued, "Recently, in the demon metropolis it was also said that there will be great changes in the demon realm in the future. Not only the demon realm but in the whole heavenly mandate realm, including the land of human cultivators." "Where did you hear about this?" Zhu Jiao asked. "People said the news is from the prophet's palace," he replied. Hearing his words, the Zhu Yang big demon beast's golden pupils contracted. His eyes became extremely sharp. "Anything else?" Zhu Jiao asked. The prophet's palace also said that a big figure would come to the demon metropolis. Who? Zhu Jiao suddenly stared at him and asked. I don't know. No one knows. Now all demon beasts in the demon metropolis are making guesses about who the big figure in the mouth of the prophet is. That demon beast shook his head and said. Now many demon emperors have arrived, and there will be more demon beast big names coming. Some people guess the person the prophet refers to is one of them. If it refers to one of them, isn't the prophet talking nonsense? That would be a disgrace to the name of the prophet, Zhu Yang said a little disdainfully. Apparently, he didn't believe this. Those important figures of the demon realm would come, but if the prophet referred to them, it would be meaningless, just like talking nonsense. The big figure in the mouth of the prophet was different, but who could it be? Maybe, the lion beast whispered. No, it is not maybe. The prophet's palace claimed that there will be a big change in the demon realm, and then said there will be an impressive man coming, which means this person can affect a big change in the demon realm in the future, and from the perspective of the prophet, the big figure will not be the same big figure being talked out by losers like you. Zhu Jiao said coldly, what else? 4 big events, that's all I know, the lion demon beast replied with his head lowered. Get out then, Zhu Jiao said. The demon beast was being pardoned and left sneakily, he wouldn't dare stay any longer. Futian had been listening quietly. He looked toward Zhu Jiao quite confused. The prophet's position was transcendent in the demon realm. He possesses the ability to foresee the future. This ability is similar to the astrology of human cultivators. It is very rare. In the ancient demon realm, it is said that the prophet clan was also a big clan, but because such talent made the heavens jealous, they almost faced genocide. Today, only the prophet's palace exists in the demon realm, and there is only one prophet beast in the prophet's palace, and he alone represents a clan. The verdant gazelle palace lord beside Zhu Jiao explained to Futian. This time, he also came along. Futian thought for a moment. Astrologists were indeed rare in the world of human cultivators. Moreover, such people were short-lived. His master Qi Shengang was gifted with some abilities to predict future, but that was because of his mysterious and all-inclusive cultivation method, the deed of thorough comprehension. He was not a true astrologer. Because of this, the status of the prophet palace is detached, it does not participate in the disputes of the demon realm, and warriors of all clans are not allowed to attack the prophet, to keep the only big demon beast of the demon realm from harm, the verdant gazelle palace lord continued. That is to say, the prophet's prophecy truly exists? Futian asked. Yes, Zhu Jiao said, nodding, there are many strange places in the demon metropolis, and the prophet's palace is one of them. Moreover, it is known as a must-go place, and many of the top demon beasts visit the prophet's palace when they come to the demon metropolis and let the prophet tell them their fortunes. But whether the prophet would like to receive you or not depends on your luck, and in most cases, he doesn't. That is to say, now not only Jiyu Tianxing has appeared in the mountain range of origin, but the prophet also warned that the future of the heavenly mandate realm is destined to be not peaceful, right? Futian asked. You could say that. What is happening now is probably very unusual. If Jiyu Tianxing is alive, why did he come to the mountain range of origin in the demon realm, and is he arranging something? Zhu Jiao asked, lost in thought. Also, who was the big man the prophet spoke of? It seems that we have to ask ourselves, Zhu Jiao said. It is a must-go place of the demon metropolis. I guess many demon beasts will go to visit. Would you like to go together? You want to visit the prophet's palace? Futian asked. The prophet not only can predict events but also sees the future of demon beasts. I have heard about it, but I have never been there before, and this time, I want to go. Although you are a human, you can also try your luck there and let the prophet see your future, Zhu Jiao said. Futian smiled and said, I know best about my future and don't need to bother the prophet to tell me, but since you said it magical, I want to accompany you. These days the prophet's palace was particularly bustling, especially since yesterday. The demon prophet changed his habit and no longer rejected people's visits, he even began to receive visitors one right after the other. Many big demon beasts, and even human cultivators, came to the prophet's palace in the past 2 days requesting to see the prophet. Many people speculated whether the prophet's unusual behavior this time was related to the future changes of the heavenly mandate realm and the big figure in his mouth. The prophet's palace was located to the west of the demon metropolis. It covered an extremely vast and open area, exuding an immortal atmosphere. At this time, many people were standing in an open field. In front of them were stairs of some 1,000 meters, and above the stairs was a single palace, which was not magnificent but showed a sense of transfixion. Above the stairs and outside the palace, there was a statue next to the palace gate, a statue of a demon beast. This demon beast combined many characteristics of different big demon beasts, with a tiger head, a single horn, 2 dog ears, a dragon body, a lion tail, and unicorn's feet. Even though it was only a statue, its eyes still looked animated. This was the form of a prophet demon beast. But nowadays in the demon realm, there was only one prophet in this prophet's palace. By the time Futian came, there were already many demon beasts and humans waiting quietly outside. Futian even saw some familiar figures, warriors from the world of human cultivators. For example, the goddess of Brahma's pure sky showed was there. When Futian arrived, many people took a look at him. The goddess of Brahma's pure sky also noticed him, but she was unsurprised and soon turned her eyes away. However, she was slightly curious. What did Futian come to ask? His future. People who come to visit the prophet's palace wanted to ask about their future in cultivation, some wanted to ask the fate of their families, and some people asked about what to do next. In short, there were all kinds of questions. Some human women even asked about the great law of marriage, but of course, it rarely happened, Zhu Jiao said to Futian. There was some sort of strange look in Xia Qingyuan's eyes after his words. Futian raised a brow and said, "Can the prophet measure a person's life and death?" "I don't know, but you know some people who are here today. Maybe they want to ask about someone's life and death," Zhu Jiao said. Futian understood what he meant. Many people of the heavenly mandate realm must want to know whether Jiyu Tianxing was alive or dead. At this moment, a figure walked out, standing on the edge of the stairs. He was a young doorman, but his cultivation was also on the Saint Plain level. He looked down at a big demon beast and said, "Come in." The big demon beast nodded and then walked up the stairs until he entered the prophet's palace. How did the prophet feel so good today? What did he see that made him summon so many people continuously? Zhu Jiao murmured, a little confused. At this moment, the young doorman looked at Zhu Yang and Futian and asked, "Who among you wants to see the prophet? What is it for?" "We all want to see the prophet and have many things to ask, but it depends on whether the prophet is willing to call. If the prophet is willing to call 1 or 2 of us, we will ask a question according to the rules," Zhu Jiao said. "All right," the young doorman nodded, showing he had understood. They waited patiently. At this moment, someone looked at Futian and asked, "Mr. Yi, do you also come here to ask about your future cultivation path?" Futian looked toward the speaker. He was a personable young person. He didn't have a lot of companions with him, but every one of them appeared to have a good temperament. The speaker said with a smile, "My name is Jiang Mo, from the celestial gate of vast heaven. Mr. Yi's talent is extraordinary. You will enter the Renhuang Plain in the future." The Jiang clan was one of the 3 large clans in the celestial gate of vast heaven. Futian looked at him. He also knew that the celestial gate of vast heaven had 3 big clans, but he was not clear about what happened that year, and what the relationship between Jiang clan and the Jiyu clan was. "How about you?" Futian asked. "I am here to inquire about the future of the celestial gate of vast heaven," Jiang Mo said. Futian nodded slightly. Now nobody knew whether Jiyu Tianxing was alive or dead. The 3rd brother appeared and was brought to the mountain range of origin in the demon realm. Now for celestial gate of vast heaven, they had to make decisions, since this storm might affect the future of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Whether Jiyu Tianxing is alive or dead, the celestial gate of vast heaven had better distinguish itself from the Jiyu clan, someone said in a proud voice. The speaker was a cultivator of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Jiyu Tianxing were deadly enemies. If the celestial gate of vast heaven wanted to stand with Jiyu Tianxing, then they could only be enemies. Warriors from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty come to ask the prophet whether Jiyu Tianxing was dead or alive. Elders of the celestial gate will decide by themselves, so I don't need to think too much about it. It is also not your turn to judge the things between the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the celestial gate of vast heavens, Jiang Mo responded calmly. They were also a top force in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Naturally, he had no love for the people of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Not to mention that their relationship had never been very good. The warrior of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty snorted coldly and said nothing. After a while, that demon beast stepped out of the prophet's palace, with his head lowered, looking quite discouraged. At this time, the young doorman's eyes fell on the goddess of the Brahma's pure sky and said, "Please come in." The leading goddess of the Brahma's pure sky had a gorgeous face and stunning bearing. She was very famous even in the Heavenly Mandate realm. She was Genie Saintess below the thrones of the 9 divine goddess. With outstanding beauty and talent, she served as the leader of her saint clan. "What will Genie Goddess ask today?" someone of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty asked, "Maybe about the path of divine marriage?" Genie Saintess turned her head and glanced at him but did not reply, then she went straight up the stairs and entered the prophet's palace. She walked all the way forward. In the palace, an unembellished courtyard, a white furry demon beast was sitting there. It was the prophet Great Demon Beast. He did not take the human body but rather maintained the original beast form. His eyes reflected red light, and he looked at the Genie Saintess. With just one glance, the Genie Saintess felt as if she had been seen through. Her heart of law even grew a sense of unease. "You have an inexorable catastrophe waiting for you," the prophet said in a hazy voice. The genie goddess stared at him with a pair of gorgeous eyes. "What kind of catastrophe?" "Catastrophe about love," the prophet said. Genie Saintess didn't believe him. She looked indifferent and said, "I heard that you as a prophet can predict the future, but now it seems you just have an undeserved reputation. I am never interested in the relationship between man and woman, and I am not here to ask about it. You will be one of the 9 goddesses, but the future of Brahma's pure sky will not be about you. The fate of Brahma's pure sky will be tied to one person." The hazy voice of the prophet came again, but it could only be heard in this space and was isolated from the outside world. Genie Saintess's beautiful eyes stared at him. He knew what she was about to ask. She had a very low opinion of relationships between men and women and was a devoted cultivator. As one of the saints under the 9th goddesses, her biggest wish was to be one of the 9 goddesses. She was here to try her luck. It was said that the demon prophet could hear everything in the 3,000 realms and predict the future, knowing everything, so she wanted to have a look. "You can go now," the prophet said calmly. The Genie Saintess seemed to perceive a mysterious and unpredictable power, so she turned around and left here. She would become one of the 9 goddesses, but the fate of Brahma's pure sky was not about her, it was about another person. Who would that be? She came down the stairs and left the prophet's palace. She, who had never been convinced by the rumors of the prophet, at this moment was lost in thought. She didn't come out of trance until she stepped out of the prophet's palace. She looked downward, her gaze falling on the crowd. She walked down the stairs. "What did you ask, Genie Saintess?" People from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty asked again. "It has nothing to do with you," Saint Genie said coldly. After returning to Brahma's Pure Skies group, she did not immediately leave. Later, the young doorman stepped out and looked at Jiang Mo of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, saying, "Please. Why does the prophet keep calling upon human beings?" asked the demon grumpily. The boy glanced at him and said, "You can just go. The prophet won't see you." "You," the big demon beast grumbled, looking unfriendly. At this moment, there was a supreme pressure coming from the prophet's palace, which fell on his body and made him unable to move. Sweat flew from his body. "I apologize for my offense, please forgive me," he said in a trembling voice. The prophet in the demon realm is well known for his knowledge of the past and future, but people seem to have forgotten the prophet's cultivation was also extremely powerful. Just like Genie Saintess, Jiang Mo also went to see the prophet. He bowed down and saluted. "Jiang Mo of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven is here to meet, sir." It might sound funny that a human visited a demon beast and called him sir, but in the moment, it all seemed very normal. The prophet looked at him, and Jiang Mo suddenly had the same feeling as Genie that just with only one glance, he had become completely transparent. Jiyu Tianxing will die, said the prophet. Jiang Mo trembled slightly. This sentence seems to have two meanings. Jiyu Tianxing was still alive, but he was by no means Jiyu Tianxing of his heyday. Maybe only the residual soul existed, and he would die. For the future of the celestial gate of vast heaven, the new master must be assisted with all your efforts, otherwise, the celestial gate will decay, the prophet continued. Jiang Mo's heart trembled. He looked up at the prophet and asked, "Who is the new master?" The celestial gate of vast heaven was jointly governed by 3 major clans at that time. After the Jiyu clan died out, only 2 clans were sharing the power, and they jointly controlled the celestial gate of vast heaven. Even in Jiyu Tianxing's days, he was the representative of the celestial gate of vast heaven, but he was not the sole ruler of the celestial gate of vast heaven. "You can go now." The prophet did not answer his question but indicated he should leave. Jiang Mo's expression froze. He wanted to ask something more, but in front of the majesty of the prophet, he finally didn't say anything, turn around and walked away, but what the prophet said to him kept echoing in his mind. Would there be an absolute ruler in the celestial gate of vast heaven? Otherwise, the celestial gate would decay. Jiyu Tianxing, he would die. What would happen in the future? When Jiang Mo stepped out of the prophet's palace, a lot of people stared at him, especially those of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Since he belonged to the celestial gate of vast heaven, he had asked about Jiyu Tianxing. "Jiang Mo, is Jiyu Tianxing alive or dead?" a royal warrior of the heavenly mandate dynasty asked. Jiang Mo glanced at him but didn't reply. He was in no mood to talk. The imperial warrior of the heavenly mandate dynasty stepped forward and said, "Don't forget that Jiyu Tianxing's life and death are related to the future of the heavenly mandate realm." Jiang Mo looked up at him indifferently and asked, "Why don't you go ask for yourself?" He understood that the warrior was hoping to learn of Jiyu Tianxing's fate, so if he was summoned by the prophet, he could ask another question. That way, he wouldn't waste his opportunity. After all, he was unsure if the prophet would answer all his questions. The prophet was unexpectedly summoning so many people, and they all wanted to meet this legendary great demon beast. They wouldn't get a second chance to see the prophet, and they didn't want to mess this chance up. Naturally, they wanted to ask more. For example, the imperial warrior wanted to ask about his future and the future of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Jiang Mo was not going to tell him. At this time, Jiang Mo was absorbed in thought, still thinking about what the prophet said. "It's your turn." At this moment, the young doorman on the stairs said to the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. He took an emotionless look at Jiang Mo, then walked up the stairs and entered the prophet's palace. This made demon beasts around them whisper. Many of the demon beasts coming today were unusual great demon beasts. However, the prophet kept calling on human spiritual cultivators. Why? If the human cultivator Jiyu Tianxing had entered the mountain range of origin of the demon realm, would the change of the demon realm start with humans? Was that why the prophet wanted to see these humans? "He's already in. Can you tell me?" Genie Saintus asked Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo glanced at her and said, "What did Genie Saintus ask, and how did the prophet reply?" Genie narrowed her eyes, looking at him, and then said nothing. Jiang Mo nodded slightly and walked past her. It didn't take long for the warrior of the heavenly mandate dynasty to walk out, but the expression on his face didn't look that well. Apparently, he didn't get the answer he wanted, either. He glanced at the people below him. He was curious, what questions did the goddess of Brahma's pure sky and Jiang Mo of the celestial gate of vast heaven ask? What answers did they receive? At this time, the young doorman continued to invite people to enter the prophet's palace, and gradually some demon beasts were summoned. "Goddesses, will you keep waiting?" People of the heavenly mandate dynasty asked Genie Saintus. "We will wait for a while," Genie Saintus said. She wanted to see if Yi Futian would be called by the prophet. Before, this man challenged the violet heavenly palace. If the prophet summoned him, what would he ask? Would it be his future, and what answer would the prophet give him? After a long while, many big demon beasts had come in and out of the prophet's palace, and most of them came out with disappointment. They didn't get the answers they had wanted or expected. Most talented warriors, whether humans or demons, naturally had very high requirements and expectations of themselves. In other words, they had high self-esteem. They also had many resources, but the answers given by the prophet might not be in their expectations. At this moment, the young doorman on the stairs fixed his eyes on Futian and his friends, mainly looking at Zhu Jiao. He said, "Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince and your party, is the Crown Prince the one who will enter?" Zhu Jiao didn't announce his identity, but he still recognized him as the Crown Prince of the Zhu Yang clan. Not only Zhu Jiao, previously those warriors of the top human powers had not reported, either, and were also recognized. From this, one could tell the ability of the prophet was indeed outstanding. Many demon beasts looked toward the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince. So he was the son of Zhu Yang Demon Emperor. It was rumored that this guy was extremely talented and even stronger than the Zhu Yang Demon Emperor of his time. They wanted to see how he would be like after coming out. "Only one person?" Zhu Jiao asked. "Yes," the young doorman replied, nodding. Zhu Jiao contemplated for a second. He naturally wanted to enter the prophet's palace, but he also wanted Futian to go in and have a look. He was curious about what questions Futian would ask the prophet, and what answers he would get. "You go," Futian said to Zhu Jiao. He didn't believe so much in the prophet's so-called prophecy. Although astrologists had certain abilities, they also had limitations and could not understand everything. The same was true of the prophet. Moreover, he was afraid that the prophet would not be able to answer his question. The people next to him all thought he would ask about his future, but he did not have such a thought at all. His future lay in himself. From the moment he saw Emperor Yi Qing, he seemed destined to have only two paths. "Although I want to see the prophet, I don't have many questions to ask. You go in and ask whatever you want. The prophet knows more than you think," Zhu Jiao said. He could tell Futian was not very interested. He understood. Futian must be skeptical about this legendary figure of Demon Clan and was so convinced. However, people of the Demon Clan were all clear about the prophet's position in the demon realm. He was the only remaining prophet in the prophet's palace. Even if a demon emperor wanted to see him, it was not a very easy thing, including those top demon emperors. This time, they also had no idea why the prophet was doing this. "Zhu Jiao, how could you give up the chance for a human?" A demon warrior looked at Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince and asked. "Does it have anything to do with you?" Zhu Jiao took a glance at him and asked. That warrior smiled, showing his fangs. The Daotai big demon beast next to him was also unsatisfied with Zhu Jiao's response. "Boss, don't you want the prophet to see your future? Even if you don't want to go, the second brother and the fourth sister want to have a try." Zhu Jiao glanced at them and said, "You are following me. What do you want to know about the future?" The fierce Daotai demon beast was feeling hurt and didn't know how to reply. "Aren't you worried about her? Go," Xia Qingyuan beside said to Futian. Futian knew what she meant. However, he did not believe that the prophet of the demon realm could know about Jiyu's life or death because that would be too horrible, and how could a mortal be so aware of the past and future? "Okay," Futian nodded. Since Zhu Jiao had declined and Xia Qingyuan also said the same, he would go to visit this legendary prophet of the demon realm. He would just have a try, and if the prophet did not know, he could also ask about the third brother. He should be clearer about the third brother. Thinking of this, Futian stepped out. Warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty showed interest. Was Futian going? Futian was also curious about what conversation the prophet would have with him. Jiang Mo of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and Goddesses of the Brahma's Pure Sky also watched Futian walking up the stairs. Although these people of top powers still did not believe Futian was very important and believed his future was dim since he offended the Violet Heavenly Palace, they did recognize Futian's strength and were all curious about him. Futian stepped into the prophet's palace. Like others before him, he came to a quiet courtyard. The atmosphere here was very peaceful, and a whole white demon beast was waiting for him. Yi Futian is here to salute you, sir. Yi Futian bowed slightly. The prophet looked at Yi Futian, his eyes suddenly glowing with blood-red light that pierced Yi Futian's eyes. At this moment, Yi Futian felt like a thought invaded in his mind, and his expression changed slightly. The thought was invisible and intangible. Although he was aware of it, he could not stop it at all. Boom! Yi Futian's head was shaken violently. The prophet's red eyes kept staring at him, and his body was trembling slightly. He seemed to see a scene, yet he saw nothing. His eyes were bleeding, crimson blood, but he still couldn't look away. He could only stare at Yi Futian. Sir, what are you doing? Yi Futian stared indifferently at him and asked. The prophet closed his eyes, blood exuding from them, and he said, you can go. Yi Futian stared at him, with a sense of vigilance. He turned around and walked away, feeling a little cold in his heart. The prophet seemed to want to pry about something. After Yi Futian left, the prophet's eyes were still bleeding, and he quietly lay on the ground. There was a human figure coming out of the body of the demon beast. That was a white-haired old man, like a celestial being. It was his soul. At this moment, there seemed to be a pure white flame burning his soul. His soul turned into a human form, his eyes opened and looked up at the sky. If you want to catch a glimpse of the secret of the great law, then there should be such a catastrophe. The heavenly secret shall not be revealed, a hazy voice came, but only he could hear it. The clan of prophets was destined not to exist in the world. After today, the world would no longer have prophets. Yi Futian walked out of the prophet's palace. Everyone felt strange when seeing him coming out. So fast. Although others came out quickly, too, Yi Futian was the fastest one. Yi Futian's expression seemed a little cold and angry. Warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty saw this and snickered. They were glad he had not received the answer he wanted. Prophet. At this moment, a scream came out. It was the voice of the young doorman. Many people were stunned for a moment, looked in the direction of the prophet's palace, and saw the might shrouding over the sky. Above the sky dome, a giant hazy figure showed up. It was an old man with a white beard as well as a big demon beast of the prophet. The two of them appeared as one. At this moment, a flame was burning above his body, and the horrifying might descended from the sky, falling on his body. The prophet. Humans and demon beasts present were all trembling inside. What happened? I leaked too many heavenly secrets, especially this time, and was punished by heaven. Today is the day I should depart this life, and there is no prophet in the demon realm. A hazy voice rang out across the vast space, and everyone's hearts were thumping hard. Even Yi Futian suddenly turned around and looked at the figure above the sky, his heart beating fast. How so? The prophet departed this life today. Why? Yi Futian's heart trembled. Even though he didn't believe that the prophet could predict the past and future, the prophet was still an extremely powerful cultivator. After all, even a figure like Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince was willing to come to visit him and fully trusted him, which meant that the prophet had extraordinary abilities. It was not just the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince, many descendants of top great demon beasts were also here. Before, the prophet seemed to want to pry something from him. Yi Futian was apathetic, feeling a little bit strange, and even angry. However, Yi Futian had never expected that the moment he stepped out of the prophet's palace, this legendary figure of the demon realm, the great demon beast prophet everyone came to visit, would lay down his life because he had leaked too many heavenly secrets. Was it because of Yi Futian? Did the prophet see anything? Did the prophet die because he revealed too many heavenly secrets, or was it because he did not want to reveal heavenly secrets anymore? Suddenly, Yi Futian felt that he was mistaken. Perhaps, the prophet could predict the future as the rumors said. He must have seen something, and he didn't want to leak the heavenly secret, so he departed this life. But if the prophet didn't want to, then who was he? Who was the big figure in the mouth of the prophet? At this time, Yi Futian's brain was scrambled and a bit chaotic. This feeling was weird. Not long ago, he was still a little angry, but at this moment, he had an inexplicable feeling. Not only Yi Futian, But warriors of the demon realm around him were also all shocked to see what was happening in front of them, stunned by this scene. The prophet passed away. He was the last prophet of the prophet clan, but today he said he leaked too many heavenly secrets and died. If the reason for his death was all the secrets he revealed, then why had he summoned all these people to leak the heavenly secrets? Was it because of the message he sent before? There would be a big change in the demon realm, and the same would happen in the heavenly mandate realm. A big figure would come. The prophet summoned people, revealed the heavenly secrets, but was he also spying on the heavenly secret at the same time? The wind and clouds in the sky began to change color, and the suffocating might dropped down from the sky. The life force was appalling. Many great demon beasts in the boundless surrounding area almost fell to the ground under the pressure. Demon beasts were more sensitive to their superior's aura. This meant demon emperors were coming, more than one person. From the sky, there was continual might dropping down, countless thoughts sweeping past, and there even were big demon beasts coming directly across the void. Some big demon beasts condensed phantoms with great demonic powers and appeared in the sky above the prophet's palace. They all looked at the figure of the departing prophet in shock, hearts trembling. "Prophet, why did you do so?" asked a demon emperor. They didn't understand. The prophet's status in the demon realm was transcendent, and even when they requested to visit him, the prophet usually declined. In the demon realm, even the great demon beasts at the pinnacle would not lay a hand on this last prophet of the prophet clan, and this was also a consensus in the demon world. Moreover, when things happened, they would always come to ask the prophet's opinions. During the war between humans and demon beasts, the prophets also played a very important role. Even the top powerful figures in the demon realm were unwilling to lay hands on the prophet. He always had the freedom to do whatever he wanted, but why had the only remaining prophet chosen to depart his life? Was it because he foresaw something? Why did this happen? A condensed phantom of the demon emperor showed up and sighed. "Didn't you know your status in the demon realm? This is my inexorable catastrophe. You don't have to feel sad for me," the prophet said. "Everything has its time. You don't have to investigate why I chose to depart this life. There is no reason. And you don't have to deliberately change anything, just let it be. The demon realm will have a disturbance, but as long as everyone follows the trend, the demon realm will still be the demon realm between the sky and earth." Demon emperors listened quietly and kept the words of the prophet in mind. The prophet's last words were all from the bottom of his heart, and they should remember them forever. "What suggestions do you have about the mountain range of origin, prophet?" asked a demon emperor. The mountain range of origin was extremely important to the demon realm. It was the place where the demon realm originated, and now some human cultivators had entered it, so they wanted to know how to cope with it. Now, they needed to ask the prophet's opinion one last time. Everything has its own time, just follow the trend of nature. Everything that should happen will eventually happen, and you will understand when it's the time. The prophet's thin, hazy voice came. His soul figure became more and more blurred as if it was about to turn into ashes under the flame of the great law. "My time is up. It's time for me to go accompany my prophet ancestors," the prophet said, letting out a long sigh. As the only remaining prophet of the prophet clan, he had felt lonely on earth. Today, he was finally free. Warriors of the demon clans all looked solemn, staring toward the direction of the prophet. Even some demon emperors bowed slightly in the direction of the prophet, saying, "Sir, may you go in peace." Seeing all the demon emperors like this, in the vast and boundless space, countless great demon beasts appeared in the upper sky, all bowing and saluting in the direction of the prophet. The prophet's figure became hazier and hazier, until turning into endless light spots, like stars, lighting up the vast space and drifting with the wind. Many demon beasts stretched out their hands, the light dots passed through their palms, and the vast endless void sky was filled with a touch of sadness. After today, there would no longer be prophets in the demon realm. Futian was standing in the lower sky. He could also feel the atmosphere, see the demon emperors showing up in the upper sky and feel the life forces of tens of demon emperors. How horrifying the scene was. Moreover, there were many demon emperors not showing up, but they were watching it. At this moment, Futian started to understand the status of the prophet in the demon realm. However, because of this, His feelings were more complicated. Was the prophet's death because of him? Who was the last person to meet the prophet? At this moment, above the void air, a demon emperor asked. Below, many people's eyes fell on Yi Futian. Jiang Mo of the celestial gate of vast heaven, saintesses of the Brahma's pure sky, and people of the heavenly mandate dynasty all had a strange look. When they saw Yi Futian coming out so quickly, they all thought Yi Futian was disappointed because he didn't get the answer he wanted and returned, but everything that happened after that trembled the demon realm. Was Yi Futian the reason for the prophet's death? However, the moment the idea came to their minds, they just rejected it. It could not be possible. What kind of figure was the prophet? The demon emperors had to wait for his call to see him. His position in the entire demon realm was transcendent. They had also entered the prophet's palace before and seen the prophet. He could see through them with just a glance and make them fail to react. They were also top figures, but in front of the prophet, they were vulnerable like children. No matter how strong Yi Futian's talent was, it couldn't be much different from theirs. How could he cause the prophet's death? The prophet might have been exhausted and had the idea of departing this life before Yi Futian came in. I was the last one who met the prophet. Yi Futian looked at the demon emperor and replied. Everyone was watching him. He couldn't hide anywhere. Did prophet say something? The demon emperor asked. Was the last person who saw the prophet a human cultivator? If so, the prophet might not leave anything. The prophet looked at me and let me go, didn't leave anything. I was a bit angry when I came out, but the things after scared me, Yi Futian replied. The demon emperor heard his words and nodded, without asking anything. The prophet had said not to investigate the reason, it was his time, and everything had an end. A prophet of the demon realm, of course, couldn't die because of a human cultivator of Saint Plain. The demon emperor sighed. Unfortunately, the prophet just departed his life like this before he had the chance to visit him. There was no reason, and nothing was left. Should we check all the humans and demon beasts here? Another demon emperor asked. Was the prophet's death related to what he saw from these people today? No need. You have heard the last words of the prophet before he died. Why bother doing it? Let it be, another demon emperor said. Other demon emperors didn't say much, and soon they all stepped into the sky and left. Those horrifying life forces also dissipated in the air. It didn't take long for everything in this world to return to peace. Only some Saint Plain warriors of demon clans still gathered here, looking at the prophet's palace. Today, there were still many great demon beasts waiting to see the prophet, but now, there was never a chance. Let's go, Xia Qingyuan whispered beside Yi Futian. Here, she probably was the person who knew most except Yu Sheng. Before, her emperor father had told her that during the Battle of Ultimate Holy Palace, something was exposed from Yi Futian. Her father gave the order to block everything, and later, he summoned Yi Futian to come to the upper realm and wiped out all memories related to that incident. Only those in the Ultimate Holy Palace knew about it. And she knew that even the Ultimate Holy Palace was in her father's field of vision. Although she did not know who the figure that entered the Emperor Xia's palace was at that time, she knew he must be an extremely powerful person. Yi Futian's background was probably a very big secret, so big that even a Renhuang couldn't unveil it. And now, after seeing him, the prophet departed this life. Others wouldn't think much because they didn't know Yi Futian's situation, but she couldn't help thinking about it. It was probably because of Yi Futian. But it was also shocking to her that the prophet chose to pass away because of it. What did the prophet see? What was Yi Futian's secret? She didn't want to think too much. This place they were in was dangerous. They had to leave first. Many people around Yi Futian also had some rough ideas, but they all remained silent. Qi Shengang also said, "Let's go." He was also a person who could see great law destinies. What happened today made him feel unusual. Even though he always thought highly of Yi Futian, now it seemed that this disciple's fortune was way more powerful than he had imagined, so powerful that he couldn't even speculate. And the prophet of demon realm in this field was far superior to him. Yi Futian and his group just walked away, Many people stared at them but did not stop them. After all, it was still impossible for them to associate the death of a legendary prophet of the demon realm with a human saint plane cultivator. "Didn't you ask about her?" Xia Qingyuan asked Yi Futian while they traveled in the void sky. Yi Futian shook his head and delivered his voice back, "I didn't lie. After seeing the prophet, I didn't ask anything, and he didn't say anything." Yi Futian suddenly realized that he should have asked. However, the moment he stepped into the prophet's palace, the prophet just stared at him with a pair of red eyes, and soon blood oozed from those eyes. In such a situation, he only thought about walking away. How could he ask anything? At that time, he couldn't expect that the prophet directly departed this life after he came out, and it was because of this that he began to change some of his previous thoughts. "The prophet's death doesn't have anything to do with you, right?" Zhu Jiao suddenly asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian was stirred slightly. He looked at Zhu Jiao and said, "What do you think?" Zhu Jiao shook his head. Even he felt this idea a bit too crazy. He was the only prophet in the demon realm, and why would he choose to depart this life because of Yi Futian? It's just way too strange. Jiyu Tianxing entered the place of origin of the demon realm, and warriors from all over the demon realm came together. There was news from the prophet's palace that a drastic change would happen in the heavenly mandate realm. Later, the prophet continually summoned people and passed away. It seems that the demon realm is not at peace this time. Zhu Jiao raised a brow and seemed to be thinking. "Let's see what will happen," Yi Futian said. "What kind of person is your third brother?" Zhu Jiao asked. Now he had known the relationship between Yi Futian and Jiyu Dongliu. Everything started because of this descendant of the Jiyu clan, and if it had not been for him, Jiyu Tianxing would have not shown up. "How can I know?" Yi Futian asked and shrugged. "I heard that many people speculated he was the grandson and only descendant of Jiyu Tianxing and son of the peerless talent of the celestial gate of vast heaven Jiyu Jiangnan in the heavenly mandate realm, but at that time, nobody had heard that he had any children," Zhu Jiao said. He had also heard about the name of Jiyu Jiangnan, the gallant hero of the celestial gate of vast heaven in the demon realm. He was the youngest Ren Huang in the history of the celestial gate of vast heaven. "Jiyu Jiangnan," Yi Futian murmured. "Does he have any story?" At that time, he was considered to have the potential to surpass Jiyu Tianxing. But a conflict erupted between him and the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty, and he was besieged and killed. It was because of this incident that Jiyu Tianxing wiped out the heavenly mandate dynasty, which caused a monstrous commotion that shook the entire heavenly mandate realm. Zhu Jiao slowly said, "Speaking of this, I also think that the conjecture of the people of the heavenly mandate dynasty is correct. It must be true that only the son of Jiyu Jiangnan can lead to the death of Jiyu Tianxing. A large sealing charm was on his body, which I guess was put on by Jiyu Tianxing and the Jiyu clan 12 immortals, so even a Renhuang could not detect it. I'm afraid that your brother will disturb the peace of the heavenly mandate realm. What are we going to do next?" Yi Futian asked. He didn't say much. No matter what the third brother's identity was, it didn't matter. He only knew that Jiyu Dongliu was his third brother of the cottage. "Didn't you see that all the demon emperors have arrived? Now, all we need to do is wait with patience and see what they will do," said Zhu Jiao. "Okay," Yi Futian said and nodded. Zhu Jiao was more familiar with the demon realm than Yi Futian. Yi Futian couldn't use his strength here at all, so now following others was indeed the most suitable choice. They found an inn to stay the night in the demon metropolis. In the following days, the demon metropolis bustled. The news that Jiyu Tianxing had appeared in the mountain range of origin caused a commotion in the demon realm. Countless big demon beasts came to investigate, and now many top demon clans were gathering in the demon metropolis. The underground waves were surging. Both human cultivators and demon clan warriors who wanted to collect news were preparing to enter the mountain range of origin. The mountain range of origin was known in the heavenly mandate realm as the demon's place of origin. There were many legends about it, and it was the forbidden land of the demon clans. But now some human cultivators had entered there, so they had to go in. 4 human cultivators from the heavenly mandate realm, they wanted Jiyu Tianxing's news. Whatever the news was, It would have great influence and might even affect the whole heavenly mandate realm. At this moment, in the demon metropolis, in the void sky, there is a group of people walking in the air. Zhu Jiao and Yi Futian were walking at the front and seemed to be rushing to somewhere. Just now the news came that those demon clans were getting ready to enter the mountain's range of origin. Right now, many demon warriors are heading toward the Celestial Fox Palace and want to borrow the ability of the Celestial Fox clan, Zhu Jiao said. But the Celestial Foxes are cunning and intelligent by nature. They will be ripped off if they want to take advantage of them. What special abilities does the Celestial Fox clan have? Yi Futian asked. The Celestial Fox Palace is one of the most attractive places of the demon metropolis, even more than the Prophet's Palace because the Prophet seldom summoned people, even demon emperors could rarely visit, so usually no demon warriors were going there, but the Celestial Fox Palace is different. The Celestial Fox Palace opens the biggest trading place of the demon metropolis, which is a miracle in itself. In addition to their special talent, the extraordinary intelligence of the Celestial Fox clan is also a factor of their success. Zhu Jiao explained to Yi Futian. The Celestial Fox clan indeed had superior intelligence. Many warriors of demon clans said the average intelligence of the Celestial Fox clan might be the highest among all demon clans, and they were good at scheming. Even when they were weak, they were able to negotiate well between top clans. And today, they had also become a very powerful demon force. Moreover, it maintained a very friendly relationship with many top demon clans. Those top demon clans would not touch them, and other demons dare not assault them. Warriors of the Celestial Fox clan have a strange skill of transformation, and they also know the powerful magic of phantom illusion, which makes them the demon beast clan that most frequently enters the mountain range of origin. The Celestial Fox clan uses the mountain range of origin to hide their treasure and often enter it to dig out treasures and hold open auctions to sell them. With their talent for business, they gradually made the Celestial Fox Palace a well-known trading place for the demon metropolis. It's famous for being the first demon trading place in the world. Zhu Jiao said, "You should know that demon beasts are different from humans. Most demon beasts are not good at trading and prefer to directly steal what they want. Although the world of human cultivators is also full of cheating and scheming, the dirty tricks are in a deeper sense and more civilized on the surface, which is why there are more trading places there. So, asking the Celestial Fox clan for help is doing trade with them," Yi Futian asked. The Celestial Fox clan will naturally think in this way. Now, all warriors want to enter the mountain range of origin, and if they want to use the power of the Celestial Fox clan, they can just wait and see how the commission skyrockets, Zhu Jiao said. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Also, the female beasts of the Celestial Fox clan are all alluring fox spirits, Zhu Jiao said and took a look at Yi Futian with a smile. "Brother, don't be fooled by fox spirits," the princess of the Feathermen clan said, smiling. "What level of fox spirit can trick me?" Zhu Jiao asked disdainfully. Although many demon beasts had some special habits, he had no interest in those kinds of habits at all. "It's here," Zhu Jiao said, gazing downward. There was a large palace standing there. The peaks of the palaces seemed to be shrouded by clouds and mist, much like the castles described in fairy tales. The Celestial Fox Palace was extremely vast, far grander than the single prophet's palace. "Let's go down." And they descended and arrived outside of the Celestial Fox Palace. There were warriors of different demon beast clans gathering all around, together with a few human cultivators. Besides, the most conspicuous people were the fox spirits that Zhu Jiao talked about. Young women of the Celestial Fox clan in human form were all extremely beautiful. Their skin was smooth like silk, looking very delicate, their bodies were fair and unblemished. The most attractive thing about them was their eyes, which were the perfect shape and could steal a man's soul and enchant even the most indecisive demon warrior's heart with a single glance. Yi Futian they didn't attract much attention after they landed. After all, powerful demon warriors were everywhere. However, there were several young women of the Celestial Fox clan walking toward them. They all had strange charms when they walked. That pair of fox eyes gazed at them. Even though Yi Futian was used to being around beauties, he still felt that these women of the Celestial Fox clan had a natural charm. "Are you the crown prince of the Celestial Demon City?" a woman asked while looking at Zhu Jiao. Great demon beasts of the Zhu Yang clan were rare, and most members of the Zhu clan were in the Celestial Demon City and governed by the Zhu Yang Demon Emperor. The Celestial Fox clan was always sociable and resourceful, and they had an immense knowledge of all forces of the demon clan. They had heard that there were 4 princes in the Celestial Demon City with the demon crown prince Zhu Jiao as the lead, and now these 4 people were in front of them. Zhu Jiao glanced at the female fox. Although it was not surprising that she could recognize them, a sage plain demon beast who could recognize him with one look must have some extraordinary abilities. Zhu Jiao nodded slightly and avoided her eyes, looking forward. "Your Highness, wait a moment," she said. She seemed to have understood something and retreated, with an alluring smile on her face. A moment later, a beautiful woman with an even more unusual temperament came. Every smile of hers was touching. "Hu Yaroa is here to salute the Crown Prince and your Highnesses," the woman bowed slightly and said. She was actually a fox demon beast of Doctrine Saint Plain, but she didn't show any arrogance and acted humbly. Her eyes glanced at them and lingered for a while when she saw Yi Futian. Her eyes seemed to be able to steal anyone's soul. "You must be Master Yi," said Hu Yaroa with a smile. Yi Futian looked at her in surprise. It was nothing special to be able to recognize the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince, but now she also recognized him, which meant the Celestial Fox clan was indeed very sensitive to news. "Yes, but I am afraid I don't deserve the title, Lady Yaroa," Yi Futian replied. "Yaroa is just a beast. I don't deserve the title Lady, either. Please just call me Yaroa," she said with a smile. When she talked, she slightly lowered her head and giggled, and looked at him with her gorgeous eyes. Yi Futian felt like he would be captivated by her eyes. "It is the charming craft," Yi Futian thought to himself. "What are we doing here?" Xia Qingyuan asked coldly, interrupting the conversation. She stared at Hu Yaroa and felt there was something wrong with her. She was indeed a fox spirit. Hu Yaroa looked at Xia Qingyuan. People of the Celestial Fox clan all had excellent intelligence. Of course, she understood what she meant. Xia Qingyuan stared at her and saw that pair of foxy eyes, thinking to herself that no wonder she was a fox spirit. Even though she was a woman, she could still feel how seductive her eyes were. "Your Highnesses and Mr. Yi are all distinguished guests. Please come on in and have a seat," Hu Yaroa looked away and said with a smile. When ordinary demon warriors came, the Celestial Fox clan would not send their core disciples to receive them. Zhu Yang Demon Emperor who ruled the Celestial Demon City was not an ordinary big demon beast, and he was very powerful. Zhu Jiao nodded. Hu Yaroa led them through the crowd, passing through the outer space. There were fewer demon beasts and humans outside. In front of them, there was an independent area, which was encircled by fences. Ordinary demon beasts were not allowed to enter. Only those demon beasts or human cultivators with special identities were eligible to come here. Yi Futian glanced at the crowd and got a strange look on his face. He saw acquaintances. Warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace were also here. It seemed that they were also preparing to enter the mountain range of origin, and they wanted to ask the warriors of the Celestial Fox clan for help. People of the Violet Heavenly Palace also saw Yi Futian, but they looked quite indifferent. Yi Futian led people to challenge the Violet Heavenly Palace. They would not let it go. Moreover, Yi Futian seemed to be mingling with the Zhu Yang Demon Crown Prince. It seemed that they had been together since their battle. Warriors from other demon clans also looked at Zhu Jiao and Yi Futian, but they didn't care too much. People who were able to come here were not ordinary. Even though they knew Zhu Jiao's identity, they didn't care much. Today we have a few good things in the Celestial Fox Palace. They are all from the mountain range of origin. Your Highnesses and Mr. Yi, please take a look if you are interested, Hu Yaroa said in an extremely gentle voice with a unique charm. Her voice was pleasing to Yi Futian and others' ears. Only Xia Qingyuan showed a cold face and stared towards Hu Yaroa from time to time. Hu Yaroa was not the only one here. There was a stunningly gorgeous celestial fox woman beside every group of big demon beasts and humans. Human female cultivators would be jealous of their innate beauty. Is it a coincidence? Yi Futian wondered. Now, many top figures needed the Celestial Fox Clan's help to enter the mountain range of origin, but the Celestial Fox Clan took out the treasures of mountain range of origin for sale. It was indeed the best time to promote the value of the goods. At this moment, someone in the front came to his side. An old white Celestial Fox elder walked at the forefront. Several ladies carried a tranquil tree behind them, and bizarre things were hanging on the branches of the tree. Warriors of the Celestial Fox Clan put it in front of the crowd. The old man with white hair and white beard looked at the people and said, "All these things on the tranquil tree are from the mountain range of origin, but their specific usage and functions are not yet known. They are tradable here." The eyes of demon beasts and humans all fell on the treasures of the tranquil tree. Futian said, "Just tell me if you want to take a closer look, I can bring them here for you to look at." People who came here were qualified to see these treasures at a close distance and judge their value. But I should remind you that some of these treasures may be much more valuable than the transaction price, but they may also be worthless, said Futian softly. The way of making deals in the Celestial Fox Palace is so special, Futian said and smiled. In the place where humans traded, shop owners usually first judged the value of the treasure and then set a reserve price. It seemed different here. Yes, Futian gently nodded and said, "These things are all from the mountain range of origin. Most of them are extremely valuable treasures, but there are also ordinary things. We picked them up and brought back. Customers need to judge their value and then bid by yourselves, and we Celestial Fox Palace never touch them." "I see," Futian said and nodded with a smile. The Celestial Fox Palace probably wouldn't do loss-making trading, so it was very likely that they had made an evaluation beforehand. He looked at the treasures on the tranquil tree, which were all somehow peculiar. For example, there was a huge monster egg with a seal on it that could not be seen through even with the thought method. It was difficult to judge what was inside. There was also a rusty knife with crevices, but one could still tell the original appearance of the knife must be dangerous. Moreover, on the rusty blade, there was still a faint lingering knife will, as if it hadn't dissipated even after many years. One could imagine how strong the knife will was in the past. Next to this knife was a sword with a rusty scabbard. There seemed to be a gap between the sword and the scabbard. From this gap, a beam of strong light could be seen faintly, but life force could not be felt from it. It was difficult to guess what level of sword it was. Beside them, there was a piece of bone with no sense of life force. Nobody knew why it was hung there. "You can pick and choose the ones you like," the white-haired old man said to them, left his place and hid behind the tranquil tree. "Can you show me the sword?" Futian pointed at the sword with the rusty scabbard and said. "Sure," Futian said and nodded. She went to pick up the sword and came back to Futian, holding it in her hands. Futian's eyes flickered with a strange ray of light. His mind tried to invade inside the sword but was blocked by the invisible sword will. The old man of the Celestial Fox Clan watched the scene quietly. How was that possible to let Futian see inside the situation? After a while, Futian looked up and said to the old man of Celestial Fox Palace, "What's the price?" "We in the Celestial Fox Palace have never touched it since we got it from the Mountain of Origin. It is also the rule of all things being traded in the Celestial Fox Palace. We keep traded goods wholly intact. We in the Celestial Fox Palace do not know what level of sword it is, but we have an estimate that this sword might be used by a human emperor," the old man said. "Or it is just a rusty sword?" Futian asked. If what the elder said was true, Futian was willing to believe that the Celestial Fox Palace had not touched it before. However, at least, warriors of the Celestial Fox Palace had an estimate in mind, and they would not trade at a loss. Among all the goods being traded, there must be many worthless things, among which one or two treasures were hidden. "Indeed," the old man said with a smile, "so, the price of this sword has been evaluated with a reserve price according to the limit of Renhuang belongings, and the one who bids the highest price will finally get it. If you want, you can directly deliver your voice to me and say your price. There is only one chance, and whoever pays the highest price will get it." There was only one chance to bid, which was the rule of the Celestial Fox Palace and was used to create tension. Many of the objects unearthed from the mountain range of origin were extraordinary and coveted by many people. However, People didn't seem interested in the sword. Okay, Yi Futian nodded and soon said his price to the old man. The old man's eyes flickered and seemed to be listening, but in fact, others were just watching and didn't bid. For this sword, not many people showed interest. Anyone else want to bid? The old man asked and glanced at the people present. No one spoke to him, so he smiled and announced, "So, the sword belongs to Mr. Yi now." "Congratulations, Mr. Yi," Hu Yaroa said with a smile. Yi Futian took out a storage ring and gave it to Hu Yaroa, and she handed it over to the old man. After checking, the old man smiled and said, "Do you want to try out the sword? I'm also curious about what level of sword it is." "Wuchen, you have a try." Yi Futian gave it to Yi Wuchen beside him. Yi Wuchen took it with his right hand, then grabbed the scabbard with his left hand, pulling the sword with his right hand. After a moment, the dazzling light of the sword shone, and the mighty life force swept across the surrounding space. The whole sword body was shining, from which a wisp of imperial life force came out, with extremely appalling power. In the glow of light, Yi Wuchen's face was also illuminated. He stared at the sword, slightly stirred by it. It was indeed a sword used by a Renhuang, containing Renhuang's will. Noises rose from the crowd behind. The place was in an uproar. Nobody knew how much Yi Futian had paid, but since it was a sword used by Renhuang, it was a good deal. And he might have earned a lot. He was quite decisive. However, there were still many treasures and opportunities. "Show me this." Many people pointed at the same thing and said almost at the same time. They were pointing at a giant stone lying on the Chenkuan tree. The stone seemed to have experienced years of weathering, and inside the stone, there seemed to be an inscription. The inscription seemed to be written by hand. The characters even contained will and released a faint light, which illuminated the whole giant stone. Moreover, the handwriting they saw was only the tip of the iceberg. Only the top few characters could be seen. Treasures like stone steles were often used to record the cultivation method and magical skills, or left by powerful cultivators during cultivation, so it seemed to many people that this huge stone was likely to be an extremely valuable thing. Many people wanted to bet on it and see what the stele inside the boulder was. "Everyone, excuse us," said the old man. A celestial fox woman took up the stele and walked towards those who wanted it. Yi Futian didn't compete with them. He didn't know what this thing was. However, for the first treasure, the Celestial Fox clan had made a loss. Would they lose money for other things? Since the Celestial Fox clan was known for outstanding intelligence, it certainly would not be that simple. However, at this moment, Yi Futian's attention was on another inconspicuous object. No one noticed it at all. "Aren't you interested in it?" A lot of people seemed to be competing for the stone. "If it is something left by an ancient big figure, its value could be astronomical," Hu Yaroa whispered to Yi Futian. "I'm not richer than they are." Yi Futian shrugged and smiled. These treasures from the mountain range of origin were all very expensive, some of which were even Renhuang level. In this situation, although Yi Futian's resources were enough for his cultivation, they wouldn't be enough to compete with others. Hu Yaroa smiled and said, "You must be joking, Lord Yi. However, human cultivators like to engrave their magical powers and the like on stone tablets, creating powerful inscriptions. When the Great War between humans and demons broke out, many imperial level figures were buried in the mountains. You have speculated that a Ren Huang left this inscription. There is a high probability that this is true." Yi Futian looked into Hu Yaroa's bright eyes that were full of sincerity. It was like there was no ulterior motive within them. "Perhaps. However, I do not want to gamble on this," said Yi Futian. And he was not lying. If it came down to him, he was nowhere near good enough. This celestial fox palace presented him with an opportunity. He could use something small to obtain something great. Of course, he was not purely gambling. He had significant advantages when compared to others. He could use his powers to see what was going on. "If you don't have enough cultivation resources, I can lend you some," said Zhu Zhao beside him. Yi Futian shook his head. "No need." "Then can I try?" asked Zhu Zhao. Yi Futian shook his head again. "There is no need to gamble." Zhu Jiao looked at him for a moment and then nodded. Many of the other cultivators were getting themselves ready. The Violet Heavenly Palace seemed to be interested in the stele as well and were preparing to make an offer for it. You all may send your offers. Same rules as always, you still only have one chance. Whoever offers the highest price will be the one to get it, said the elder of the Tianhu clan. The cultivators were all silent for a bit, then began to call out their offers. Those who wanted it more quoted higher prices. Moreover, since they already had their estimates, it would be difficult for them not to pay a high price if they wanted this treasure. The demonic beasts and human cultivators around them were watching. Everything was in chaos amid the clamor of voices. Although most of the people there were only there to watch the auction, they were still very interested in it. Who else? The elder of the Tianhu clan asked again. After a moment, he looked at everyone and smiled. His gaze fell onto one particular place. Congratulations to everyone from the Violet Heavenly Palace, he said. It seemed that the Violet Heavenly Palace had won the treasure. They truly are worthy of being called the top force in the Heavenly Mandate realm. They are both wealthy and vigorous, said Yi Futian with a smile. The Violet Heavenly Palace would get their prize, but they would pay a high price to do so. The daughter of the Tianhu clan held the stele up before the people from the Violet Heavenly Palace. A sharp look flashed across their faces. One of them reached for the stone, eliminating all of their outward impurities. Soon, traces appeared on the stone. Brilliant light flashed, dazzling everyone. Everyone looked towards it. The area grew even noisier. Many of the ancient beasts were roaring without end. Finally, the brilliant light shone from the stone stele. Characters were imprinted upon the stone one by one. They were imposing in their magnificence. Everyone was staring there, including all of the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace. But their gazes quickly froze. Ha ha, came the laugh of a demonic beast. So this is a treasure left behind by a Renhuang. How incredible. Unfortunately, it is not a spell. It is just a record of his career. It was probably the final thing he wrote before he died. Thus, it has a special meaning. Many of the demonic beasts cried out. Seeing the top human cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Realm humiliated made them incredibly excited. The cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace looked crestfallen. The thing they had gotten was just what they had thought it was a Renhuang relic, and a Renhuang had carved the characters in it. Thus, many people had competed for it. But it was not some powerful spell of the Great Path. It was just a simple introduction, and it did not even contain that much will. Although the things that a Renhuang wrote naturally contained will, and thus were treasured objects, it was not anywhere near worth the price they had paid for it. They had paid a massive price to get this object. Although you may be a little disappointed, it is after all a Renhuang relic. It is precious, said the elder of the Tianhu clan comfortingly. The people from the Violet Heavenly Palace did not say anything. They had made their gamble. Now, they had to accept their loss. They looked involuntarily at Yi Futian. Had he made a bid for this one? From what he had said before, he seemed uninterested in it and had even asked Zhu Jiao not to gamble for it. Could it be that he had seen something? Zhu Jiao looked at Yi Futian as well. This guy could not know a trick like this, could he? Are you all still looking at that one? Asked the elder. The next few treasures also had people who were interested in them. They were auctioned in turn, and one of them was actually very good, but the rest were rather commonplace. Many people sighed at this. Celestial Fox Palace was quite powerful. Although they had never touched these items, they were still able to estimate their prices. It seemed that only the sword that Yi Futian had taken at first was worth very much. Moreover, after that, Yi Futian had not been interested in any of the other treasures. He had not made any other bids. Read more chapter on Novelful. Soon, there was only one treasure left on the ancient tree. It was a bone that looked plain and simple, and there was no aura emanating from it. It seemed to have been marked by the passage of time. It seemed to have experienced quite a lot. This piece of bone was plain and had no aura. It looked just like an ordinary demonic beast's bone. Thus, no one inquired about it. But it still appeared on the ancient tree. However, no one there was interested in it. Especially since they had all seen how common everything that had come before it was. "Is no one interested in this bone?" asked the elder. "It is the only treasure left. It may be a bit common, but it comes from the Origin Mountains. It is both heavy and solid. Even someone who has cultivated up to my level cannot leave so much as a mark upon it. Thus, it must be the bone of a demon emperor. Even if you just use it to forge a weapon, it will be quite useful." He knew that this bone was a bit too unremarkable. And the Tianhu clan could not determine its value. Their experience had shown them that a truly powerful bone of a demon emperor would have an incredibly strong aura. It would not be like this. It has no external aura. "Can it truly be the bone of a demon emperor?" asked Yi Futian. "A saint cannot leave a mark on it. What do you think?" "If it was weak, it would already be broken and would not have appeared here," said the elder. "The Tianhu clan would not bring something worthless to trade." "Can I see how heavy it is?" asked Yi Futian. "If I can't break it either, that's fine. I won't compete for it." The elder saw that no one else was interested, then nodded. "Fine. Yaroa, will you go get it for me?" asked Yi Futian. Yaroa nodded and walked over. She brought the bone back to him. Yi Futian took it, and suddenly he could feel how heavy it was. It did not seem to be a bone, but rather a massive demonic beast. Threads of aura swept out and entered into the bone and then disappeared. He gave it back to Yaroa and said, "It is indeed very heavy. It is quite possible that it is, in fact, a bone of a renhuang. But even so, it is not very useful. I know an elder who is good at forging things, and thus I will consider trading a saint-level technique for it. If this is not enough for you, then I don't want it." The elder looked at Yi Futian and saw how indifferent he looked. No one else looked interested either. He smiled bitterly and said, "A renhuang bone cannot be compared to a technique in terms of its solidness alone. However, selling it for such a low price would bring shame to the Tianhu clan. Everyone, please make an offer." Yi Futian nodded. "Fine." But he did not make another offer. A cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace swept his gaze over Yi Futian, then made an offer to the elder. The elder had not been listening to the price that Yi Futian had quoted, but the rules of the Celestial Fox Palace forbade him from repeating it. He could only say, "Anybody else?" Yi Futian smiled and then quoted a price to the elder. When he heard him, the elder stared at him for a long time. The people of the Tianhu clan were all very cunning. Humans were naturally much smarter than demonic beasts, and this guy was definitely up to something. His offer was several times that which he had said before. He was not as indifferent as he seemed. He had just quoted a reasonable price. He looked at him and said, "Since no one else wants it, congratulations, Lord Yi." Yi Futian smiled and gave another item to Yaroa. The cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace frowned and said, "Are you sure it was him?" The elder understood his doubts. He nodded seriously and said, "The Celestial Fox Palace is not so generous as to purposely give him a low price. The price that Lord Yi quoted is different from what he said before." The cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace's face darkened. This may not have been an important matter, but they had previously tried hard to prevent Yi Futian from getting this and had thus quoted a price twice as much as he had. However, in the end, Yi Futian was the one who had gotten it. They had tried to scheme against Yi Futian, but he had schemed against them as well. He was naturally quite unhappy about this. "Congratulations, Lord Yi." Yaroa brought the bone to Yi Futian. But at that moment, a voice came from behind him, saying, "What did he pay?" "I will pay double." Everyone turned and looked at the people who were approaching. Everyone moved aside to make a path for them. The elder was very perceptive. He narrowed his eyes and looked at them. He knew where they had come from, but said, "Forgive me, we have already sold all of our items. We cannot make any more deals." The leader of the people walked up to him, then turned to look at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked back at him, then hid the bone away. He had gotten it, and he was not going to let it get away. "Whatever price you paid for it, I will give you double. Why don't you give me that bone?" said the head of the people who had just arrived to Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. This bone will be useful for forging weapons. Since I've already bought it, I'm not going to give it to you. I'll give you 10 times what you paid for it. The other man seemed not to hear what Yi Futian had said as he directly called out this astonishing price, 10 times what Yi Futian had paid. If Yi Futian just let the bone go, he could get back 10 times what he paid. Everyone was speechless. This transaction could be profitable for him. Yi Futian looked the other man in the eye. I'm not selling it. As he said this, everyone stared at him. He had been offered 10 times what he had paid, and yet he would not sell it. That meant you're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.